Lipurane ngeno wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maundu tutoingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile. Oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana. Onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano. Okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna evitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu kondadwe nawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayo loka opone ushendife nawa nokumona oijamo ili nawa ningekwata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Good afternoon and welcome to Home Run with Helmed and Dwight on Eagle FM. As usual, we are here from 4 to 6, but from 4 to 7. But every Monday, we have to start with the first hour. That's 4 to 5, is all dedicated to giving you property investment advice. And you had the advice. Omaruru is having a lot of potential. And
was that the only thing you heard of it?
and the lack of bachelor units in Wintu.
That's core knowledge. We've cited it as well.
So you'll just assume that everyone is gonna be loaded to afford your fancy properties.
Here's the worst part, Helmut.
Yeah.
When we obviously look at the discussion around new properties being brought up.
Yeah.
Francina last week went to another particular sort of like a showcasing of a alternative building materials for a home, for new homes.
Yeah.
The broader concern, obviously, that also emanated from that discussion was how do people actually access these new construction materials?
Yeah.
Another scenario was what you and I have also spoken about. In many scenarios, we've spoken about the modular homes, we've spoken about the alternative materials. Something popped up in my radar, just trying to think back to it. Yeah, the question that I just asked Francisco now, just at the end, in terms of should the Namibian government make a same particular step in terms of citing, listen, don't speculate on a property price.
Mm-hmm.
A home is for living. If it's a residential home, or if it's a residential property, it's meant for one use.
Yeah.
It's not meant for the use of speculating or using as a business approach or which way or what way ever, because you have scenarios that exist that are set in stone. For example, there is a minimum wage legislation set in stone for contractors and affiliate artisans who have to work on a construction site to build a house.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Hamud. This is the catch. This is the disclaimer. This was a minimum wage agreement between the Construction Industries Federation. I've interviewed Madam Berbel Kirchner here in studio back in 2024 about specifically, looking at the construction industry. That agreement is between companies or construction companies who are affiliated with the Construction Industries Federation of Namibia, CIF, and obviously with the what's the office in the Ministry of Labour? The Labour Commissioner.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's the correct office. But anyway, so you can have a minimum wage agreement, but it's whether or not there are contractors that are affiliated to the CIF of Namibia, because the CIF stepped forward as an association, this collective group of, contractors, construction contractors. You obviously know what's the price of sand, the price of a cement bag, the price of, all the needed equipment and tools and the likes that you would have and you can anticipate to be on the site, right?
Yeah.
The downside has been, Francisco cited it, is where is the over speculation? Where does the price, that is suddenly you can know how much bricks you would need. You can know how much cubic centimeters of sand you would need. You would know directive that exists, which is a law, which is in law.
Yeah.
You would then know. But do you have such time? Do you ask such questions? How do you get proof of such alignment? And in some cases, Helmut, it's what do they call it? It's literally some sort of a Russian roulette scenario.
Now, I think that's a very interesting one because when you talk about the predictability aspect of it, because you can easily, predict it depending on the size. You can easily do the math of how much cement, how much bricks, and how much, maybe even water that you're gonna need. But but for manpower, that's a little tricky because if you look at it from I think to gather that information, you won't have to deal with one company because, chances are very high you're gonna have one main company and a bunch of subcontractors
That's also where things get interesting.
It's most likely going to be for a lot of small companies a per project type of employment. They are not going to have a permanent database of how many employees they have and how much these employees are paid at least.
Yeah. So it makes things interesting. There's obviously a lost opportunity here, which has been like building templates like the Poly Heights building, which has what you call it. It's not a 2-bedroom settings, but slightly bigger bachelor and then actual bachelor flat sizes, because most of those particular units, Helmut, in that building are single bedroom. Now, the actual bachelor unit is the bigger one, whereas the smaller units on that building, it's literally the size. It's literally this broad, Helmut. The width, it's literally this broad, and it's literally from that wall down to that wall where the TV is in there with at the desks. It's literally just this length, and you've just got a shower. You've just got a like your kitchen is as you enter. There's no foyer, and basically everything is like put up in a scenario of how you position yourself in terms of operation.
Yeah, I've seen a few.
Yeah, so. If we look at scenarios like that, it's a dying breed of a kind of a design. But the design is also not there anymore because the most dominant thing, like you've cited, is this 2-bedroom. And like Francisco cited, this 2-bedroom unit. And going ahead, obviously, because we're actually here to talk about, Africa's decision on climate change. Has been that they cited a whole bunch of stuff, and the document that we technically need to work with, Helmut, is one that is a 10-year strategy document known as the Strategy and Action Plan 2022 to 2032. However, I'm gonna nuke this document already in its first. Where are we? In the first statement, I'm gonna nuke this document down primarily because.
You had to go to this document to start nuking? I started from the decision. Are you kidding?
No, I'm using the decision. I'm using the decision.
Oh, okay.
The decision nukes this document.
Big time.
Because this decision goes and continuously reiterates, we need the global climate change platform of the Conference of Parties to put their money where their mouths have been.
Look, that's why I started laughing because I was going through I was just going through the decisions, and then you send me the African Union Climate Change and Resilience Development Strategy and Action Plan 2022 to 2032. Yeah, and lo and behold, the second guy he shows up there is Moussa Faki, the very same guy that was telling the Italian during the Africa-Italy summit, put your money where your words are. Okay, so now I'm gonna walk in the studio today and sit with basically 2 begging documents.
Basically, yes. Funny enough, for our listeners to know, next year, Ethiopia will be hosting the Conference of Parties. Next year, COP 32. This year is 31.
Yeah, 30 was Brazil.
It was Brazil last year. COP32 next year will be Ethiopia.
Boy.
Why are you saying oh boy, Hamid? Because I was hoping
That's an
I was
interesting one.
hoping, okay, we had Africa with Egypt and Sharm el Sheikh,
Yeah.
where Hage and Ursula von der Leyen. Hamid, I can't find any more evidence of that video anymore. That video, the famous 6, but I did find the MOU between Namibia and the EU, the document itself that Hage signed. The MOU that technically kicks off everything, that we've now seen materialize in Namibia's green industry development. And it's a scenario like this, which is even sad because in the AU decision on page 82 of that document, that AU decision speaks nothing about the green industries. All it speaks about is, please remember to implement this. Please remember to implement that.
And the developed countries, remember what you promised.
Yeah, we
back in
need to see your
2015
money.
in Paris agreements. And to be fair,
Yeah. To be fair
they
to who?
made those promises. Yeah. You know those promises that you make to someone's daughter when you're asking for their number. That's what they did.
No. You got the number already.
Yeah.
Ahmed.
Oh, yeah,
But you promised I'll take you on a movie date. Okay, that's my example. But I'll take you on a movie date.
So it's not just me.
And she
Okay,
continues to tell you, so when is the movie coming, Dwight? And you're like, Wach, just wait. Wach. No, you are promising you'll take me to a movie. All the movies that I want to watch have gone. So, yes. Unfortunately, that's what Africa and the EU are currently doing to
You
each
know
other.
those guys, what they did to me this other day?
Who?
Uh,
Which guys?
The movie guys.
What?
I go on their website and then I find this very nice movie that I would like to watch. So I ask her, she's like, oh, no, I also like that movie. Show up there. That movie is not I'm like, okay, you know what?
You probably went to the wrong theater.
No.
Was the
That's
right
the
one?
same one.
Same date as
Even downloaded their app. This is just consuming space in my, space in my phone.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you guys got there, you had to settle for something else.
Yeah, the information that was on the website and the information that they had on their display, just at the entrance of the theater, because you find all these large displays of what movie is playing, is playing when. Oh boy, that's just wildly different. Just they had to go straight to Plan B, which was also my favorite food. Yeah,
What?
it was either movie or food. So I was like, okay, whichever, because I made sure that my both Plan A and Plan B works in my favor. It was a it's a strategy I've perfected for a very long time.
Have a plan A and a plan B.
Yeah, Plan A and Plan B. Usually they are all something.
Only when there's a woman that there's a plan A and a plan B. Hamid.
Only this. Okay, look. Every guy knows that if you walk in your homie's room and everything is well folded and it's well clean,
Then you know somebody has been matched up.
There is no way bro did this out of it because he wanted to be clean. When you walk there and when you get in that room and it looks like there was a tsunami,
Yeah.
then he's not
No,
expecting.
this is a
anyone.
bachelor. There's a bachelor.
Yeah, well, it's,
With me and my tsunami, it's more like organized chaos because I try. It's just like repositioning. Where do I put it this week?
there's always that chair.
Or that pile of shoes.
Yeah.
Or the laundry. It's always the laundry.
Yeah, definitely.
It's
gonna be
always
the
the-
laundry. When I said, what do you mean? What do you think I meant when I said there's always that chair? There's no one sits on that chair. It's just a pile.
Meaning it's not a chair. It's not
Been
a chair.
repurposed. So decisions from the African Union's, from the African Union's 39th Ordinary Session Assembly. This is their usual, annual events. So the one for this year, they met and they did talk about, obviously, a bunch of things. And we've been using this document as a source of reference for a while now. And we still have like a bunch of things that basically comes from their declarations, decisions. And now the one on climate change. Now the one on climate change is a decision.
Yeah.
Now I threw in the El Nino discussion because I feel like I think there is a little bit of they interconnect in from the aspect of preparedness. Yeah. Now, it turns out that well, El Nino and climate change are two different things. El Nino is a weather phenomenon that is actually like Dwight explained it the other time when you were pointing this out, that El Nino is it's a weather phenomenon that more often that's mostly influenced by Pacific Ocean surface temperature. And this is because of, basically, the atmosphere is one giant ecosystem. And when a disturbance is caused in one part, or weather patterns change in one part, it leads to a cascading series of effects in changing in temperature. Basically, that leads to the whole world experiencing some weird weather patterns, which is expected in terms of El Nino. Now, this one is somewhat interesting because both NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Yeah. And the African Development Bank weather experts are describing it as something. Basically, all the weather experts are describing it as a super El Nino, and that's basically an El Nino, Pro Max. Now, the last time at least I was able to track down in terms of the severity of the El Nino that is predicted to transpire towards the end of the year, 2026 into 2027. The last one of this, or more like near or if not equal to the intensity of the one that's predicted, happened between from 1878 to 1879, and it was severe as heck. Yeah, but now that's actually the preparedness that that made me link the El Nino discussion into this African Union decisions on climate change, because this all this warning all these predictions that are being given. That were being given with regards to the impending El Nino at this point is considered more of a beware. Yeah, we're not 100% sure that it's going to happen, but the numbers seems to indicate that chances are very high it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And because of that, there are some areas that should expect should expect heavy rains, including flooding, and there are those that should expect droughts. And we saw this between from 2023 and 2024, where you had Zambia first declared state of emergency, and Namibia followed suit because we just experienced this we didn't have enough rainfall, severe drought. But at the very same time, you saw in East Africa, parts of Kenya, I believe Sudan, there were also severe floods all at the same time. So and all this is influenced by is influenced by the rise in temperature above average on the Pacific Ocean, and I have to say, I never actually looked up to see how big the Pacific Ocean is.
At a certain angle, Helmut,
Yeah.
you don't see any landmass.
Nothing.
That's how big that ocean is.
So basically, if you brought up all the landmass of this planet, glued them together, they would fit on the Pacific Ocean, and you still have enough room.
Well, not really, Helmut. It's just when I said if you look with a camera angle,
Yeah.
and as the Earth rotates,
No, just do the comparison.
yeah,
Put them together.
about how big it is.
The Pacific Ocean is still massive.
Okay,
Yeah.
there too.
That explains why when you when you just tilt take for example whatever when you tilt the globe and you are looking directly at the Pacific Ocean, you can barely see any landmass. It's like everything is on the other side. Now, it turns out, there's something called, there's something called, is it, no, there's a term for it. Now, the navigations, ancient navigators, like, one of my favorite, not one of my favorite because it basically laid the foundation for colonialism. One of now, you see, Henry the navigator.
Yeah.
Henry the navigator, and that was he's one of those idiots that basically sailed to modern day Guinea and laid the foundation of transatlantic slavery, basically. Now the thing is, turns out, to understand El Nino, we first have to agree that the Earth is round, not flat. Now that we have, we set all that aside, we can agree that
I hope there are no such Namibians.
Flat earthers.
I hope.
Isn't it amazing how everything is round, but Earth is flat? Jupiter is round, the Sun is round,
The moon is round.
moon is round, but Earth is flat.
You can't see past a certain point on the planet, but you still believe the planet is still round.
You ever kid me?
It's flat.
Yeah. Anyway, so it turns out about 30 degrees latitude line, 32 degrees latitude line in the latitude line, both south and north and south. This now within this 30 degrees. Not 30 degrees inward towards the equator. If you are southwards, if you come from, if you are looking at the 30 degrees north and latitude line, and 30 degrees south and latitude line towards the equator. This block has something called trade winds. That name is from is from the fact that those winds are naturally occurring and played very significant a role in maritime navigations before the invention of the steam engine, which basically led to the invention of the massive engines that powers cargo ships today. So back then, you had to rely on these winds because of how predictable they are. So when they are too strong, now they move, especially on the large parts of the Pacific Ocean. They move a lot of a lot of water. A lot of water seems to be in a circular motion. So a lot of fertile and nutrient-rich soil from the bedrock of the surface, from the seabed of the Pacific Ocean, follows that current of motion and brings a lot of nutrients on the surface that is then consumed by your planktons, and you can basically follow the food chain from there. So this plankton obviously also consume this nutrient rich in all this nutrition, and the fish eat those planktons, and the fish eats other fish, and that creates this very rich environment when it comes to the fishing industry.
Yeah.
So you can just see that from something as simple as the speed of, from something as simple as the speed of wind. That series of events, the speed with which that wind is blowing, it influences the flow of water in the ocean, which influences the cycle of nutrients in the ocean, which feeds into the food chain in the ocean, which finds itself on the influencing the fishing industry on land.
Yeah.
So all this series of events comes from one thing. Turns out, it turns out during an El Nino, there is a slow flow in this wind. When that sluggishness in flow of that wind leads to the slow flow of the current in the water, which means less nutrition for the plankton on the surface and less nutrition for the fish, and less economy for the fishing industry. It means less iPhones with 2 SIM cards for ministers.
Now you're just making one guy's point here, Helmut. You're making one guy's point here, but you were saying?
I know. So no, look, when I was no, when I'm just sitting there looking at this is basically a domino effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, of something as simple as wind motion ends up causing all kinds, moving all kinds of natural chess pieces that ends up impacting the global economy. So, now because of because that wind is is moving slow, what happens is the surface water on the Pacific Ocean tends to be it's not moving. As a result, it gets hotter than average, and that that water is not dissipating because I believe if it was moving fast, it would be dissipated somehow.
Yeah.
But because of that sluggishness in motion, what happens is this water the temperature increases, and when the temperature increases, the water is dissipated. I think the heat is dissipated in the atmosphere, hitting up the wind, and okay, now what you have at the end of the day is all weather patterns going haywire left, right, and center. You have drought in Zambia and Namibia, and you have floods in parts of Sudan. Isn't it amazing how nature works?
Yeah, Hamid, and with that massive, extensive lecture you gave right there now,
Yeah.
the question comes out. Look, it's a good lecture because it shows that you understand the subject matter. I also understand the subject matter
Yeah.
of how an undercurrent needs to come, needs to
Yeah,
bring
undercurrent, that's the word.
needs to bring a nutrient from the bottom of the ocean, of the Pacific Ocean, to the top of the surface of the Pacific Ocean, because there are fish species at all levels of an ocean.
Yeah.
But if you now have to go ask, or have a conversation with that exercise you tried doing with your buddies the one time where you asked them in that one question, and then they were like, "What are you saying, Hamilton? What are you talking about?"
I've had those before.
Now, in this strategy document, they've literally got something that describes what that exercise that you try to do, meaning improved climate literacy and awareness. Now, we have to ask in 2026, to what extent has climate literacy and awareness taken place across Namibia? Currently, right now, the most prominent messaging, which is not even the best advertised messaging, because in many scenarios, the stakeholders, or let me rather say the proponents, those that are behind the developments, are piggybacking on us, the media, to basically share, to spread their goodwill throughout the rest of Namibia.
Oh, we can do that. Just pay.
Yeah, just pay advertising revenue.
Man,
So this has been the green industries and their developments, and specifically, and which includes from NIPDB to the Green Hydrogen Program to even Ministry of Agriculture to Ministry of Environment to National Planning Commission. All these guys are dependent upon the Namibian media landscape to communicate the messaging on their behalf. Which also includes the Environmental Investment Fund, for that matter. Now, here's where things get interesting and tricky, Helmut. We don't know, and I'll say this confidently, we don't know whether or not people outside of Windhoek understand what Namibia's climate contributions or Namibia's climate promises are. I'll say use the word promises because we promise things. We don't know. Nowhere has any ministry gone and assessed whether or not the average Namibian understands climate change. With this El Nino La Nina warning, check again, Helmut, at the end of this year, we will potentially have one or other kind of disaster response. I say potentially.
most likely.
No, I say potentially because most likely means it is definitely going to happen. But potentially saying, because we've got to see what will be like the rain forecast or the potential for rain that will come through. And as we know, Namibia's rain comes from the Indian Ocean. Namibia's rain does not come from the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
And the Indian Ocean, that rainfall system is impeded because of mountains. And those mountains you find in the Drakensberg in KwaZulu-Natal. Now, I always tried thinking about what's so difficult until a meteorologist explained it on what was that event that happened in the US? You remember when California was busy washing away 2 years ago? Not the California fires of last year. The the massive rainfall and flooding that they had in 2024.
Mhm.
And the explanations of rivers in the sky was being given, and I was like, what is a river in the sky now? What is this? But a river in the sky is just a massive collection of water vapor that is stuck there in those upper echelons of the atmospheres,
Yeah.
the various atmospheres that are there.
Yeah.
And this is just sort of like a resource that it depends on whether or not the cloud forms or not. Firstly, does the cloud form or not? Second scenario is you then look at how big that weather system is that has that collection of clouds. Because the downside for California was that these were massive clouds. And before that rain of 2024, Helmut, California had been suffering almost, is it 18 years or 8 years of drought?
No, yeah, no rain.
Of no rain. 18 years of drought. Now that is a disaster in Namibia's books. Any time, any day. That's a disaster. And then last year they had, remember the wildfires that happened close to and in the middle of Los Angeles of all places. And then I thought, is this drought wildfires for Los Angeles? And then no one could answer it, sort of like properly. But looking at scenarios like that, we firstly have to understand, okay, who's going to be the La Nina focal point? Who's going to take that brunt? Which country in the southern hemisphere, or that borders onto the southern hemisphere or onto the equator? Which country is that country going to be? Who's going to take that brunt? Because at the same time that there's an El Nino, there's and La Nina somewhere else. And who's going to be washing away?
And who is gonna be all dry?
Who's going to be all dry? Who's going to be basically having to walk
All
around with
soaked up
gumboots
and
all day
having
long?
to, who's gonna be swimming to work?
Yeah. So when such explanations come out, it looks like every time it jogs the memory. It jogs the memory of the everyday person. But now the everyday person listens to Helmut and Dwight in English. What about the other everyday person who doesn't listen in English, who listens in Afrikaans or in Silozi or in all the other particular language mediums across Namibia? Are these kinds of conversations being broached? Now it leads to the next phase of things. For example, the understanding about how to deal with a potential disaster. So the Prime Minister's office knows what they need to do.
Yeah.
And so to also agencies and officers on the ground, which are local authorities and like the fire brigades and stuff like that. The scenario on the ground has been, do the average Namibians also realize that we've got a tricky weather system as Namibia?
I mean, we're already semi-arid. That means we are even at a bigger disadvantage.
Helmut, when the explanation for me was expanded last year about understanding that water that floods into northern Namibia from southern Angola, that when I told you last week that is technically water that floods through from DRC, from the Congo Basin, from tropical rainfall. Now, that is the first indicator we've got to look out for. What is that tropical indicator going to be? Because that's water that just decides to flood all the way southwards, through Angola, through Zambia, into Namibia, and into northern Botswana, which is the Okavango Delta.
Yeah.
Then we've got to ask the questions, okay, the rest of Namibia's rain that now comes here from the Indian Ocean, what's that indicator going to be like? Because last year there wasn't a tropical storm hitting, no, there was a tropical storm hitting Mozambique, and the year before. But the one before that hit Mozambique and then Zimbabwe, that massive one that pulled through from across Madagascar and then into Mozambique and then into Zimbabwe, that massive one created so much, cool air and cool, if I can say, its byproducts were that it kept pushing cold air in Namibia's direction, Namibia and Botswana's direction.
Yeah.
Then we started seeing like the massive rainfall that we had in 2025. No, not 20, yeah, 2025, last year. where we were also asking questions about it's March and it's still raining this much. It was when also the president was being inaugurated as well, and you were asking, and I was asking questions about what's up with this rain? Where's this rain going? How much rain is this? Now, you and I can think that way because obviously we do the reading for our listeners, having the discussion here. But does the average Namibian have these conversations? Do they identify these particular weather anomalies? I realized something just now, the other day, in the middle of June somewhere. It was raining, Helmut, in the middle of June in Rebos
Yeah.
because of one of the cold fronts that pushed through from the South Pole. And when I went to go visit my sister in Rebos, I told her, "Do you know that day that it was raining with you guys in Rebos, there was not a drop of water in Windhoek?" And she said, "You're lying, Dwight." I told her it's the truth. What was what was the key geographic indicator from such a scenario, Helmut? Was that the Awas Mountains here, these mountains as you head southwards, blocked the potential for that, that system to just come. We just saw the clouds. That's all we saw.
Yeah.
But we didn't have any rain. Now, scenarios like that also has to speak to how different people or people in different geographic locations experience the same particular weather scenarios. That's why I can never understand what, all our colleagues that go to the north, Helmut, when they explain about the water that pushes through from southern Angola. I don't know such a scenario. I've never seen just everywhere it being flooded across it because I don't know it. I come from a different part of Namibia.
Yeah.
So to also, like, for example, what happened in Keetmans and Karasburg back in last year or the year before, when they still had in October the hailstorm. Remember the hailstorm that ended in October in 2024?
Yeah.
Where people were asking questions about what's happening there. And no one knew about winter extending itself all the way into October. And where it even materialized with a severe weather anomaly, i.e., this particular, precipitation coming through. So now we ask the questions in terms of, okay, firstly, where is the next potential, impacting zones going to be? From those impacting zones, this strategy document that's 10 years long, this document technically doesn't mean anything. Then when you look at the declarations, decisions, and the resolutions where they keep saying, please implement, please implement, please implement.
Please give us money to implement.
Please, developed countries, you promised, give us the money. You promised, remember. And then you sit there thinking, going like, guys, it's 2026.
Okay. You know how SADC said we are going to come up with our own currency by 2018, and then they decided to push everything to what? No, they don't have a defined date yet. And East African Community was like, we are going to come up with ours by 2024.
Yeah.
And they pushed everything to 2031. And now we have the ECOWAS guys says we are going to figure out ours by the end of the year. Come 2027, we are implementing ours.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that one. And then I just came across one that has also been postponed. The same way that I've been postponing being rich. And that is the...
I don't think it's the same thing, Zamut, but okay.
Africa Energy Bank.
An energy bank?
Yeah, Africa Energy Bank.
How many banks does the continent need?
No, the African Union have been working on theirs also since the 1960s. Don't worry, we got this. Just since the 1960s. Now, here's the Africa Energy Bank guys. It was supposed to be in June to bring the bank into operation, at least management-wise, because they have to carry out like two forms of of implementation in terms of operationalizing the institution.
Yeah.
The first one is sorting out their management in terms of legislation, hiring, and all that stuff. And then the next one, the next operationalization is one of basically carrying out the services of what they do in terms of lending money, banking stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they decided to, June is not going to cut it. Let's see if we can do that in, say, September. But that's just the management type of things. But the real banking initiative things, like where we are going to maybe start,
Where the money comes.
where the money comes out to anyone that would like to invest into
A power plant.
anything energy related. We are thinking December. I'm gonna put my money in 2027 on that one.
So first we want to appoint people
Oh yeah, of course.
before they can do the thing.
The guy who started the fake government agency. He did everything in a very short time period.
Well, he was a one-man show, Helmut. What did you expect?
One man. Yeah, yeah.
He was a one-man show. He sourced the documents himself. He knew his
Man-
strategy.
Man is patriotic. He had the
He had
flag behind his chair in his office was well set up, and
he had his strategy. It was a one-man show.
my man.
The best formulated, not so
You wanna bet they were not one.
not so good faith projects are usually when it's this just one guy executing it, who came up with the plan and who's executing it. The moment you involve more people, Helmut,
Yeah.
you will always have disgruntled customers. You will always have, no, he still owes me money.
No. Oh boy, that part. Look, I want to start. I want to talk about response and preparedness in terms of the African Union's decisions from earlier this year. But you made a very interesting point when you said it's about educating the ordinary public on this on this subject, not just civic education because voting is important, and we know that civic education is important because you are educating people on their rights and their responsibilities in relations to governance. But now things like climate related basic education is just as important because we are still very agro society. So you have a lot of subsistence agriculture going on, which is still a way of life for a lot of not just Namibians but a lot of Africans. So that means understanding the things like the basic having the basic understanding of weather patterns. So that they can have the ability to decide whether how to prepare for a possible El Nino. Because I think you just don't want to be caught in a corner. Okay, you are just you just realize towards the end of the year that we're not gonna have enough rainfall this year, and which is going to spill over into the following year.
Yeah.
So that means what would be the rainy season is most likely not going to be a very good rainy season. So that means agriculture is going to be impacted, both the crop and animal husbandry. And so that means if you have this large number of cattle, you may want to figure out how to sell some of it to prepare for to prepare how you are going to weather that storm as a farmer.
Yeah.
But if you don't have the basic, the basic knowledge of the future weather patterns 2-3 months down the line, you are going to be caught in a corner where you are going to start wondering, well, should I have known better? I would have come up with something, I would have prepared for this somehow. So I think, and that's actually an interesting way of looking at it. Now, seeing that, basic, financial education, according to the Ministry of Finance, financial education, we are well educated, above average in terms of financial education. In theory, the practice there is a whole different discussion, which is why we are saying, just split the salary in half and pay us twice a month. Really? Okay. Now,
I still can't believe that person came up.
money is not a problem. Oh, I had the time of my life with that too. With that discussion yesterday. But anyway,
No, but seriously, I don't know where that harebrained problem response or solution comes from, because it's harebrained.
well,
In many cases, when people have such wonderful ideas,
yeah.
Which HR practitioner will now have to go and
Restructure.
not just restructure, but renegotiate for such a scenario? Because it's based upon the fundamental premise of the agreement was you pay me the full amount,
Yeah.
not two amounts of one full amount.
Oof, that's gonna. But so that means from the basic understanding of how things are going on in the country, it's not just the governance that we should that we should provide basic education for in terms of civic education, for example.
Yeah.
And it's not just the basic financial education that we should provide education for, in terms of financial management, or income and expenditure on a domestic, on a personal level, on a small scale type of things.
Yeah.
But we also have to understand from an agriculture. So there's basic agricultural practice in terms of how to farm with animals, how to farm with crops. But I think leaving out something as important as how the weather pattern changes and how it influences agriculture is somewhat. That's not fair to the to the individuals that you are imparting this agricultural knowledge on, because they will have all the knowledge, they will be doing all the right things, but then Mother Nature comes unpredictable, at least to them, and ruins everything.
Yeah, and I'm not going to confuse this particular discussion also, Helmut, with like water supply for sanitation use in household scenarios, for example, like we've discussed also, which in a Namibian context is also weird, because I made the one particular observation 3 weeks back in the Rehoboth where I saw a guy driving around with that water supply tank, the one in the square in the wire mesh.
Yeah.
Which is about 1,000 liters. You told me, is it 1,000 liters or 100 liters?
No, that's definitely going to be somewhere above 1,000.
Yeah, that tank was literally on a single cab Toyota Hilux Bucky high rise, and I stood there looking at. So how are you transporting water in a 1,000 liter tank? Which basically tells me you don't have water at home, but you've got a $700,000 Bucky.
Okay. I'm assuming this is most likely going to be a farmer.
He was in the town. He wasn't driving to any farm scenario. He was in the town, Helmut. He wasn't driving out. He was driving right past me in a neighborhood, and I stood there and I thought to myself, now this is
one of those
well, the town of Rehoboth,
spring water or some sort.
No, Helmut, the town of Rehoboth is endemic with understanding responsibility. It's like many other of the smaller towns in Namibia that we've read the news reports about NamWater cutting them off.
Yeah, like okay, thank you very much for the tip, but the water is just there.
That thinking as well.
Yeah.
Because now you have to go and explain, for example, let's say they're in Divundu or in Kavango East, with that, with a community member saying, oh, thank you for the tap, but I the water is right there for me, or I can just dig a meter down and I will get to my water. Such scenarios are born from a discussion of, now you have to motivate to them why they can't drink that water anymore.
Yeah.
That it technically can make them sick.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not purified, not treated. And now you have to put up a whole, sort of like a sales pitch about what NamWater does for you.
You'll have to do that. Do you know how far some of the homesteads from the river are?
They might be more than 10 k's.
Those are mostly those ones that are in the mainland.
Yeah.
But you will have a lot of you will have a lot of homesteads that let me just say that about maybe 100 meters, just 100 meters away from from the riverbank. Now, installing a tap in a house of someone like that, and this is a house. It's just made out of brick. There's this place called Karachi Divundu. So what they did was, I believe, when they were building a bridge, they created some kind of a canal on one side to channel the water in that direction, so they can have a clean environment to work with. And that ditch is that wide open ditch is still there. So when water level rises, it also floods.
Yeah.
So this place becomes literally becomes an island when water levels rise. So they are, so they have water flowing on both sides, and they are they are brick houses. They are brick houses, former structures,
Yeah.
and they do much of the laundry in the river. Now, imagine explaining to someone that lives at that area, one of them being my uncle, that this.
Why do you want to explain to your uncle, Helmut? But yeah, go.
No, that's not how I commit suicide. But anyway, what you have is
Yeah.
that's how people get punched in the face. Yeah, don't play with African culture. So, the thing is, I think it's going to require a lot of. I don't even want to use the word incentive because that that would be the wrong one. Yeah, you will have to really sell the idea of why I have to pay for something that I can easily access with my bucket. Yeah.
On a daily basis.
On a daily basis,
Yeah.
which is free, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to, like everyone else, living in a country that, or more like, in a global economy with a ever-rising cost of living, I want to cut cost. And you have a lot of people just decide to buy a generator and have a backyard garden,
Yeah.
which makes
Also straightforward and easy.
yeah, straightforward and easy. Now, the thing is, if we are going to provide electricity, that's very easy. That's very easy. All you just, that's very easy to explain. All those houses have electricity, but water installation, that they also have that. You'll have taps and all that. Which is it's very easy to explain, but making them to use the services of the that you have installed in the house only. That's going to take a very long time and one heck of a campaign.
Now, look at things like that, right?
Yeah.
Now, the biggest worry, obviously, for many rural communities have been access to water, and now, which also now becomes part of the broader development agenda of Namibia, they also now want electricity to also look at each other during nighttime, be romantic, and all that other stuff. And I'm just putting things in there, guys. Don't worry, it's me putting things in there. Not that candlelight never did its job, but you know what? You want a bright and clear picture. So we obviously see now. What's with that face? What's with that face?
Really went full Valentine with that explain. Candle.
Well, I had to be as poetic as possible,
Candlelight dinner. Oh boy. No.
And farm lamps, those farm lamps that we use,
look,
the oil lamps that we use.
Look, those things really makes me admire the field, of how powerful psychology and how it's intertwined with marketing, because I have a lot of female friends that they live in Windhoek with a pile of candle in the room.
Okay, that's a safety hazard, Helmut, that you're explaining to me.
Look, there are shops that sell those things. This one has this type of scent. I'm like, look, the bulb is fine. I'm good.
Well, in many cases, Helmut, they want the atmosphere. They want the aura. They
Open
want
the windows.
And then they tell you they're afraid of the bugs outside the window.
Right.
And then you wonder, then you start making 1 + 1 = 2 sums in your head because you realize, why is Helmut there?
Yeah.
And the window should not be opened up.
That's yeah, you're right though with the you're right with fire hazard.
No, not just with fire hazard.
Yeah.
But anyway, Helmut, let's move on from that particular scenario.
If you're calling the fire department,
from that particular scenario. So
find someone's husband, in a boxer saying, what happened? The house is on fire. Well, aren't you married? Well, can you just switch off the fire? We can talk about this later. Anyway, you were saying?
Oh, you are married now, Helmut.
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, okay. No, we just had to make sure. That's all.
Look, I totally get your point. Well, the lawyer that called, that created a whole new category of lawyers, WhatsApp qualified lawyer. Well, he had a certain concern at some point of some Namibians, having have, marrying sort of like trying to pull off a trick of marrying two wives
At the same time.
At the same time.
Yeah.
At least, via civil law. Traditionally, boy, that's still practiced a lot. I have come to learn. It turns out it's still being practiced a lot.
Yeah.
In this economy?
Well, look, some guys probably think they've got money.
Look, if you can afford it, go for it.
Well, the first thing I'd assume is that the wives, those ladies, also have their own jobs.
I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm also assuming. But I'm getting back on point right now, besides the assumptions of things. So the climate strategy and action plan that the AU outlined, Hamud, actually under Chapter 4, makes things a bit interesting. Now, remember, it's also under Chapter 4 where I referenced the improved climate literacy and awareness discussion. Now, here's the thing. Up until now, I'm not seeing any climate change or any climate related advertising taking place. Awareness campaigning should not just run on the piggyback of us, the media, with the express hope that those who are planning these engagements, that we hope you communicate the message. Well, I'm gonna be limited to 500 words in the e-paper. I'm gonna be limited to, and you and I, we're gonna be limited to a 3-hour show, where we won't even be able to exhaust all the relevant literacy or literature that we have at our disposal, because the discussion points towards basically making sense of what is to be planned and what is actually happening. Now, here's the biggest thing, even in an African context, and even in a Namibian context, we don't know where we are. We don't know where we are. This decisions, declarations, and resolutions document just said thank you for the report here, thank you for that report there, thank you for hosting the G20, thank you for this, thank you for that, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's all it says. That's all it says. And then it says, the only one of the 3 or 4 statements it makes is, Europe, you must put your money where your mouth is. But Europe is already doing it. And it tries to say, listen, African countries then have to try and find ways to support at all multilateral avenues or platforms that the world basically adopts the commitments that were made in 2015. Now, when you come to scenarios, Helmut, for example, breaking down that chapter 4 of this action plan and strategy document. Now, they speak about strengthening governance and policy. But governance and policy, first and foremost, do some of these African countries realize that they might have governance issues in general, not just about climate, in general?
Yep.
Do you know, Helmut, I was standing, and this is where we get to the governance side of things. I'm standing with another Namibian there at this African Union Special Technical Committee on Labor, Employment and Social Development. I'm standing outside after we were told to leave because we realized at this AUSTC that 7 African countries are sanctioned, which only left 48 countries available to participate in the deliberations taking place now at Country Club. Now, that was where when I called you, and I told you that particular joke because I couldn't let the joke wait here until we got here to the studio. After that, I go back in to go and sit down because I have to stretch my legs a little bit, and the process for basically adopting the agenda. We got a document which is the program, right?
Yeah.
Right there at the event today on day 1. And then it clearly says there at the top, delegates have to adopt the agenda of the Bureau. And I sit there thinking to myself, couldn't this have been done yesterday in, pre-conference preparations?
Yeah.
Why must they now do this before? Because I'm waiting for 2 key presentations, the International Labour Organization, and there's a second one. And then the guy who is from the council of the AUSTC, the legal council. It's technically like someone from the AU's branch, that specific branch, that special technical committee branch, who can start a legal process.
Yeah.
This legal process being basically that all members of the 4 quarters of the African continent, meaning north, south, east, and west, that sort of like a chairperson out of those nations are present, and then they can start a process to adopt the agenda for the next 4 days and 5 days here in Windhoek. So, as I'm now sitting there, we get chased out. Yeah, the media must not see this. Okay, we all leave. So I'm standing next to the other Namibian. He's a guy from Nampa. And he says, Dwight, can you believe there are countries in there who have presidents who don't even know in what year some of those presidents are? I'm actually referencing Cameroon here. And besides, also Cameroon came a little bit late even today. I'm referencing Cameroon. And then we also cited, and then it actually spurred me. In some cases, this spurs me on in certain scenarios in terms of understanding how we have got countries on this continent who wish to participate at multilateral or international levels, but they've got so many particular, if I can say, skeletons in their closets that it's impossible to ignore these skeletons. For example, the Senegal discussion about the loan that they borrowed, the IMF loan that you cited to us many times, and how bad that has been. And when I went and looked up that story as well, the former political ally of the current president is trying to sort of like put in a law that bars any president from coming from a political party. Now ask yourself, Helmut, in what world of madness?
And the new guy decided to start his own political party?
No, he realized he has to start his own political party. And then the guy he made speaker decides to try and bring in a piece of legislation that the Constitutional Court of Senegal went and said, bruh, what are you pulling here? What illegal moves are you pulling here? You can't bring in something that prohibits or limits or restricts someone else's right to being from a political party.
But the good thing is they have a constitution that they basically have an institution like the court that sort of like intervenes, and that's the same thing that I actually like about Kenya right now. Because the excellent example where I've seen this is basically Kenya, where every time their president signs some document out there, signs some agreement, when he gets back to Kenya, it's the court that keeps telling him, no, man, we don't know what you were thinking, but what you signed versus the laws that we have here at home are not in sync. So,
and
reassess, please.
And in scenarios like this, right, where you really have to interrogate. Okay, so why is the AU putting the heads of state platform on a major pedestal, and why are we not seeing rather that concerted decisions that are debated upon at a Pan-African Parliament level, that decisions from there technically are adopted? And then we realize this basically shows how Africa cannot achieve its integration quick enough. How is it possible that in the European context, the Europeans could gradually achieve a single market and economic integration in such a smooth manner? They will still have the international relations issues with each other. Some of them are in NATO, some of them are not. But in reality,
and they are nowhere, they are nowhere they are nowhere perfect. They have their own disagreements.
Oh yes, they have those disagreements like every day. I mean, the latest now bone of contention is being that the new British Prime Minister Burnham literally wants to pursue joining the EU back. But Keir Starmer tried that, has been working on that process. So now Burnham just wants to sort of like fast track that process, but he needs an approval rating from the other EU member nations that Boris Johnson was throwing mud at. Boris Johnson was the guy, the previous prime minister, saying, no, we don't need the EU. The EU is doing this. The EU is making decisions for us. All those manner of noises he was busy making. Now, another prime minister, 4 prime ministers later, is now trying to find or fast track a way back into the EU. And on the EU level, it's basically when all those 27 member nations have to say yes to allowing the UK back in. But you can see how quickly the process works.
I think part of the the good thing about the EU when it comes to governance is that it was an open secret for them. It actually not an open secret. It's an open secret in Africa, but not for the EU, because for them, you just have a bunch of prime ministers, and and monarchies that are constitutional monarchies now. Yeah, and Africa has the same, a family-oriented type of leadership structure at the top, but we don't want to talk about that. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, we don't want to, to address the reality at the table that a lot of African countries are barely democratic. What you have is just a bunch of family members that that have created some kind of revolving door politics where they have their fingers into everything political and economics. And you have the wife is has that position, the daughter has that position, the husband has that position, the niece and the nephew, they are all, call it a strategic power distribution within a family structure. At this point, you may as well just remove the word democracy and call it a monarchy for a lot of African countries, and that would qualify. Yeah, but I feel like this is not. It's not even an elephant. This is a woolly mammoth, fully grown woolly mammoth in the African Union. Who is going to bring that up?
No one.
No one is going to bring that up.
No one is going to bring it up. No one will attempt to bring it up.
Nope.
Because if you ask the particular question, Ahmed, when I said literally, I don't see a clear picture of the integration successfully happening, right? I don't see any of it. At this AU thing, at this AU Special Technical Committee engagement here in Windhoek, there's a report that the same committee is championing for people, visitors, media, us, to basically download and read. And this report, Helmut, is based on migrant labor. Much of the speeches that were also given there was a discussion about workers or migrant workers and protecting their jobs and protecting their futures. And technically the engagement here in Windhoek is about the welfare systems of member nations and how to have like cross-border collaboration in terms of that. Because at the heart of this, you can immediately see AFCFTA will pop up.
Yeah, definitely.
And if AFCFTA pops up, much of these particular sort of like 54, 55 member nation templates need already to be in order. But why is it taking so long? Why are things taking so long?
Oh, no. Thank you for bringing that up. One of the reasons why the implementation of single currency have failed for all the blocs that I looked at, that's COMESA, SADC, the East African Community, and then you throw in the ECOWAS guys, is because you have some countries that belong to more than one bloc.
Yes, Kenya is at fault for that. Kenya is a
DRC.
major headache for that.
DRC is both a member of the East African Community and SADC.
Yeah, and it also is the central, that one that we discovered with this, that has the one central bank, who went and spoke about a central bank for Africa.
Yeah.
Remember those guys?
Yeah.
DRC also has some linkages because it was just on the other side of the Congo River, you find the other Congo, and then on the other side of that country's border, you find Chad and Central African Republic.
Yeah.
It's most those cluster of guys.
Uganda on the neighboring to DRC.
Yeah. And dimensions of such things are usually about, okay, who actually benefits, or is this actually sort of like an exercise of altruism, meaning we're doing this for the better good of all our economies. For example, you can clearly see in the European context,
it's France and Germany. France and Germany had to convince the other guys. France and Germany had to say, we manufacture the most. We are basing the euro on our economies. If you want to borrow money, you borrow technically out of our economies. And technically that's what the Greeks, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Irish, and the Italians said yes to. But the Italians technically are part of France because they was part of the G7, Italy. Because they're also a massive producer, a massive manufacturer. But all these guys went and said, yeah, sure, not a problem. Let's base the euro banking and the euro economy on your two economies, with the other economies just playing sort of like support in that scenario. Now, you're going to ask this question, Helmut, and I'm going to ask this question. Whose economy will the AU, economic integration, be based upon? Whose currency is strong enough? Whose currency will be strengthened through that? Because believe you me, the South Africans won't say yes. Believe you me, even the Namibians won't say yes. I know we won't say yes, Helmut. I know the Zambians and the Angolans won't say yes to lose the Kwanzaa and the Kwacha.
I don't think they are going to ask.
They're just going to adopt.
It's one of the adoption requirement.
Yeah.
One of the adoption requirement that I have seen in all this come up with a new currency for regional integration is that especially the East African community, they have these very specific outlines of this the requirements that a country must meet. That basically all the countries in the East African community have to meet in order for them to come up with with that single currency. And you see, a speech was given at their annual event, I think, earlier this month. Yeah, where their current president pointed out that we are nowhere near meeting the requirements that we have set up in order for us to have a single currency. We are not even trying. We are nowhere near.
But he didn't even say what she.
Yeah.
So it's Tanzania's boss. Tanzania's president.
No, Suluhu Hassan. Suluhu Hassan out that name I know. That one, she has a different name.
So is she like a government appointed person, but not a national leader?
I have a part of a speech that I basically just added to my article. That was that. This was revealed. No, just the start paragraph above, where other regional blocks on the continent, like the East African Community and the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, that's COMESA, all have similar plans. Plans that have not taken off the ground for multiple reasons. According to Kenyan Wall Street, it's like a financial magazine or media, entity they have.
Yeah.
Now, the East African Community plans to launch a single currency is facing hurdles for widening gaps between institutional preparedness and economic reality. This is the same thing that we are seeing with the African Africa Energy Bank. Yeah. But now, interesting enough, the Africa Energy Bank, 3 countries, I think 4 or 5 countries ran for, like a competition or some kind of vote on who should host the headquarters of that bank. And now South Africa, Nigeria actually won the race to host the headquarters of the Africa Energy Bank, beating, I believe, Benin, South Africa, and Ghana. Now, back to the East African community. The reason why now the institutional preparation and economic reality that is hindering the implementation of the East African community from implementing its regional integration single currency was revealed in the regional, it was revealed during the East African Community's financial year 2026-2027 budget speech that was recently delivered by Council of Ministers Chairperson Rebecca Kadaga to the East African Legislative Assembly. And Rebecca Kadaga revealed that only 4 of the bloc's 8 partner states have achieved the protocol's 8% headline inflation ceiling. The budget speech also pointed out that only 2 member states have met the requirement to hold foreign exchange reserves equivalent to at least 4.5 months worth of imports. 2 countries. And this only 2
Namibia
countries.
on average holds about 6 months worth.
Only 2 countries out
Have-
of how
have-
many? Out of how many? In
Out of 8.
12.
2 out of 12.
Yeah, that means 10 did not. And she listed about 5 requirements that just keeps darker the more you read.
Yeah.
So they had to push the whole thing to 2031, I believe.
From when?
Mm,
This year.
2024.
From 20.
They're supposed to, to bring about the whole currency, similar regional currency for regional integration in 2024, and that deadline is obviously way past.
I think there's a lot of mistrust in Eastern Africa.
For SADC, it was supposed to be in 2018, and we are in 2020. And there is a very excellent diplomatic excuse over why that didn't happen on the SADC website. Obviously, this didn't happen, but we achieved this and this. I'm like, seriously? You didn't achieve anything?
And I also suspect nobody would have, in the SADC scenario,
Yeah.
part of that reasoning probably was that nobody would have wanted the South African rand to replace their currency. Even though Angola collects,
This is more political, isn't it?
it is, Helmut. It makes things difficult because this technically means this is a discussion that has to go through our parliaments.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely have to go through.
Okay, in a SADC sense, and even like in a Kenyan sense, yes, because we've seen now every time how William Ruto has to eat humble pie every time. So for the decisions he makes, because in many cases, it's things that he gets dragged to the Constitutional Court by NGOs,
Yeah.
like the
Kenyan High Court and Supreme Court, or the
health- that
American
health
President
act
health,
thing.
health strategy.
yeah, that was an NGO.
Yeah.
That dragged them to that court.
Yeah.
It wasn't even other political parties. It was an NGO.
Yeah, I think this is the good thing about having civil society organization. Remember, even during during Zuma Zuma administration in South Africa. What's
Yeah.
this? The nuclear deal with Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 2 NGOs. And recently, with it was a bunch of NGOs in Africa and Switzerland that told Nestle, that's a lot of sugar you are putting in that kids, a kid's breakfast.
now Traore
that
is-
is
and now
that's
Traore is
way
using it.
above.
And now Traore is using it as in part of his political speeches.
I mean, it's very catchy. I would use it too. And you have a lot of African NGOs that basically came together and they pointed that out. Look, I think NGOs have their more like NGOs, or basically civil society organizations, have their own pros and cons, especially when it comes to implementation. Sometimes they can be a pain in the behind.
Yeah.
But sometimes they can come in very handy in terms of, like complementing the checks and balances in terms of power distribution between the 3 main branches that we have in a democratic society. Now, here's the thing. So, apart from the eureka moment that you just gave me, which is, my God, this is it's in a political arena, so it's obviously going to have some political aspect to it.
Yeah.
But the economic requirements that are basically put in place, like especially for the East African community, because I read that one up, extensively. So there are economic requirements that are set in place that must be met. And if you look up, the African Union's single currency, the African Union's single currency, it turns out it's also it's embedded in the African Union Charter from the it's in the very founding document, the implementation of a single currency. I never really understood, in the beginning why Gaddafi was singing it a lot about coming up with with the African Central Bank, Africa wise like a single currency. Until I basically, sort of like try to, to understand things from a legislative perspective, that everything that's being brought up, like, take for example in Parliament, it's most likely going to have, illegal backing. There's a piece of legislation that backs up the point that's being made. Otherwise, then you will have to explain everything from let's start an act of parliament, and then that act of parliament is going to have all these authorities and all that. But I think the African Union's idea from the beginning was that have all these different blocks, like you have your ECOWAS and COMESA, and we have a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Now you must have all these guys have their own, regional currencies. I don't know how we are going to now bring all this together to merge them into one. I don't think the African Union thought that one through, considering the leadership differences on the African continent. I think that's going to be a very tricky one. But economic-wise, the East African Community one made for a sobering reading, and I think that's easily applicable to pretty much the entire continent in terms of economic progress. And the El Nino prediction, and when you factor in things like the ongoing Ebola and the article that HT shared, and the African News article on the African Development Bank weather experts talking to Reuters about the possible El Nino. One thing that's pointed out is that African countries' economies are already struggling because of the economic fallout coming out of the war in the Middle East between Iran, Israel, and the US.
Yeah.
Now, we already have a lot of catching up to do development-wise because of the whole colonialism thing, and we have a lot of power struggle in between on how the country should be run. And you have this very clear and very very I think very historically interesting picture in terms of looking back to what happened to a lot of countries, African countries, when they achieved their independence. And that's transpiring in Senegal right now. You have two guys that were basically friends, came to power, and then they started falling out on how they should run the country. And now you have all these disagreements, and you have all these kinds of political parties in all of these individual countries making, and they have their own, we each have our own different problems. Throw that, throw in the COVID-19 pandemic, and you have the war in the Middle East, and you have the Russia-Ukraine war, and a possible El Nino. That's a lot of things. You see, every time that I look at this, every time that we have discussions like this, I keep going, you know what, public office can stay. I think I'm good. That's a lot of headache.
I wanted to add on the dimensions of understanding through how laws are obviously made. Now, Namibia obviously has that particular thing that it recognizes. Anything made at an AU level and any other particular association that Namibia is part of, those laws can be adopted into Namibia, which is also from a UN level scenario, as long as there are no direct conflicts of one or other scenario. But I want to point to Namibia's action, Helmut. Namibia's actions on the ground. What we are seeing is that Namibia is trying to look good with the AFCFTA adoption. But we all know that it's another country that has to do this. We all know it's another country. or the other countries, the other African countries. The other worrisome scenario is obviously also one based upon we are already busy with climate adaptation strategies in Namibia's context, Helmut. We, as Namibia, we're already busy with our climate adaptation scenarios. We're already busy with a green industries rollout. We're already busy with how is Namibia going to respond if one of these oil wells there out in the sea are going to get their final investment decisions to be made. For some reason, people are willing this thing into operation. For some reason, they are willing this thing into operation.
What do you mean?
You know, have you ever gone to a church and people are like, I am willing away my debts. I am praying away my debts.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that is the same explainer I'm using. For some reason, people are looking at this discussion of that oil as willing Namibia's prosperity into reality.
Like it's going to be some kind of a silver bullet.
If the first barrel gets pumped, which remember to Robin Sherborne's analysis at the start of the year,
Yeah.
what he cited, they just don't know as civil society. Is Namibia betting on a decision later this year coming through? Or is Namibia being clever in terms of its budgeting and decision making and saying, listen, let's put things from this nature on hold and we focus our development process and development budget on those particular goals.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of actions, it seems like Namibia, in the collection of African countries, has made up its mind. We've made up our mind.
Mm.
Our mind, Helmut, is one based upon us. Us, just us. Us, only us, and just us. I know we try to look good and special with like these AU engagements that started like today.
Yeah.
Helmut, if you sat through that thing, yesterday, our MCs, they know how to brag about us, but okay. I thought we were a humble nation, but
Nah,
people were,
we're not.
The one MC was Namibian.
Yeah.
She's
Rubbing it in
bragging. I'm
everyone's
like,
face.
okay. Bringing things forward. The concern that we have to achieve,
Yeah.
and that's on the continent. I'm now taking things back to the continent level. Let me just quickly open up this document again. The concern that we've got to address here is, for example, in the rest of that chapter 4, they've got other sub-chapters there. Is the one which looks at food systems that have to be adapted to the climate. Then you have to protect ecosystems. Now, currently already, there are, even in a Namibian context, there are Namibians who don't understand why ecosystems need to be protected, and
Yeah.
you cannot go and farm there. You may not go and farm there. Then there's other dimensions of enhancing climate resilient and low carbon energy and infrastructure systems, which also now once again is a bunch of higher grade English words and vocabulary that was used there. If you try to now mince that down and filter it down to the ordinary person on the street, this technically means climate resilient, for example, infrastructure like not using cement for construction, or not using wood for construction, chopping down a tree to make a structure, or using low carbon energy, meaning don't burn anything or make smoke or anything, building this new pieces of infrastructure. The downside is literally, how are you communicating that to the person on the ground? Who? Where? How? At that, I don't want to say ridiculous training I went to last week, but I used the word already. I'm sorry.
Yeah, be kidding me.
I will use the word already.
Yeah.
I sat there for the first 3 days, Helmut, technically knowing too much. I felt like that kid that was deliberately held back in a grade, but because the kid already knows what they
from previous years' exposure to the syllabus, already knows what the syllabus for this year will be,
Yeah.
because the kid was already there,
Yeah.
just knows all the answers. I just went up until the Wednesday. I couldn't take it anymore for the last 2 days. The dimension that comes through from what was being spoken about there was that we have to understand the current laws that you've got. What do they do to provide for climate resilience, climate mitigation, and even dealing with like acts of environmental damage, for example? Remember Uys with its gaping holes that haven't been rehabilitated?
Yeah.
And then the local community there wanted to throw it on the company, the new mining company that wanted to come and put up shop there. And because the most fundamental thing was missing, public engagement,
Yeah.
that is what happened. Now, we have to ask the question on the continent has been, all these other African countries, are they doing public engagement, public stakeholder engagement for climate resilience, resilient discussions? Because, Helmut, there's no way that you can tell me you've got to achieve certain goals, but I'm not seeing public engagement.
Remember that presidential foreign investment board organization that was started by one man in Nigeria? That the
The
president,
disputed one.
yeah, the president now had to come out and start investigating after they realized that the organization was so legit. The homeboys, was now meeting with foreign investors and foreign dignitaries on behalf of the president, when the president had no idea this person was doing this. Now, remember when I kept saying that how can someone pull off something like this if you have public engagements? And you told me that I'm looking at this from a Namibian perspective.
Yeah.
What that gave me is that I have a sneaky suspicion this whole consultation thing that we are taking for granted here is not practiced by a lot of countries.
No.
And that's the only way someone can go out there and start an organization without raising any red flags. Because
I mean, even much in South Africa.
Yeah.
Man. Even much, ne? The ignorance
yeah,
between the protesters,
Yeah.
ne, was not satisfied or was not met by local politicians from their country
Yeah.
going out and explaining to them, hey guys,
this is how things work.
this is how things work.
Yeah.
Now Ghana wants to go and open up a court case at the ICC against South Africa for crimes against humanity. The same exact kind of court case South Africa wanted to bring against Israel. But South Africa's image is one literally of a blender. I mean, it can blend one direction and it can blend the other direction. It can give you two formats of liquid.
I think South Africa's South Africa's image, especially in relations to xenophobia, it's I think the South African government the South African government, I'm sorry to say, is at fault here, because this is something that has been going on for a while. They should have addressed it years ago. Yeah, like if they just wanted to put in the effort to address that problem, they would have. But they, for some reason, just started looking at it as an afterthought, because this is not the first time that foreign nationals are being caught in local public anger that's most likely fermented by economic disparities for the most part.
Yeah.
This is not the first time. This is not the first time that Mozambican and especially Zimbabweans have been caught in a crossfire of South Africa's xenophobic tendencies.
Yeah.
So I think this one have been. I think because of that, it's been tolerated for a very long time. So it just kept going worse and worse, and now they have South Africa has an international image to clean.
Well, the international image, Hamid, is also one now of primarily what that action is causing in the broader continental discussion. Primarily because we have to see how the integration will take place
under this new particular stress.
Yeah.
From a Namibian perspective, I am seeing that Namibia doesn't really put AU values to the forefront. We rather put UN values to the forefront and partner values. I mean, case in point specifically, our president just 2 weeks back, not last week, the week before, and the week before, president went to Namibia's 2 largest trading partners. Now the president just has to go to the EU as the 3rd largest trading partner. So clearly, you can immediately see who Namibia values up front. In South Africa, you should have seen what that discussion was like, Helmut. That just that first night in terms of the high level engagement. It seemed like it's like siblings, family meeting each other. I don't know why the South Africans are so overly friendly with us, but yeah, and even with Botswana, when
I mean, we were, well, former conjoined twin.
but it looks like a sibling, family get together.
Yeah.
Same was also when President Nandin Daitwa went to China the week before.
Yeah.
It looked like we were at a family gathering,
Just having a good time.
Just-
Talking about trade. Oh, these are your industries. Oh, these are your institutions.
and flying
Nice.
to 5 cities,
That's a lot
5
of
major
flying.
industrial cities, in order to understand the extent of what Namibia can tap into. So you don't hear any other African country showing up and being this purposeful on its own particular agenda. Now, this is where this just reinforces my point. We are thinking about us first. Now, remember, just
That
a little
makes
bit earlier,
sense.
I mentioned the oil discussion.
Mhm.
Let me add another point in terms of what that action plan of AU wants to also look into. That action plan, Helmut, then goes on to promoting low carbon, resilient mobility and transport systems. Now, what is low carbon, resilient mobility and transport systems? Low carbon means no fossil fuel. Are we communicating this to the DRCs? To the Egypts? Who's Africa's most populous? It's most Nigeria.
Okay, here's the thing. When you say that, are we communicating this with the Nigerians and Egyptians?
And the DRCs.
I had no idea I've been making you famous this whole time.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been looking at myself as well.
Okay,
So I've just been there on one frame the whole time. So for the next 20 minutes, guys. Yeah, for the next 20 minutes.
terrible at multitasking.
It'll be Helmut now that you'll be seeing.
Anyway, I think this is a part of the problem. It's like we all have skeletons in our closets that every time that we meet, especially during the annual, annual sessions at the African Union, we don't want to address. I don't think the president of Cameroon wants to have a conversation around term limit. I don't think Kagame and
And Musa Vikes.
Museveni want to have that conversation either.
Because
Yeah.
Bra Musa Vikes doesn't want to.
And
I don't think he even sees an end to his term. Him and Paul Biya. But we know Biya doesn't know where he is. In which term he is.
No, the thing is, well, okay. Yeah, you have a good point there.
We know Paul Biya doesn't know where he is. And which term. Don't worry, guys. That happens with us men.
Welcome to Africa.
We start losing cognitive ability at a certain age level. That's why last week we were talking about magnesium and iron tablets and supplements.
Uh-huh.
Hint, hint.
Yeah, so now that's you have a lot of leaders that would not want to have a discussion around term limit. And you have a lot of countries like Namibia that would not want to have a discussion around, hey, what's up with the green hydrogen and oil at the same time?
Do you need toiletries and household cleaners? You won't get it cheaper than at USave up to the 7th of June. Get 250mm jars of Vaseline for only 25 Namibian dollars. Smell fresh with Playboy roll-on deodorant for just 18.99 Namibian dollars. Get 2 kilograms of Surf's hand washing powder for just 49.99 Namibian dollars. Get 750ml Sunlight dishwashing liquid for 28.99 Namibian dollars. And get 2 boxes of Cares Maxi sanitary pads for only 12.99 Namibian dollars. USave, where else?
You save, we all save at You Save. You save, where else? 15 minutes left to the hour of 7. You are listening to Home Run with Helmed and Dwight on Eagle FM. But before we continue, let's take a live read.
Vivice University for the 2027 applications that are now open for the Faculty of Health Sciences for the following programs. Certificate for Enrolled Nurse, Midwife or Accoucheur Level 6, Certificate in Pharmacy Level 5, Diploma in Environmental Health Sciences Level 6, Bachelor of Social Work Honours, Bachelor of Nursing and Midwifery Science Honours, Postgraduate Diploma in Community Health Nursing Level 8, Postgraduate Diploma in Occupational Health and Safety Level 8, Postgraduate Diploma in Mental Health Nursing Level 8, Master of Public Health and the Master of Occupational Health and Safety. For more information, call 081-403-6406. Velvice University, where everyone is an achiever.
Right, so we have 14 minutes to wrap up. So the solution.
Yeah, Hamud, to you, what does promoting low carbon, resilient mobility and transport systems sound like?
Energy transition. in
Mobility.
in transport.
Yeah. Means
Electric
no
cars.
fossil fuels, electric cars,
Yeah. Electric
integrated,
bikes, electric.
efficient public transport. Do you see any of that happening on the African continent?
No.
We've got how many oil producers? There's Nigeria, there's
You have
Equatorial
Angola.
Guinea, Gabon,
Yeah.
Angola, Mozambique.
Ish.
Namibia is about to step into that.
Yeah.
Tanzania, Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Morocco. I'm already at 11 countries. No, I'm at 17 countries. No, 11, sorry. Who else? Mali. It's a ton of countries. It's literally a ton of countries. So
Dwight.
Huh?
Africa Energy Bank
yeah,
is a collaboration idea between Afri-Exim Bank
yeah,
and the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APPO.
yeah. And how many are there?
Now the APPO guys, I know that the three guys that fought for the three guys that fought to host the central bank, the headquarter of that bank, South Africa and Nigeria, and South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, and South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, and Benin. Oh no, there's one heck of a list here. Oh boy, Tanzania.
Yeah, I mentioned Tanzania.
Oh,
You mentioned Ghana and Benin, so that makes it 13 countries.
let me just get a whole full list because they only have members. They only have just one giant, flags here. Our members, they just decided to show off their flags, as part of our members.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
make it at around 20. Let me just push it up
yeah.
to 20.
Uh,
Namibia is there. I see
Uh,
us. I see our flag. Yes. I even see who's that? Hamud. They're next to Ghana. Namibia, Ghana, and
they say Uzbekistan. This one here.
yeah,
That's Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan.
Nigeria.
What? What? I thought you were mispronouncing a name. I thought it was Uzbekistan. You went like Uzbekistan.
No. I think it's from the pidgin English word, abeg, which is used a lot in Nigeria. So in the meme world, they just decided to take that word and add stan to it. And
Uzbekistan. It sounds very closer to that one opening scene in what's that game that I played, Red Dead Redemption,
yeah.
where the character John Marsden comes up to the fort where his former sort of like crime friend is holed up in, and he goes like, "I implore you," and then the character comes back, "You implored me." He put an S there where there was not supposed to be an S. But yeah,
Anyway,
getting back.
now, here's your list. You have Algeria. Yeah, you have Algeria, Angola, Benin, Cameroon, Benin. You know, if you are African, you know that every time people talk about witchcraft, think Benin. The very same way that if you are in Namibia, when they say witchcraft, they think Abango, Zambezi, a little bit of Ndonga on the side.
In Namibia, when you speak about witchcraft, you have to give people like varying degrees. You give them that mind map that the industrial psychologist gives you in terms of where's your character, what kind of a person are you.
You know one weird thing about stereotypes? Anyway, you have Benin, Cameroon, Chad, and then you have a Republic of Congo. That's Congo Brazzaville. You have DRC, Cote d'Ivoire, Egypt, Equatorial Guinea. You have Gabon, Ghana, Libya, Namibia, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, and South Africa. That's about 18 or 19 countries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 20 countries. Now, factor those guys in, Helmut, and ask yourself, promoting low carbon, resilient mobility and transport systems basically speaks towards, let's abandon, who's that? What's that?
Observer state,
Morocco. Who? I can't see from here, Helmut.
Venezuela.
Venezuela!
When I tell you guys I love my continent.
Yeah, we are
I'm not
confused.
joking.
Yeah, this continent, we are confused. But anyway.
Yeah, the observer state since 2021.
Okay, so it was given to them.
Mm,
It was given to them. But, I mean, okay, our oil, the African oil, most probably is way different from the Venezuelan current.
Oh, in terms of chemical component, maybe even
Yeah.
viscosity, chemical structure, yeah.
Yeah, all that. And it potentially that other products can be made from it versus what they can make from it.
Yeah.
Now, low carbon resilient mobility speaks towards having public infrastructure that works for all.
Yeah.
Speaks towards that same public infrastructure being affordable for all.
Yeah.
Now, Windhoek, back in last month, or at the start of this month, went and announced the smart city strategy. Remember the document that I couldn't get my hands on? Because when I asked one of the councillors who was the team leader of this particular strategy document, I asked him, so councillor, can we get a copy of the document? No, it first has to go before council. And you're like, now how are you launching a document? And the thing is not even yet at council as yet. But anyway, let's not break eggshells over nothing. So Namibia, or Windhoek itself, wishes to bring in, Helmut, a commuter rail system that runs all the way from Karatura and Ochomisa. Let me just add Ochomisa in there. All the way through to Riebos. Through Windhoek, it runs like this. To Riebos. Ne?
Okay, so
I
let me
don't know
guess.
when that will take place. I don't know with what budget that will take place, because that will definitely be in US dollar or euro.
Yep.
It won't be in yuan. It won't be in yen. It won't be in rand. It'll definitely be in dollar. It won't even be in ruble. So when you look at that scenario now, it is for the best part, it looks like a good plan. It looks like a nice plan. And that plan is a plan that comes through from the UN Habitat. Like I said a little bit earlier, Namibia's actions
Yeah.
is not actions that tries to follow AU commitments. Namibia's actions follows UN commitments. So Namibia's actions are purposeful. Our actions are about, let's sort our things up. Let's align with the UN, because we can clearly see at the AU level. There's a lovely Afrikaans phrase I'd like to use here, but we can technically see it's just a whole bunch of confusion. People don't know what they want for their countries at the AU level.
You know, on the sort of like clinging on to non-renewable sources of energy, which is basically Namibia and a lot of other African countries that we have on this list, that, as you can imagine, came together and decided, you know what, this whole energy transition, maybe it's taking a little too fast. And Africa needs to industrialize. That means we need affordable and efficient energy, and affordable, reliable, and efficient energy. That means we need time. We have to transition on our own time in this whole energy transition, and feel like we are being rushed into, we're being rushed through the transition process. So, so then you saw the Afri-Exim Bank, which is a import-export bank, and you have a bunch of 15 to 18, almost 20 African countries that are major oil producers on the continent. That basically came together with Afri-Exim Bank and said, you know what, we have to come up with our own financial structure that will finance non-renewable sources of energy initiatives, because we know that the Western financial institutions that we rely on to finance this type of projects, they are not willing. They are more reluctant, and that's even an understatement. They are even more reluctant to finance non-renewable source of energy.
Yeah,
that sounds to me like we are sitting with a significant part. Okay, all these countries, obviously, oil contributes a lot because it's an extractive industry. It has a very high return on investment, which is why it's known for bringing all this Dutch case disease. Because of that high return on investment, it's a major contributor to a lot of African countries' economies. So it's not. I don't think it's something that we are willing to let go just to save the environment. That's why we are seeing a lot of what seems to be low-key pushback to the transition. Yeah. So this is like telling the the Americans to diversify from a war economy, which has been this has been running for a very long time. When your namesake was leaving office, he gave them a very colorful speech about how powerful the military-industrial complex was becoming, and how the whole economy was sort of like being reoriented towards a war economy. And when you have an economy that's tailored towards war, you will always have wars. So now, look, retransitioning that economy from a war economy into, industrialization after they have shipped much of their industries away from the continent, away from their country, is going to take a very long time, and until then, conflicts are just going to pop up left, right, and center. And this is not the first time that, I'm drawing that example from transatlantic slavery. During the height of transatlantic slavery, during the height of slavery in the U.S., especially in the South, slaves were considered property. And just like any properties, they were used as collaterals. And the U.S. basically went to, the Civil War was because there was a part of the country that wanted to get rid of slavery. There was part of the country that whose industry was heavily reliant on that slavery. So that means you are looking at a multi-billion-dollar, if not multi-trillion-dollar economy that was being threatened at the time.
Yeah.
So no one was willing to just toss away. Of course, there were a lot of moral questions associated with this, but well, now, if they went to war to protect enslaving others, I don't think you have African countries that will just say, you know what, let's just save the environment and, let's just close down all our oil industries. And that's not going to fly.
No, it's not going to happen.
It's
definitely not going to happen. And it's also going to be a discussion, Helmut, about the biggest thing is how the local content policy involvement takes place.
Yeah.
Now, before we end, basically, because I only have 20 seconds left just to add this on, we obviously will see a whole bunch, just for the listeners to know, a whole bunch of things happen between August and November this year.
Yeah.
But before we continue and before we end off, let's take the ad break and we come back after it.
esira shisho oyotari kukwathere opovorokara wasira yakweni ochisho watuchithana basic mental health first aid course haiganjwa oshari chamhongi kwamboka iri iyo yo NHP watapewa unongo nonseo nahene una okutongorora omadhidhiriko gopetameko genacha nupyakadhi nenge omathindakano gopamadhiladhilo kuchane omokatiko kuumekoe nenge aanilonga pamwe nangoe osho otopewa unongo nkene una okuyakwathela nokuyapa eyambidhidho yili mondjila omanga uupyakadhi boka inawuludalala kuuyelele owundji nankene unokala wiishangitha talelapo epandja yawo yo nhp.com.na empango nomalandulathano odo dhina okulandulwa. NHP, rooted in care for you.
Your health, your life, your peace of mind. NHP, we're about you.
Care that helps you care for others. That's the basic mental health first aid course, free for NHP members. You'll learn how to spot early signs of mental or emotional distress in friends, family, or colleagues, and how to guide them to the right support before small struggles become bigger problems. Learn more and register for free at nhp.com.na. T's and C's apply. NHP, rooted in care for you.
Your health, your life, your peace of mind. NHP, we're about you.
And of course, that brings us to the end of Home Run for today. Until tomorrow, same time, same place from me. Y'all have a good one.
My side, dear listeners, enjoy the rest of your evening in our company with the next program to follow on after the break.
Omutiha gutekirwa kaguna matina omjo chikao shafathana na longe shifa ya eshiwike moshiwana iye moyawo otaingongotitha mwene anange shifa ya Namibia ompito ombwana wa olonjika tseithane na omayakulo niilandithomwa yoye yongeshefa yoye okupitira mo Eagle FM Media House ngoye twende twiimemeha uukakombanga nena kala omukwashilipaleki guyimwepo yomoopologama dhetu moambo dhengela Selma konola 81 oniyali Eagle FM, the eye.
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Ace, I'm planning an event for next weekend, and I don't know how to best get people to hear about it.
Saima, don't worry about those small things. Contact Eagle FM today. Eagle FM has a dedicated team that can travel anywhere countrywide to broadcast live at any event, such as a promotion, organizational launch, anniversary, wedding, funeral.
Natupandule o vakota vetu pemba kukujako venduka pakongashinga olilimo makia na Rwanda pamwena kuruma kanango kashibutesha nangoro damtenya samane o elipoti tupukurula nokututula kofola na wala kuntala aye nungashine masamani denga pome 25 ano bashike okupula ngoma kayo nkurupe ndena apitire kwa ame amenda ndafikivye shashi a korunu ya vine kerwa wita drukali nalisha kongo diamandi lesheleko tankala ne antumu kwa ame ama icho ndafikifa shosho shiwasho aike kingi joji ita ipona ndenande natubobifiwa kutwabisha karabetu landula o Eagle FM eshuana no shuano sho Eagle FM no ngene monena o ndio tekucha tunoshipopiwa shetu osho tashipopie hombo ya o ndio tonkuruno enga popie shilimeti tio kana tukaloverera shetu kino mateke nyala pengo kalilo popaja pengo kalilo moruteku we akutekurwa betolirwa nyama atakuti pengo kalili keke kupene ini yashono kwete wafuno nyama ya kula aye pimpandura natungole shaponsa mane kingi George mangina tuange inatuanje mbako kakuruno nga karandishimo tate George
kakuru
18
kakishika
oh ina mwena unkunda topo zeke shiwala tujuri
Porque tu guapo me que no me sabes que la ciudad tira que muy no gino mando me coca música tan ahí tu tem mira que nan dia se kufuka o veto ahora puesto ojalá la música
ayo ndilino fikiriwa paka boba andeto nuteta teto maka oh nyomulina wa
Keshikucha.
na joji ngova kwetu
Mapoko ahula.
kamba
Ang yage wali na mapoko.
oh ai mbolina tukale ko bana etu ai bana tatuko gane
Kima kuna ngai wale ka.
oh amba amu iwalete
Eskashi ama mapoko ko kile.
oh tate ko rumano neno tunamushike
Yeah, nina natutandresho studio watatu studio mambako igere fema kuzira kondangwa nina atwakara monata tekuru baba ni mwasokere ya penanga ini mainjia pitira mithiwa kalo detu imo pei pitira imina tu ya dana tango imo ili monjira imo itu ishia kwa ni matai tu handinga tai tu kongo kucha hey pano moni ko mapuko
aluka
kom mukure pona
que no kwa liko shifuro kom kofora
sí no kwa yo simbo jonara samana ta hey puma hono mwango pomhudu
acheko dibo hitalongo
tenye temo mwende pona tamo mithiwa kalo tati tu kongo
iri nependo kati wetwange pola pokati
teti ko mithiwa kalo tati nalwande tati tu kongo mwete tipo dimo tati tu kulandura na tamo ya atuko pya kombinga yo tuna o hango de peni ndakwatira mungane no shi unene twaningi sikwa tupinande lo mithilo akawa ninena tutare ko hango de twendo do pa Europa o shi Europa kucha ano odiritu monjira atu diningeni nganga shitweda dereni
yeah
nenge pamutowe da ko shimwena tukusa ko imwe
yeah
penanga mapuko ga mwiri potino ku parika ndane kutumbula nando mtu utazimembo takahokana arale kwa kuhe nenge takahokana arale kwa ko ina no hegona ndero takaruka antu elimo mitimwi mwiri mota na kwa mwomo ta maru takatiwa mo miti oshikia shikani lwa membo
tandani ina lelekerwa munti ikuli ya telekerwa membo pa mafi
paive no hegona utatumbuishe iti no ni kwa shike o matemba no ni uma no magano ta kusa membo ta fara
aivo tonge ni hegona ya popi atina wenewe mbona tatelekere munti hemo tapero mona mushingo be
titi alino mona antuta ya no ya kohango ndo ya leko o elimo o nyama dirimo mutrera muya elimo tarina kukadia no ya ko no fende ya hiyo ya ko ta kulire uya mutaya no membu inaenda na shiende kashika ishicho
amukonfio shashini ngoka tekuruko ya shidira
ai ndati garura ko kwa shehoka shigarura ko ngaho kawakaraho ai King George mwesa ike ngepo muna shicho yaja atushifuta kena ndonena ya garuka kwa shikeo
sharongo ino mbo filiko
amaguyangeka nando kuyakane apuka kaiso platform yoku etapu ili maeni yanyo po
nga frake nyame ni kwa monda konde kromo studio
yenyo kae ni kongo diwa mwanzi
Kamosha ka ngi hoka
ngironga mwa plan nga mudenge ye ashota mwendele nyenga oka shashi no amwendo njire imwe ndepe ifu mwakara mwi ukengino ndio kucha umwakunda sana kucha napita meka hike setu mweno pita ya moka tiketu ai ngaita ndia moka akono ndenda ndeni tu hapo nalepo akorike oshantu kwa pjane nasho ndio te mwasekero kulia tutegera ngane tumwisa ne studio etu yemo etupe wire omwerera change na tukatuga sharing na tukatoporeni atugatopora saneni shashorunji atupopi nde ini mataipi koma kuzuka we haya ndafanga ile subire ko igerefe mo we shuvara ino faka we shuva tapopiwa ndo twete shapumbiwa tutaleni kucha omikalo omisirwa ko detu dono tasigapo tutadi kutulandula tatu handinga nenge dono tuno kulandula na tango nde inatuka kulandula inatuka onlandu adina tukara mo monjira adona ndena shatuka pyalina ndio tuche programa tega karanto ngeto iko mejo atuiko mejo tutale kucha ojete tu uire na tango konimano konimasho to kudenga kondano heta tunenda tulia tatu o kamano drimbali onano ngoi noimwe ngure tu studio.
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Ace, I'm planning an event for next weekend, and I don't know how to best get people to hear about it.
Saima, don't worry about those small things. Contact Eagle FM today. Eagle FM has a dedicated team that can travel anywhere countrywide to broadcast live at any event, such as a promotion, organizational launch, anniversary, wedding, funeral, political or traditional and church events, and basically any event that you wish to broadcast on a national level. Call them now and talk to Monica at 081-270-3727 or the office number 083-288-400. Eagle FM, the eye. Get social with us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and LinkedIn. Our handle is Eagle FM Namibia.
Eagle FM, the eye.
No matter where you are, if you have a mobile device, you can tune into Namibia's #1 folk radio station by downloading the Eagle FM app on the Google Play Store or on the Apple App Store. Download the Eagle FM app to tune into live Eagle FM programming or to listen to podcasts.
Ewa, tate kuru matu pangie, tate abang masa kena mulai tujuh nama program itu, tuai nama program itu. Tate kuru matu kena pemana?
Oh, tate kuru pandi pamu, pandi itu pamu pandi itu nanti pengruke.
Wafai di kokule nonggo di sini.
Ya, soalnya itu nggak itu. Otasi siapa pandi di pekat lino network kandu yang di pengruke.
Ewa, na tutare no nos kumurushorena, sono papo piranga angro ne tutare kuchatu shukitha peni. Otuna o hango hadi, ne do Europa. No pa.
Tera manga di pengruke kasona.
Ewa.
Ama itu na tutame ke sa spenya ko hape na network sandiri kumbarango kunde. NTC otetu iya kalau kita siapa mengaku ini pipe
na tuemo yaro na tu também tango shoya no programa ita tu o atpapi o hango de tu no do Europa o os kamishakuno panga tu kundatha namba shapa tathana no sa na proporciona shano hango Monatu kiada antara pa megumbo ndesho takagaruka tazi kongereka oino kugana miti na tango ndete tu opesh papiro nonare ngiki kambi tatu aho otakara tu edeko na tu ekomeho na tangucha na oshimashono puo otashikara jenga utashiri ya faina thimbi wapo piwa
tate korumongo diote itu weke kanisa kuchapa mupya kajulisen
paife
Paipo njina wanga.
Ewa. Pamwe na tuye mone kucha. Oshima shinongika, oshima shaningirwe petame kwa shike. Nde o paifo shaningo nkaro njigirire. Eta shirire nemos kwa nyama tuti. Shairango ne shafa ina ya fimbi. Ondakara tuye mone na tuye mure washo. Nande atushipo pya ruke kucha. Oshima shinota shiningwa ngine. Antu yarare kwa ya ikongereka azime umbo nde. Shota agaruka na karemo mitimanga omoyeri mono nde na ohego neta ya nde nini bati itumbwa mu meumbo yo monga ishino kushuna aitumbirwa moshike yaiko oshiki hai mu meumbo eta kutumbeta kundirwa meumbo ndini matai komeho ngero pena ne umwakala mepya tea mepya na tango oshima shono tashi ushibete ngini tate kuru mwashekele
alo nanti pandule tate kulu eshi we ya no to puloma wa hapo nere yo ikende na ponere shwana shishe o upaka jo ame kanduwe tereke ko ponsuru wakalo ndo nduwe teleo nando ke developa ilo ke kumo commercial developer chimba ngengo anchina manga ko politika kanike ngengo imobenduka munyata tekulu otokumwa ndeto ipla kucha obenduka teke yango bali kwenjira ngengo tashia kenjila chasi enjila ovede puneni nedita munula mapepi mborinya kwale uto dishona kwale uto dirimo maru ebe si uto daninga diapu opotata nego kutamunna mwenjila otabo haleke na abese mo kapite ngengo to ikironga kala wapendu konguru na wakuri moruanda jetwa ko malo ko kanta wi ndina bilo nikidlo na piwa no kucha uno na ola mtaka buka the same applies to shia komombo onkalo patungo mombo etu ako itusingenge to uinyo uka commercial wo eshingo ni tu hakupala oshongo numbolo ye unokulinga lata munu kama ngenge aso otoka kalondo omamiti nenali omotoka kumbira mutasi mumbu ito anam otunu taka ditete mangi nandia ko kontu wakalo wanyana omo atunga nai mumbu etoswa mbo kwatungwa nai aishi tangura tange umbola tungara turungu undu tabu mutum prikungo onno takulifa no fai la pango te yeka kalete ile pikungo tamuyo hango na pango tapaterevan to ati ne indeni muka kuliwe meps social ne mepcha o te shi kreki ni mudi baringa studi ko pileta te kolum metro handire ko ike ngari mo tanliwe mbwa ngengo mbwa ya dipa ko ne kaliwe mepcha ngenge ngata dipa dire mepcha o hango ka palino ku kalea leke wa mepcha ile ya kuliwa mepcha o so siple ndo sheta kwa tuhesi okulonge kidilo na kuiwa yakula na ntinandi kule mangapo ndi pule ngenge kune pulu amandi kwa mishe mawu.
Yeah. Nakyo kame ho?
Wate tatukuma ndo modeli na wata dupu ya mo. Chachu kusaka jobiku yopo ile nandiye kwa mishe na matumbulo tasini. Eshi ne tote kula chachu mesho ijemo yuteku esto tekula o tote kulokana kwe ndio kutokulokana akukapa ikuja ukalo okuka ya hakukapa ikikuliita ipalulo lutu okukapa ikikuliita ipalulo madiladiro ndi kuliita ipalulo madiladiro ngengo kuikwete iyo duru kupokana o madiladiro atamunukamo ngengo madiladiro yo kwa kipatela wo nana tamuchaka dinduwe penena nyowalu neno kupopya kela dio luha pushasu neno do hadipigi makakulu nu sasi bonge ngobe dipendu ngetinya donal ndo dilu me pali ibongo to dimbruka yongo kosimaso so nene pedro milongo mbadu tapete ngengo opa pedro podla teto ka pedro milongo mbadi nakula itakulva nongenge ndepa mpaka tikedro milongo mbadi kangopo wakani nglenduge pedro milongo mbadi nane inoshimingo shopene mashasi kasishela oso amna kulepo katiko podula tetesha daba nedro milongo mbadi na maneno hoskola ko ngiyo mtashi yako ko betwar weshi tati ko penduano ka popopoti pedro milongo mbadi nemo ka pedro milongo mbadi nane opo na tungilo opo na dale lopo ko pedro milongo ne na imu ya kutarwa ya kutunga okuja pedro milongo ne nemo ka pedro milongo amano otilo mkudlo penjel okuja pedro milongo amano ni matonyo to patere ko penjela yo malo udito usino ujo kuna longa cha pata chai ama idu kudalake na pedro milongo ya penelo ko pokati ko kudala no kutekula okano e kadala ko ni maye tulado o peno generation get ngabadi pokati ko kendi to kana ko ni ndile to esingota kya kapo to hango endu ngedo diriko kule diko 60 ko keliapa itamuka udapana ni nari nute kuno hutoka pe itauta diriko hakwate cha kesi no itakapota chike ini maye je amche chike ini maye ye afite zikane topi yes sasa kwa tunalo kuchakato kakulu practice taitika kakuli barimo mo forma ya kukapute kuto kaute kude ukapete momo ko tamwende nako tedi ngoke unangwe dulo milongo nande nato yo kunangwa nande tulambari kapete moko ko tamwina ndengo tamwende ngo to cheshinda line oje shina anka tane kumwe ngenge ndunge denikadiri ko kule eshitaka ndombolo ate kutuko na ndunge denikadiri ko kule otoka mwena kucha esha apini eshinya pime ombolo matwange ini miri tatu inokunengo chotete inandiala udatinge inandiala uhole ondahala uendel ukotingo penyero ko pokati ko kuholo on no pendelo pokati ke holo no nendel pokati ko dating no kotin chitu vange kwa kotingano nyundo ye ondalo no umbaleke engagement ayo odimo kota shipa mo pendela wapinda mokubale kamone ekeno malogi kidotino kwe muningila mushiba baji ngirwa popo kubale kapo kutoka no kavale po vale kano kato nai pinya kumbala kabi no kuno malongi kidota ningwa no kumbala macho kuno malongi kidota ningwa eshintamke ko page number ko stage number 3 ko stage na pio kuombola kate na mapulu atu ko pyapa o university na ko tenda Pebe kashi dinga. Kuna no abendele unaika nuhahol. Weshi wala bobe dari papatia to haji kwa kwiki. Ese guku fa posto ulombe noringo ya jara na. Ese ngoto kachame ni na mazado kwa chai ni nyoso no hango patilon kibagashtal. Ofrende bango bajako ngajela imo bajako kabango no kulia batalon kido shon shibilo shet. Obe nemme no umbo. Sika shibilo kashi lo dako shikumzaja ko ngajela. Ko ngajela ka kuine. Ko kuje kuli ku kwanya luli monton. Yo muti akulon kido hango kondombo kwanyama. Yesu mto bajako ko korundu. Nyo muri monton. Ngaho shige embalo dihatane. Ni mat popsap.
Pa ifenga shini meacha ngao tate mwasikiri. Onika garukenga kuwana wa nenge po. Tuana piese nga ni uke kominga shi yotari yako minga nyo.
Apeke ya kuwana wangengo to utuko kucha. Onsiru wakalo. O hawende. Onsiru wakalo kashoshima sasa. Shima shino mwenye. Kese ike pikutopenduka onsiru wakalo tamu yasa. Onsiru wakalo. Iya wende wapa ndonjasi pana. Ndonjasi pana. Ohende tanu kama omaubo como shotaita ya telo shitaso. Ndongina shipana wakati kama mango kuru ba yako komesho umwe ko ku ta kushikula ko onsi wakalo shuri ngaho. Eshi neuli nengaho awende ta ukulu ko no chimwe eshi ngomwe ya kondo ba munyo ngapo shima chimwe nyotamu ya mushi apply ya ku panyama. So nyotanta ko tishino kulogela kumenda ipi. Ngahonge ko utari onsi wakalo ko shima shaka niesha kalelinga shaka. Ushima ashende. Mopenda mo hatu drupenda atuhelele. Hatukufa mwini maii nda atupitike mwini maiwa. Tulipa mwendishi
Tulipa mwe.
Amo peke nda ombo lipo matu wange mapipao ongelo yangi shimo mwashutanga. Otakatu nemu ndapana alishomu. Nemu ndapana. Ndeku dende longo deku pulini meyo kontonga hiva la kuonda mako mtuwakala kontonga kuchaye kontonga shaka. Aitenge kwa ulima ndipolemi ni maini. Esu wadeng wanyambulango wati ni maini. Omwe bala kuye kange. La ese muhimi ba. Ngesinalo kontonga. Ela ori nene. Anu kontonga na mondisi korani. Nana vanwe mwende ndengala. Anjin plato nongo diatati. Yeah. Ndai pongo yo ongu numo. Naliti hidi mboga mzela. Malo punshi. Dala kucha kuinda ndaringe tokolo kucha amo matuange sheketati tajoko tapiti momu ya peyo shipanyamai potapiti straight o kamumbo desa o kamumbo amumbo la ngondo yidi kane narinde ndani ndenda pongulile ulapo potai kiendi tatange pi konto kundino kalupa le kancha kemo ndeko ni mako kalupa le kancha kemo kunonele ya kula ya njuka okunotenda ye otia pokalo pale kancha ke oko hapi ya kumungu yongalo posa tushava tempamba literally absate mutani kelini mai wa hapi yanje pokalo pale kancha ke mo yo ipa otaikuwa motenda shika yo tepicho pokalo pale kancha no okena melo mbali esi mutan tiko melo tamu ya mo tamunte yo tepiti pa utipa aita mondita ile ukapone leo numba ngemo ya kula ndiye tapi pokaru pale kenya ko ngelong po sabi mo ko ni ma tapi no kuma ngele anjo ka fi esitana milonga yetu tempa tapi ko no kun pata no Spanya manchi ndem pa no mal no mawang ni no matimu ngo ponten tumbuila pokaru pale kancha kemo ya ngasha kala po siku ni so son tati no sombo de shakala wina very opota mo kontenyu ya amto pili nanga ishiwa ya watu wa yenan komfu kikina tapo pini mai wa yota to tapo pini wa biwa oke aba ba mameme yota kutwa matinda ne ndane ndene muka hatele mpamina apeni ko ba ne ko tenda go wari esisa kanimba ko sinapia basi tingecho na pilon kile na singa tutungenya muumbo tatina tate kauluma na tupopenion kalut no kutungenya muumbo ngenga tutungenya muumbo tadu atudungo kuyakulila modani ilo atutungenya muumbo ani afite na pato kudile toka kala nenga chiri ponjene na nde toka kani hango tikadi wa mechane na kalo wa dikumbolo nandi khulilo kwa na boyen
taterabani otopopi ame mwene anditondoke yangu ngeno mamazi mwange okonje ondamona shinimbwani mamafikwana ndititongo kuchopeni murwa pamumba kwa komesho shiri ndini mimwete ilimbili likena ndopo nete apitameki afuko eshiva jame umbo vya monti kujamo nchopeni anusimenda kuchabo ukapenjo tenda ya afuko afuko eshipia nepo tenda ya afuko shashame ndali gendi nonte kuruangeta ombola utwakale kwa konje yotenda afuko hata imo vaningo inspection akucha motenda vatale mongo okujapo eshiva mugota kuchoba dalina tupitilemo adale pe ameni na vesheta yamo umfuko wina vya momeni eshitweke vapola mangane twa kutumba ko tupangu kuli atinu ko kiteila veli pomanga bisikiti na tukufe ipo ndi afuko ile kenti vacho wono meno kwa ya mombo munya bakajalulula ikutuye ku ya motenda openango no wakahombola ndeto imumbono vanu katero mfuko ya kunhombola ukajalulule uye motenda dalile limwana luntumba
uja atoti munyamumbo marekero amanene alengeno ibo tosho na motopitile vateni na nale kueto tacho wadimwa mushike
ameshiva tamika kuya monesha sopaninga mwefimbo ukuindala kushitala muveri nena tango puninga chonga rweshite ya muvanu varia nenale neshambe ino dato pifwa afukokemo iyo vata wiriko vafange mbwitini amandi tikwa fele inge ohandi dimo handi ayo putate kurutela manga tukwa ayo handi oshisha mwendino wango iyo mongula mubadali bakurukaje bafiemo andi taja mwana kwetu umwena ya mwana ngo kuchoshi maisha puka shinda tuye kumbwana ya shota wango sho yakadana tadiko mukati ko ufiku fiende no shima sho shilinga esho msulu wakalo ilo pamwe kumifo komeshongali ni mane peishi kembo kuya kuombola na vemwene wewe kushivika wakashivika lolo ya peni no weya kuombola weya kunkalela tajala ne na veto jala unakwikutu imwili konale
osimasuka so tsiru wakalo mwidi taumene monsiru wakalo ngenge senya kulumika tupate nyonga muno nabo tubakochinge na tubakalekenya mitumba ndatu programa shiri de aminda kama ndaka kupenga tundipule oni ngumbi ifokikendwa pule kucha elandra pano lavo olinatu olilitu mola inamo ohango ina kuningro mumbo lange inakukala ndasina nkala de eve tamumbo lange oshitivali ondapaka okamati okande kange obo unshika tende weda
yeta ndeweda
okomanda hiyo ndacho otokomanda ngashiko komanda shwako
ayeri ko protocol
ndama mutubala kwantuka bahala kwantuka yese haswatu ngoso no kontonga ndabe ko batindekera kuluma maisina tengongo tio mchanga no mwe nicho natengera ndabunge bacha imate tatongo ke yoko ndo ngikupu ipete sho kubadinda kaneke bahala kwenda nduma dinano no misuru wakalo kavo talangi leo mingoko dimwe boka ipa ichate ipu nyambojo sokuli ongosi jemo himata nalwanda kaisi nando nsuru wakalo omadunda kano tae pamo nsuru wakalo wonsuru wakalo sine uwa ite ukalu ye pokutu ukale wa shaswa luhe tatu nasela nasingo pito shaswa kuita kwa tuela kalo nsuru wakalo medina lahe ono kuita bmuswa mwa musila nabo kaka yenalo mona no pia puki ela kai kota kwa apolo nsuru wakalo nalo na ngoma japo shingengo mwa kumbo ni manata onso wakalo kate neke sikutati na wantoka saba ivu kete sasa nkalo nganga o hatu nao mapatero la kari atupopi onkalo utajala onkalo hatuli onkalo hatu ya kulovenda onkalo hatu kukike onkalo hatu fapi hatu lekelo wafuko kucho kumboka atlakadona do kumbolo mnati onkalo hatu pulini mayoyonda onkalo hatu tomo aishoyo package mwike inapakali ni mwetunya kokuto moyenda na oko batona na wana nyama no mapandero patuli ngetewe tep madinda kano taka jambo mombo beshimo no odino noko no ko kana ko kadina kanyo ko kana tika kajala mungola ka kadon yeah
paife oini maimwena tango tatera bani uva dario va moto ange ngove no ngama ndeshitaronge kidakucha ohangu nayo ufiku tarumbura kucha sho hangu ito twala uye mshasho twala kuaninga kwatoka shasho ne afuta pati ngawe ibu na vetita vudu vali mwakurunu vekele na tutaruma kapipindi divadiva tate kuno
ja
Goeie nuus, Kinberg nou net beter geword. Ons het splinternuwe funksies bygevoeg om jou ervaring vinniger, beter en kragtiger te maak as ooit tevore. Is jy gereed om die volle potensiaal van Kinberg te geniet? Kry alle eksklusiewe funksies vir slegs $36 per maand. Of spaar selfs meer met ons spesiale intekenplanne. 5% afslag vir 'n 3 maande intekening, 10% afslag vir 'n 6 maande intekening en 25% afslag vir 'n 12 maande intekening. Kies die beste plan vir jou werk en geniet al die voordele wat Kinda bied teen 'n onverbeterlike prys. Kinda, waar die wêreld saamkom, laai dit af en teken vandag aan.
Omutiha gutekerwa kuna matina omjo.
yeah on dimudi tengo ndi mute askes mbakola pata kanini
mbakola pata
aipa la pata ko ndimudi ya atu tita te ate naluvanda shit no kuningeni o amontita ndi ole ngo kuweta mo mishangwa ko no mshangu matoti natulongeni no maketu opotu kale tunasho kuyanjela abavere nasho
yeah
oberisha ambiye tanesha siru hapu ndu hapu natulo itatulongeni eshi tatulongeni chashi no longa este akubuki ko kana ko yoke nalo kichakunashi lo ndoko sutaka lombe kuchane ninasha ina yenye ngenya akane ninasha
kota kutita tino walia mundiri nawa
yes o unasha ikesha sotete une umbo mkafukiro kanako
yeah
positivali une ndungo kanako kedina dula doyo une dula diti no kana o wali apo kana kihaji o useso kana kihesi osichaso ninasha osichaso tasinashi osapuka o chaso walonga na ko eta popo o kana ko ino kalombela na ndenge tokucha rekototi kama mumbala yebo tani kwango o tunakupeni kumotota ningile peni ngwa moli toka plano nga ayo mungo moyo moi ayo mona luvan yalo ano ota umbo tarikala la luvanda pio kwezi ko ngombola mona luvanda iki sababu cha amena mondi pangela ipangela ko da cha luvanda na budi ko da
yeah
ucha tato e ukala tekela na beme woye una ikoko na moshindonga ya o vea taluya pahango kondo ko ve taluya ongo simo tatale o to mu komo na we vota ota vea komo na ota ki komo na we ongo simo no kale kuno mama ko kucha numbo ya ngeli amena mo no atalita pangele kinandia la kumo na mo o yini maeli pilika sasi o yise shipa onkalo kwa tudi de andi no kono mapulo mapu na kalengo sikucha esiveri mohi na bo uli moho pankalo kucha umboloe o kipolo pia kuningode nevalo oso na kalengo sizoso esine ta kale ko mitumba muna pa kalengo pena ingu ngei ishi nawa ngalo ingu mbiyoko yoko kulini kerewa nino chaka dino msimumbisha jako ko kaiti kucha no osemkwanya maji ko keitasi lo masio elio mbiti onno ndala ndika ndubana enda timuti pa kweshishi na kuninga taso munene abaketo madunda kana pakati be ami kiti nengenge tubalekela nawa na kulunu vaja ufi kweshi pa tamana otadru kucha bakurumute tinyinda nyengo neshe pa tundanisha hayi atu kuja motenda
o tate
andamish ndonge ngeni tatino mfuko wetu wa mati
ulonge wapupya shima shafimana manga ulipi ngumbyopo monale o ngumbyo hainingwa meddi moloi no ngumbi yo mekolo onma daro ngelo nenge badaru ikwana mbwiyu oyo ilipo kucha ano vene veshitondishi eshine bakalo baombo beitabela okupungulula emepo no nshila no watu tongwe fungu nena hakucha ridi kwa ngambe ya vitamini maipyo no itala la yo haendelele obali ne ha kufa oshiti shoma ndakani nengo mpungulula eshi nunta dengwa komeshonga nyacho ntanye neme poda kwa tomo na itafukala yena ne obota bufano malengo nyoni paifeshiri atukufo banwe ke morwa moilonga ilo peni onu keshuwilo epataleni ke kushi mbolishingu njo ufanane ko benduka nongo nae wengo tashirie kunde shiri mekunde yeah.
Soso nuwete nando nena haipo kingama maipo kundani kyo tampo kwa kulukati va vali vadi pao. Me podo taditi na na penyo toto do la kulukati tadi nanjeke tanta veri dipa. Oyipengo tayetwa esingo nando todi mungo tatinalwa nda tolekero ami titu ngini na mo lo dingashire wale kutondokela ko mo lo ngengo tolekero nkuruno kunekela engo tachende ningo nawa telingisike telivinga vingango ende inawa otastinge tswana
yambe ko lo monjila
ende inawa lale ko no monjila ndisi akutua ngo kafidina pundula sikukutu mo hasine ngo ni mompolo oichayo inango kutaja nayo ye inango eshitaiti ye yoko kulina tumbwa naye ko ayeko mwenga kako ngeko engonoka ela kala yolo ongo simo wala kuingirwa omapingulo mo kujaketano kwa pyoke kulila
yeah
kasi ngenge aso aikalu kekesi ma mombo kapenunon no nye ponele yokuya ko kulunu o matundo kala kwa mengestara tanto ndo kala nerida puka menge kasi na puka
opo mukete kwa kulunu bati kuchasho twamana nale
hata de punya mkulo kwa mengestara taka kaka ito mone ndi ito mono debosa ne ito mono debosa ta tuteto atondo kele ko tamtura kumwe apuni namba longela onno winatarwa na kona ndani ngile udipoma pipa hypothesis o ute bo utameke medium sason kuruka jesu ne telelo o komno wendali po palombo rangale kuchonguruka jene telo humbata nai sa to mumbata nai en okana kiri medium ndo tongan tu kipatol lila otoka jo ima chokana ko takadro kenonge
kafia kama kwanako edimu yaliba kwanalo
simu no kalna de tola kenako kanako kenetelo taka ni mombudi okana ko taka dino ro dimela taka dino nyeme dimu ile taka dino mbudimela no fudime taka dino me dimu esuwe ka kumina na tango penu te ko kania ka kumina ngaka esuwe ka kumina ka ba na ko modi na uhe kalu ko kusili ke utoge talu ko kana hampije ke tajo ko kalu ko kana anwo ka song okana ko di ko ka song
omuna kingi joji no mutayoro elio
no ye mongo
ate amupa
paisho yo mbinga yuteku esitaka kakulo kano kelinga ipiaka tala kuina sipaye telo kutomwe mbata ngaipi esada lokano kapuni no ngaipi okana dinala koji okate kuwa koje to to mkete kupa pota kutoka na ko he ko unkajo ko hombo ndike okana ko kamati nakaje ko onno ngau ndetari ko ke kurtuno kuba tupunguru wango vamos tuwete kata fatulundu kunene numba kunune nongenda tanyo nokana kama nakaepo ke ile nakaepo ke mwana wake ile nakaeke na ndoko yenye yopo ummaje mana ngopo ngoda tachoka na koko na mandika kofa na bantu kunye nongenda tanyo nunona uno na tanyo mabeje ke deko tekina me prepare yo sabana ya ko mo tera kwa kos esi bana lwanda kwa paka te kwa na lwanda kwa ngolu menu wako siri nge ne pata kulite pata nawa aisho yo mbinga yuteku na dina pia ne hombolo na suga pia hombolo ne no history tate kulu yo sai duka tukai pa ninga na e honko fundula lo ohango ti dane inawa ndio mungi engo kwaje kunute kuenda sasa mtenye ngati potini maina potini uteku na potini kalu atipike nyamombo na potini kalu atulongi de shwana se komongula o peke tasiketu po shwana po shilongo shinamana jinjo tinawia mochi ondajiru ko kudewila
tengo furanga kuri apa ike
o ako kula puna ka seguro
ndate kula ko
ya go anenge
yo
ko nge ku teka ko hol
Yeah.
Ngongi. O
Ai ndapaka ngipate ku.
o ame kushingira.
Yeah.
Shikamo ngikushi.
Ewa.
Ngongi kincho kono nango ngekiho ko la fikulimwe. Oga kulimo ko kashiwa ko kamanango kuchamba.
Yeah, lo.
O ngale ke velo ko chiko shike kwashi. Shashingwe bucha ohombo. O eve kagayo o kwengo kagitukumwe onsuru wakalo. Ngengongeleka venanga para ugafana kwa iva kwa kumwe. Ngengo atalepe fini makingwa. Nani kene o hango ili mumbole. Nge amondu fangi kalo DJ ngi motenga. Do mumbole o mahangi ke amari neve kagimwe. Angi jitulapo. Shigo minge no kuli no neve kagome mumbole. No suru wakalo na kanko. Kuna pefe ovari omboli. Afu ko kanganisa mehango. Omanga monsuru wakalo ko ikuna kuchae. Onui hoganga o hango yoe. Kuchane kala unia kwa. Iko grupo no kila mongapo. Pefe ngao kuno mangalo kama la choko kafu ko.
Tandani sana marudaro wewe.
Koni mae fimolo kuga ai hango nya ko ikanganisa ihunya i kaipoa angolenya unya kwa shuna kumpola. Ngeka kushina bucha we kisohiki. Amane ngani so gina mo shayo.
Ondala kucha na inanja ukuteta. Amo mapipesha ngengwa anga credit inde totula ko dina lango vandu kilangi. Ondapo pisa ko ponele imwe iti o hango kaishiyongele kanenga o ine na family. Ngoshi jemo ngenge ndope no hango. Ongele kana ilongo shilonga sha so kuilikana ndepe ikala ko kule kwi ndeta efo family. Azikesha atiko ngele kapesi ngo yatimo ngeleka ole pimbo lo mpitalo ngilonga yaishe. Ndeshingwa mna netu nankanu puna hatu jomo oso shetu sho kunukana mafungo yetu. Nde hatunuka kucho hatunuki feed na tunukengo. Nde atikumbo ese atikumbo shingota nteuluka ngota muyamekove. Paipe sebe taijo poya mwene umbo. Kaishiani mobo. Habe ataba ne musika dapandekavo. So shitu valine mwene umbo ene nakutala kucha ameshange paipe shisha suno na boy watengone iva yakula ndeshinde yakula chande kashipuko ndeive pada kadane shavo konta kadana ompyane okuita kadano wabe kita ukala kuhena kuri mizo nyabi ano kove te kondishi ati pachango esingwa tikumbala kadona ova dalia babo macho taba ingota kakala motenda kuita kakala ngumbo na nashimba ngumbo taka ku bamwe kende sima akura mo chimko kwa botai motenda na botai motenda so
Asha.
Otapunga ne kutala kucha aturumba terengi to akuru mbe taba ko hano kutana pavo kunune neshikenana okwingotu nokukala tatula ipongo imwe tai lipulova na tai lengeva na betu ame ngende popinga iti amente shigenga ame na montende ande de kandi andi kumta convention sur wakalo Dasa ipuikine punyanga inancha ipuikine keshma ipuikine andi hongwa mantika andi katula milo ngasho kupuiko no kupuika pia iti ngenge abana bange batekulu bange ya bosi maso tatekulu o simba ngene plola kulipula koshio ya protaliti omorange que tu ne hombota de kaune menena ya simbo motati hombota ndani swamo
yes Tati Labani na tango o ndishishi maipopiwa wewe mwaonga shi hapo bahapote kufana nkhwa meki ya nongenge mtu wape oshipopiwa pima pena ngoma pipya ai nomburu yango yali lingapenya inako humina otuna oshimashi shoba fwe mfuko mfuko kali hali kulia cateringa na ndopo ngone twedirongi fo hali kulia hegona fio hangote ipunde fio taka ninga umbola ene lilo netiti nonkuruka jotaro mura kucha nakaterekelo monamo nongengo la dipo hali katarwa ini maipa mwena yoke inamo shanga
oi patei kali he namo shanga ipitate shasi obedimburuka kucha eshiktofu kalotole kerwa kwa kurunuwa anuna kurunuwa ngati una dariwa ngati udi to kurunuwa yoke kwa paka mosu panyama tuti nompiti findishi nan piti funya ndicho kwa jano hoke patango pa kuko yo pakare bontumba yo kupongere titi osiko onjala siku ikukwete hanunen ese ikito kufa ike weto batati nalwanda kuchaka dwetuli otunini mili vali mboli takupa mondapo shipo pingatu sokonete ya monto wange mwi ohambo noita ohambo ngo biabiwa bali noita ile iruwa bali moshilongo kasi ngeno apiko itanzo no onko ito tale ka bakucha otamiko itande mi tampilo ba mshirishirishi ndio ta ondia ndile ko tatu apiko ita ile me apiko ita oku ya kwalupa nyoko te kulekele nashike
no mutai
kulekele naskeshi eshi alombro ko badariva ndita kapiti kavadio nu mujoko uye bali upitike pochepsa
no kahukwate po ku baby kali kondangu
no kahukwate po ku baby nyoko te kulekele yo ntumba yo ntumba kalo
wewe na kutate ko urumati
tatu mwashike na ushe baby na ushe baby otopo before ikicha kwaba
ocho taendete kumukomesho to chakurupo to balilalo njego munandishi udina benya
ocho no bebe upsa kajo tate ko uruma utacha tate nalvanda na tate ko uruma na tate jojo ponne uyopo onno tale ko urumne kanza hapo ndeshi to koda inea esingine benga yote hapo kalungo tendinga kalungo kapkena sibondinga ka mola ino mweke maja kasi kalunga tempo gadali omoro asesi no kutia ni nankola madado na kola tan ko gadali ben ko chinge pio se simatika kutangatika bona dali betnan duwe ta kulupa po hangi na kubapo hangi ne kime kwa mona ni posima po otende bonguli nene kubapo osina waningilo mela sibo sinila sigai
shetulengi
ayo kuinda pateye ilma ya ini ngotamkunu oicha tankuno poikiri ise tabu idilo ko ibitati nalvanda ito dulu ku okulombran ku chidla ko ka anda ku ilemwe ploiti haneshi mweni dilo hanangala no nyoko amala ku tatukan de fe que te kuchi ya ngombolo nyoko ositila ndo sitila kasiki na sikeli ku ombole na kutala ka sidila idila kele dini nyapo amone na chidila ya ku idulita osipango ngengo ite ulukata nalvanda to ku filekende tachikulu osidila ngengo ite ulukota chikula mbele tachikula ono ngengo wata na manya kwe wa nyoko osimashika shimu ngomte duno na behe takata tata nalvanda ko nalvanda ko topongweli
opondili tate kulu
oponde siringa ewa yeni konesho tate kulu mano yem
aye diote tan sio fana wa shoka komesho o ondio tembo ipopo se tu sapo pirwe na tango wa ile moto chae amefikwa no angeta akakundira monti onbino kupimasiki oshongo shiripo ile na bete kulandako
ameta te kaulu na monti tanti mosuwe tumbala ninde dikas na shindrijika ama ikale ke mumpala nge mi punje yangi
amosho ishi kole ko betayo ye imigiswa
de no ko itandi kunze ko pala kati tipongo takalapo kantumba de tapi beto ya kendu da kwa meikala onno tale ke wandishi ondino kunne ke la patata le ke langue ai kale tundale ke wa mumbo de amanda ko ndakala me nale tula tinya to milongo etatu nana nondishi takwe tunini ni hapu de mumbo tate ka ya dikiti ka ko munini ni hapu ka ndai ka kutio kucheke penge jopongo takala no malongoro pomba kala no maufo na kudu no kutu ko tuena ikafu no sashi ko ko nde ko kale chopo ko shama no vitaminange tate shia shalo no ye po kunane
oko kuna me kuru no wanga
yalo
dirange norola no wanga
no wangu bafika minango na tate shia mboi na tetekela kaya nde ndo ndikwetu na wakakuru ka job na ko mawasha manoko ayanye mashia hey o me poyo fio mena so wote nina tudugu cha kalungo ko tikilo menda tipiki fio keduladi ina tsela ganyo ko nena ngurukati wa eno shinda nde ne laoli nyanda wa kota te no memeli ne duri kweshinda shikula nandini makuya fa ya pilama bonen ke ko kukina mbuya ya pilama inege kwa ino kalanda shishitoli likai
Boba mutobu dite kucha iyo hangika ko mojuru yang handuk.
Opoka ama olisha bandu mutrendi yange tateka shuku. Wapo pio tatinge ngwa hango shimudune. Nge oho mbaino mwenye hairi nyengi. Nge hairi nyengi yasi. Chabicha ngengi yantangu na nyangu shomalai.
Kapena mo nung poipuko.
Nge mungu kapena mo nung poipuko. Na ipanule ka namburu ko yapa tunkando amene ke. Toyalo ke. Ile akakando ndiye ke nandi kandino men. O drungo kucha ai tataluka. Ile meme onkalo nya toke vanu ko wa. Ko pirano fika. Avenda ya mumbolo e. Ndo wita kidilashi. Aya pindi takidata chaya ya. Ai yashini ba.
Mweja we mpopino kuliano shikumbito pe wafikwali yolo. Waje wafo mpopya mukatika numbola.
Aya nandamu mbono totele ngwa aye mtanguni. Totele ngwa ovenda vai de tantanguna antanguna po. Tate wote ngongo wanta ya mumbo ndekamunasha ntana tulonge tukale mokuna nando kufa. Kombo. Ngashine na vandalio muyende moshito tati natulonge uta. Makalima pinya no api hati kipo ikengenge tano malotende mboli. Ya babani hanu nenga wandishi habe nenga. Pamunge ngono anu mone shaja ko kampo tati papi ko kubenda tawe akamunasha munkajo kuno kukutangunina. Nangu dia pu. Wabe tontangunina ngenga mbiya tingo shikundi. Tatnalwa ndo mbo itanguni. Mbo itanguni yo malai. Siriyo benejo.
Nataku tingengi yo popi wa ilu yo yarwa. Shaira kucho unango wakambela ngo. Anu vote kuli no.
Wo mgengi numbiri wo wakambela. Patina ndele nombwela. Una kukalao ganye nango.
Natango tate kuluna tareko ko kulale kwane tutazimone no mfuko oenjo tai watoka akurupe we kutumuke to mfuko we uye kuyere kumone ye kupengano mayambeko nde okada akurupe no kulimba akurunje no karapo kaipo ya karara natango stiari otunanga antu akara eno okulale kwa kwanezimo nde ingumbi okayanga po shikolova nasho po shiri yaga yompito antu yarareke antu yako yarareke o mwana akako kanmenenge aka afaro onkulukadike embu ini machanga natango tunokuenda ngini mbele atate kuno
ogala binyamukule popita engengo nde kunyambrita chindingo bantu
Obi yokai no shindanu ngegele. Yokai no shindanu ngegele tule memburu wetu kushindana.
Tela ndimwete tuyete.
Kate kauluma. Hango do paise. Haba tukwali havi ya kuhombola, anu havi ya kukongo mahombola. Hii mumjoi wete ya jalanga inokoti ya kuhango ya kukongo mahombolo yo. Chocho nu wete omitunya mfuko eno kukalale kerwa. Obendu kukala binyonapo opubakanda nishufiku bamunike tandanisha pava vahala kuhombola.
Boba mubikwe tenale momoko batabifaneko beno shibiru na bifaneka.
Exactly. Ohango yo inobe ne hayo weteri masikutoka.
Okuno buraki mefafira mendani.
Ogalo bura kuchanga chimoni kila mwiko.
Ne monikila ndini.
Ne monikane monkalo.
Monkalo. Dasa no boveketa, ovike bahala, osima sikere supiku, sase ningo dupiku wedika, asikina dipuka, nde apa poangwa apo, penan kwen talekerwa. Talekerwa ye, yeshi talekerwa ye, kuchango macho paterwa kumbola vopi, koki, awi opo laka nangalengengo pokompu kwa piki. Sase kuno kukoshake kwa koluvandanishi.
Yeah.
Oyo ofikune omajaka akafu bikilenga kuno kushake ne kwakolubana ama tia kushake ne tano fiku manga tantani chapa no ojitivali efikuno loka la ka de na talekerwa noko opona na tango popeni ni ya fikungone ka doneya wango ka noko yani ese yo pena de nyana chakui de nyave bafinikira ka dono ya kumbala mati vota shuna na teleri menya mo fiku manga tampani kwa uno navita akongwela wakati wahanyendeni Se natu mahongeni, natu ningenye conference kinga no dola nduno nabo a single people. Le tabupa na kurunu wala popye nabo. Otherwise, uneko ombo diko haya kota kodiri ondu beke ombo tadikeka.
Mefikuta diteke fele nasha.
Yes. Itateka na kuteka omoro iko nkalo o daturwa inalitura ke kanga meno limina kaya. Kadi noma ya andendula kadi noma ya mbeko ga kuluni. Tadi kwe nune no nangu. Nengo tulika kutina ngomba kunwa na ile konde tati ayo hamba ya numba yetu difanawa kalunga na kano kana ke ata ke hanga nda tempo mo mani no utange akidinga mondongi uneko hamba tetu akanta kwena mo reke oku kala kwe uliso wayu kila kesho singa watu nemo munyo nendishi wa liberal democracy liberal democracy o wishingo dishi liberal democracy o democracy ha upana unamwinima ndeka ushiku ipangela
ajo tu ya kufomu kunde kuna pomba
aplikela ayo pokwe pono kulipa moka akujo nangendumu otule mwamo kwindi ne panelo kupaneka ama itokolo kulipangula manwa ndiwe kelaka tandikiloga
tera kujojine
esingo esa nalangeri wanga esingo nderi kwa nunamo la chike kwaka
okulishuna mwaye
ina ntalagi kuchelbe meto efeto paripenda ona paduka bantu wala nei pangele sionen ondakatu ndaka ndekiko ndako ike aitola kompo itumota chai efa nolu ya liti mongaho ondeke keleke kontrol ude mokoli o tulingambo shinongo mwa pana unamo ngere kante pitakatula lukatu ngenge zongereka ayo to ukwane unamo msuru wa kalonde ka omalenga kesha kucha umsuru kana wa terepeni o wakwana unamo pangelo ndeka taleke ngashe popi pangelo pa ipese potanga keshu ngata popisha ezo kata labizo kwa pio mashi president na tapwenas ezo kata president kwa pio mashi minister na tapwenas omobashiki tunu ini na ukwana ukamo everywhere tunanya kutamu kuleni kutameka kozo atweni kosikia namba 1 ndia atukufa imwe putu dirita lukutuda ndia atulizula pameke filonga ndala kalunga kali kafika malia dikalo model baba neza apidibangala tawatalene ke model ango tsokutalika
kakebani esto popi gaspina lo tinha klongi de mombo mombo ngenga mange bushishi ashiko ngenga mo
ajoko kala kone kwa
ngenga mo muwa
Jojo tenderelo
kumwe gishinga kucha nga panga ongi hole nga mona kucha umbola longo gila makala komeso tagiluna na kucha nange no venga vea pilo nge oshimo shalongi kigwanga
ne para dirige ko da feke de no nete iliko
ya oshima shikwa nge ongele kucha oba kulunu peife ngabo bahapu ikate kulilo banga ehombo penya wapo tabucha onsamane o ferengere gaki ohombo enyomwe ayinyenga amako ni longo yango ko iki ile ba mwangi ba longo kucha ohombo ya fe kon chiulipo oncho opunye fimbo unga mafo awa ndo punye fimbo ko hange ko jomafo ndo mwango ngile ndo punye fimbo ko hange wa jomafo ko ale kucho wasanga ba ka venge kunya ka chika on chiwas nge estabakalu ga ko veile ko ni mango ka fimbo que mo diga ngomba ilama irike o ka hange wa gon chuna pufo ga rashona esto kaka on chuna gon gile mo que show mo ma no posso iringa nge va mo pe fechavi hange veli po pe fimbo inalon chua o hombo ya fon chua jomafo o komange eskalaka shashi akulu motu ile apagakala inalo ngikijirwa efimbo
inatupo pianuno na vetu shawana bo paipi na bilon itano ko piwana o nukaka asikene o tatu druku kongo nkalo o atu druku kongo nkalo o atu druku po piana o andi mpoka history kashona kapitile mo Ingilanda oingila ndoko ya shilongo shanyo na ukilenge no itatekate ndo pweja pa mante kulombele shanyo no kande batumbwe titatu kesh okwe ya mtumba bila akutwane English beer ya kate nalmanda omushito omuchungo mabamba bali hadungi feto mbonale bipilangiva bakupunda
umbalili ne
umbali jo pe waja mo ingila ndawo nebe utungile o ebila de ingila
bafo bakingele lifane ambade to
o nana kuto English China ape fungwe
na tuepo pindi mangambara mbali no dimba pato kuileta tekulu
ewa.
Dreaming of a better future abroad? Namdeen's Investment CC can help make it happen. Whether you're a teacher, caregiver, nurse, doctor, IT professional, driver, construction worker, graduate, or looking for work, we provide trusted visa facilitation and consultancy services for visitor visas, high-paying jobs abroad, international study opportunities, scholarships, and recognized qualifications. For more information, contact +264 81 376 0041 or WhatsApp +264 81 806-2044. Today, Namdeen's Investment CC, opening doors to global opportunities.
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Yeah. Tate Joji, tate rabanya tapopi, nde shita popi, oshetaro mbwere. Aba veri mo radio, aba tuli mo radio. Nukwa tukuru theni miyapo, mwame, ya mama kwa tafano ivilo etu.
Hello.
Yeah. Tateraba ni natango watu kulifa madiradiro ange. Nale amo shashwa wa mongereka ya lushundishi. Ya mfika meni wango seti. Mongereka amuka kwa liketo imongae. Nde inikarandi unene kwa lushu. Shashondaka kala kumeme mwena wa meme koka fitukone kwa yako shakapa. Wandi kongereka ya nekwa ndesha atu mongereka tukadano kekite ndayo mendo munyamo mendo mangakulu nuveri nde ikutu yetu yatu ina ya kongereka oikutu yo haikarata yufanu ikutu yo monjuo ya apurwa nao ya endi wanayo meningo ngashinde kune eningo peife akucho yo monjuo ela la kanombole wakatole mepo watu aleleki ongalo kwali uyeko numpe eshita kuti kutoyo monjuo mbole badali ko ibatala kuchangengo shikuto dipo na shipumbwa kukenda kunyana kunyo tashidengwa ke mepodayoloka na shikaresho kujapo eshine yanditale nena ne ngele kakadi na welelo ngashinali tweli yangele paifo nota ikeli mo kalegi kwa yamongeleka otajale ko ke imakaita druku kalo ntombirwa petame umbongalo kwa yamongeleka shafa faneke no mumbonena ungalone yanditi notayu kapeni yoshiri mashimwe natango mehango moivilo nale ngeto iko watila na hito shakene kwa kasamane kuchukale no shingumbi ilo wapambamu kuna fikuli mwe ukufemo ka adona mwiya alele moshivilo shankweni kwesha taliko shipwe utamteele shapu yango dipengo mwipanda tamuila ndurako mombo kuhandi oini maitu nanena kuchaka tunali kucho pesa abanu takwena tuange kutenda bafa baya efudela mufi kwa ungarwele tukifa peni
oche po ine ikupo history yoko Ingilanda po ukupita itien esi vamona kucha osilongo sanyona uka obatane kike ine makutua society onlong very groupinga nde no mo police mo kwe muna akutua society for constable obambe yon longo ha kalontumba moshi keta kundapan oba daliva ke ingo yon tumba ta kundapan moshi kimeta no kes otakutokuneke meetinga ngeso si acho do deke to siwana sisune ko normal usikovo ungo mare tombo van chusike
umbaula
umbali macha kulipa vamna utubana ngipi vatriketa bebeta kwa Afrika
nukotola
batia tulike nini macha kuna ile kwa Afrika kwa hii okuvya kutana kukutunga dinga omalodo kukombina etoko ondala kucha oyini na to potential na kolutenda ngengo peli organization ngo nalwande nango enango ntumba ngoda yahaningi monku osipikezo kulipo nkunda osipikezo kulipo nkunda unya imali washimbo yongo Lengo nunango mati hao gamishi ngama tigapo tuupopye nabo o minutengo dije milongo dirine obo wayasho. Oenda lwanda to dimbruko ko inde kulongola kulima peti ami tashicho itu ngona nini maisha ashikamo mtiholo no creative o te tapeta madila tiro. Ina wale ko no hatele kwa ko pye tempo no kereka. O shoshi wote ndi wole France, o shoshi wote ndi ku wole shote ndi wole kauluma kola dioko ami weta ko ne George Pace. Ase sikucha masekelo hatu kumwenai. Ai. Oko kuchike ndiye kwa popuna shitotola. Una nguno na hotingo gape matu wa ngodi penya ipo nantai uko ngere tukula kwenye konde tipana ngene ndipo jana nyamani yokuba ko ngasho wapo tangona oko mkala kunombuto ndenge ngwapo chiko chilongo cyo wekenai chilongo cyo wekenai ai mondo ngo mune imbilolo ndiyo taliti mande ngu otamu ipan ndete to takuprona mpala wa mom nampala wa mom kwani kasikihana
nandunga ke kwa teto madiradiro
sama ne parhi meke amon timba simba ngishine ai amon te wange munya ai diradiro simba kale kon timba tapikine apo tapikine simba matakuja tipikine ndina ngoni mo yo ngasho sara akasati enya mko ita ko leli kwa pana mpala wa mom katu na neba yotio peru santu mbangira ongelek komsi wakala katu na yo na mpala wa mom ko politika kati nario tebo ya tebo no kakumba kandira kati banda la jobo mara simasha ko bube mwenza uchilo ba sisoto dimbuka ndano take pate atupena to pena siko hotel simata onto ndimba simata tuli mo utom to pena sike okuna ondo umjini atia dimbolo tripepa to portate nuyo mo kwa kulipa na mbia amonda sasa ngoko peso ameti nuyo mo na mbia hata nanga tumbu ndita nangono mahodi kebe katunajo nuyo mo na mbipi katunajo ona ntala wa mom katunajo hamtimbangela kongere tunayo tukika mwenye makenye kana date ko uruma upungule pondishi
pondiri
ndimburuka ndisho njo dinya tu akusipondo bolo
Ontuli mompia.
Onto amuni mompia. Bati konde bolo katonjo ke ntoli mompia shambulu kutamu ta konda tonjo ti. Bakota pulendo ya shike onto anguli mompia. Onto apande kaso. Onjo tikeiwa. Litawe ta kulunduko. Ya, ondala kuchachimwe ngani nganongulo sheye simwe ta programai. Atu kuikina kanu bahapu. Onne ntunge takumo stapam. Kaso nutari yes inakutua no miteno na kiaria hapo ndo bana ndota kutua topiki nang penta popi ndeta kwa posi mashimu ye nasho
omafi kwa hata terabani tali tulinata teko urumamu andi popi kucha unake atupopi tulio tuneke kuya komishono kwe hela ikulia omumbo kwa lia hela tali kangeri nganya amaitine madiradiro watu etapo atutine opo tudengenyo shikukuta otuniki mali watu mbile nyesa ama abayanale umurwekelelo la ndonga nolo kwanyama lo kwambikeshe bamwe ko shitunda shabo bovena naranu baongo venana imaliwa itatumbu imali watu tungoko mbulekisa elelo la ndonga elelo lo kwanyama eshina turungu yako utuye tuno marusho tunamono kaminya tu imbolo ya yilumbu nayo shite yame dropa tete ilendinga mumale rwetu imali wate ikarano shimangashi limota rasti shelelo ikolo nenali kuliayo atulongo ni mariwa yote idimu oyuka mwako undaelelo nena tutondoka ika tutale ayo penali ele ya afirwa ilu nona vefi atumbwa ikopo ndenu modula te ya atumbwa kimaliwa shosho tahitu shote kwa Afrika umuro hikita tui hongo kwe tapo tuningiro generation na yomongula
ondaku ikinomburi ngata ipopi ai ini tiri vari ko kunya mukulapo omburi ngota ipopi ti oma ati ya ningwadi mosa wa Afrika ngunyo to kasenjala yo mburi ko te no alo ta dunna makulanga saso veri ko ni nae pala mbota tieno veneno no ndeke nentunge to kuningi to kunindo kukareka pini oba lo veneno no to kulonga de ya strength veta vetre na pia ne kokule puli mokulongi longai mala ka veneno tunge to kukaleka poshima yotajo mailosho o maile neshi jesha yanja shina ndapu ikine ale shika ba gondala ngo kupa kumena okucha on lolo kunengo no dokulonga ndeke nengo ne dokukaleka koshima yollo len okunondu boitai sanande nande na luvanda wete popala mako sina ngo etapu ya kutunga shindu tete itomba ko kontonga ko yaliko katanya ko Facebook ko kan batana kanale kututila kutotela mpanero wa ndonge enjo sima popo hatuli fa nani ni papa disike engo boda zapoto hadi taposike omuna papa kama shingeshi teti ke katuneko oku kwa cha oku pa pepe kuja itie ria kutia teti ngako ko kasana kanihale oya mutati kunako aku to bisike chanale
ukongo aneale kasana kan ku kongo aneale
aku non kakali aku trisinya ka ya aku tingin no ya mapa mosike de ya mamake hatu lo pembo de topo erno de kulikengo pote ino fuka nanti aku tuya di prima tu akata wali aku tuko somea osonenga okucha dedradro lo chimba na tu karea dipinda pa nirwa tu ateo maele
ya
pepo ukaka di kumsurwa kalonga shinya de vengengo api tinwa fipesha opena ni inyando msurwa kata itanga mo neskola ondito antunene nalo shike tashilinga penya sieso komse oripete okulendulu uma panengo ta onawa ndota okuja pato katra milonga nini no muda ya te kudengo kango mapo sha ndani
shashi
no modula te
shashi tatela bani shashi tatela bani opo twete pondongoyo omuwambana alo kwali eno mande no mapya akalimwa kanvo mushilongo ndesho njala te yo muwambana anuve napata jobo kwali hamati bokuhamba paife nanditine pefi mbone ali tulio tupopyo shimaliwa sho tuline mo challenge ya efole no data diningu minino shonosho omoroshike no muhambita tungweko mbulekisa onga bali place omanda nya kwa ya umbatiri etu shetu mbate muimali wano kujaneriti imaliwa shetu dira kufidingano vetu
no kuyanjengere kanu vetu bakatalali ketu
yeah
kwa mtanyo kwa mwanyo kwa mwako
yeah
ayo programa na pia pipa kwa tukuri mwanteke na pipa na mone de amaidugu kwa maeleje avali kwa tukuri shende ipi
yeah
umaeleje avali otatu nalwanda inapa kwa la dioka o kapumbo ike atukutwa nwe batatu ndatu tailepo omawam
yeah lo
tutailepo mpanir watu mpo maele panir watu ya koma fipae jina nalwanda de natwange ngon atu ya ngono mano natwange ongela marengo panir watu mbatu ngomana na ndemba ila kujala particular education paniro no kumbirwa nitatupa itatula ndege patwalasha tu pulanga bote tikucho paniro washite no kumumba tela pataya paniro wangashe uwe to nandenge no hema ya honjo ikena wana professional muyo njika pamchi waka no ai batukulote hapo otune diladriwe ai kulombole kucha owa paniro wa tsaku chake na madiladriwe mala obakonde pakoganu bapa ike venga tato ngapenya benya hakala bakonde kafu kobe ande nyakala bakonde kafu kwa kinumbize ande nyina bya kehango hombo bya kukomba
yeah
bya kukomba dabo so nuwe tele na kukala ba de dole yan so wi hamonike ikale obeke baje mo bewe tikune mesha sin obotalo mkalo bajal ande nyeno agenda na nuwa hapa beli pomale rwe twaba anu ba wasili atakwa hapa ni wale tunaba lebetu nalava hapo velipo for their own interest
watavifuka pono po David Teleko
taka mbele lo mongere kota vikamo mongere keso sotatuso te mongere kata to hapi vikamo
ne umbota liko njero mwene wa Rwasa vokwe vediriru
udite obi fukapo ngena omukadi watapweke na ngope na batatu bane tatoma elemawa batamiki ni miringa opoite tadu nelelo msiro kwa poketa lisu nengo nongengo linoshimaliwa atwanga fe alushali ali kweki mariwa ke pangelo the hand that feeds you will never stop controlling you ekengwe talikupe ulie tali so ko control inocha ikupe nekeri ndeli ko talimena ka I feed you with this hand and control you with the other hand popo no patu na tukalengo sa na tuningi posha de ne tate na luanda malero ike to atu kutane kanu kunde Unkunde ikenda tutiba kwe ndiye mutani geni ngano omjane munene nguombo waiti ova lule katuhole kulongela mweshi ngondi apona lupanda andimpo maele wate kuatate ku onu nyushi ngona wa omno ali apolie omasheke ushi ngona wa ye dalwa to kabana mmesho ndikashika basheke ngamuda
shopone kwali apikundu kucha opotucho shima ina shiemo trust atufikwe ketamu ya batalandulako omurwa kucha no ambito ine kere kushe dimora tokango shimashani ngo shakwa toko kompaniro oponeshi kale sho shiwana hatu sheta po shiri mo trust atufimwe ketamu ya batufieko ngeno no
Oma bladro di momi te doga lulo mawa woma hap. Iya inandia la kupopsha pombada onda tameka ngo u follow kala mwe no vango nunda. De atutameke ku mboka marua pali. Onge tuyo milongo mgapiano. Onda kama neke stilimo tuyo milongo. Inda katalo tilimo tuli batatu. Inda katalo tilimo tuli babali. Shena yo pasuinye. Ya tumbu bashi. Ndeke mota chikondi takitira ndima kana geri koskola ndoko ka ya tumbu maru ya puga. Iko imaro ko ya tumbu ka ina no kana geri koskola. Dolo milongo na no komo dikapa ni hapu tati.
Yeah.
No o seke uye kembo ya ntawende tatu na takukutanta kamifa. Otanta kamifa. Vanu ngashiveni ngahobo. Ovan njo vodoma ndilo dinyo adara ude. Kucha natu omadda do mawa uteke na pilo nkidile challenge
ewa owapo penya kwepe fulilo ngane wati natunengi posha paife atu tupikire nashtu nashane po tushi wapareke ile natukata mukulweni
okuta mukulo kujui ni maili boy poku wapaleka tatekulu oyi mai uwete ko ngashine otuline kwa radio igala ndisi ngeno ngaho Olange no toku patate ko wisko ngam. O toku patate ku jenu walenga. O to iponya po pambe o toku papo chama no monange sepa. O toku papo palu jo toku papo kolonga jo toku papo mpano toku papo mbajato. Anda ba de nas tina kaji mali wa yeni waso nanye. O patate kulu ya opala kutame kaposi masiringa. Nde otuma diaglo ya jatu zikongele loya test draft ngata na test draft no trust yo tatu tibana menu banga ke aba betule ke mango milongo dili mbali e panja nyole okuja potendu ka popoti amumbile kwa atunda en bal menu popoti mo ka popoti e panja nyole al menu popoti mo ka pondu mba panja nyole singo tahala otala kutameka po university yon surwakal ote kona wandishi aibu wete muka kaduwe tu otala tukafini komsiru wakala mo yunam o yunam akaisi yetu o yino agenda ya ongo sijemonge gwat na muye na ikaete ho konsiru wakalo otamkaleke munoka attachment ya kasho na konsiru wakalo ilo otala university ongere kito turu kufinika so haiti ano atakambe national moskola ondira pula kucho nini alimo moskol ombe atone vipi alimo ai tema hai esimbolinya kari amaite tala esimbolinya opeke tunwasha manabo tate abede no ngitipa no tate o tate onkusi ndamko tuwasha ngamba
no pawa shela ndoko iwe no ngambani
especially dingo pali okali bangafama na ikongereka bo milongo vaya mono mangese mongeleka hangeleka kuya tama mbirika shosu wote shiva jamo no mbiri ya jamo okora dio sa tu pingapi besinga kwa kuno programa ita hatu popyenye ase kuno programa siku na tate kurukauru manda tate kunalwanda para dio igore fe muka ina programa ya kushingon siruwa kalo siku na tate kunalwanda na tate kurukauru ngengo badi to programa pipi para dio NBC kuna mbo taking ombe taking dinyo yali kwa kuna play mariangula esi de play mariangula sa etakukala kuna takuita kui tate kuna shidembo tate kuna shidembo sha jako takuita tate kuna mashikena tate kuna mariana tate kuna katen esi va jako is dead Oma tadza kucha ombe neshi na moshikola ope kala ngo mokuli ongereka ni ngo university ya ngengo yala kulongo mzee wa kalo ngengo wala kuongo ntiru wakano na tonga ipo shandi atutunga ipo elelo oshiputu philosophy shokuputunji uno na from the beginning
paifene ngongi hatukala tuno madira diro ofikuno ntei o tate koruma ndisho tati natutote amo anditi ne wote mapanja atu neni nena handikala nanda dila kuchangeno naende takulu anu na vindate ne na vete topika ndesho agenda etu okukufa mwanu vo kondonga ndeta atuolola mwapo piliko vae kondonga vakaka khomeke ohamba yavo vete poko mbulekisa opo tuje mokwehela watu kufa muba kwa nyama vakakwa khwameke moma panje ko tuna ohamba kwa nyama atumpa madira diro etu opo tumone kuchotaloloka kukala twehela tuliweke mo kambaleke fiku hatu kufa mo boku kwambi me panje kali mwali korwe khwatalo otamduru kukalo mingo kwadishe dangana nde bamwe ya mashashi byo lendanisa bamwe ya mashashi byo mbibeli bamwe ya mashashi byo onsurwa kalo bamwe ya mashashi muno meme bawa nde mboli anwa bangengo teba kwatire mone anu abeshota diruke kulonga osho nendi nangeno madira diro kucha watu shende nengali pimbela shashika pena nena tatela bani twajeni mu maumbo twatarushilongo mangalo itulieni kefiko tuka ko China tuka peni ehomboka dilinawa uno na vetota hombola kena pata kufo ikulia nde otokala mwito druku dira kucha omurwashike andisho nango komo wambetu kwi anu abo kwali beno manda ili ya ponge anu kwa hivyo shilongo akalima kuhamba ili ya yote ndiko ngepo haimo kanda anu kwa ya kwafange byaba na ya druku irongera hai kuhamba nenge batameke kupewilia nengele ko dadi no manda do dino maps pevi ni maisha yopika ni filape
opika ni pa atikina inaja kuya opika ni filape ngondala nje oma dilo to unaona yake komesho dame ke panja koma panja kwa hipopisa sin munyu nyo muno sikevenja osikevenju vashindisha
aba dipa right
abe kishime kupa pati hime kishime ngamo ngoshi ya dipa ya ngoso yini mopsa kaditiri valika opeka manga makutata ya simbu mangitata winya
no moshamba kutu acha abadipa onja babo abeili
hai oi bati openere motalisi bati opendungu wale tata mulu ndesingo ihanga mbolieke na mbele kaya okuneko utanomingongo esi yasha abajako ni mobyande mbere na makatana kesimu ate teko kukuru kwa eka tulake penakata
ya itate
dipa okuneko ngongo
okingi George no
itadul me kutapa jazi munyo ate teke kwa ngo pengene kata na tatiana ya timbane kucha mpopo hango mulu omono asipene ikuta no mingongo ngene kata no lendi yango osike osolemo statata anga hen ojo nesi ngo na ngeno tai ngeno te kupeke na tat na lumanda totale mobani ama mumu ntilo ngekidilo swanas to kutale kutoto kupolie va emosendo kembanja kota kipini ni hapo moshi wana ewi muku amji usiku toyeri petere komeso monga jele wo tuweri petere komeso momba ne wo tuweri petere komeso ama tivenya mo dina monga jela be oboika matolonga na bobo ama tive no ngama be veso ku hapo no kujapo sasa veri na limo suwa veri na ke platform esi pe amu kwa mjomo amachomo ekele yomo veri mu kwa mjomo tadiro kufika mandeta popi momba mondonga no basi no mufanya obo pende to me fa motepe sa apiyongere ko matumakano oyi mayo toka moneke spete iposh wone ngemo malelo ke sirimwe le taposha vota kala hatu kile mokanda kamwe kili poko bombada ngashingu na ozengo windu kano beng no first national bank no standard bank ave so hatu kile ko bengo na Libya
ewa tate kulundwete wetu kuthireko shinji pamwe icha hunina pongane tukunkirire shigwana shakunkiriro ndwete nga kuchopena mweta kusamosha otoptiko shikembera pongane tukupompito ukale wakatokora pona etokara pona
amo ndala kucha amo kumeka tata te kurtulia nangol amo kumeka professor bis amo kumeka kaulum amo kumeka nalubanda amo kumeka France amo kumeka kapol chapaka chakapol ano ita sicho itu kungena ose sibo venasi aleta soto nendi ba ole ndiele kukala ini chandiere ka inandia la kukala kenda kantu bakanu teri hongo kwani ndame na ya ndio hongo kubo nye aba mulikola dioko kikile nino shironga shen owe muditeko talunga na ambele owe muditeko sibe nuku jote ibo ya tewo kwa ke dorongo sikwele udito ndepo talu kirupai ndeke sunangia taibo no dila iba alum dela kwa taibo ya taibo airport vale bolinya taibo pa yo sikitu kuti satarikanga
teroresa kwa ya teroresa
inde di commerce
tangita te kundira family
alo
ewa aye tate kuru labani mwashekere kwetu kufire kolera lera kucha okume kake hegumwe ngwengika nengenga ngika ashibika pena era ngalo kilomita denji kucha engandi nantumba kandinkole ngandi nanga dikandinkole kikolon leri wantumba kikolon ntekurwa kikole o security nengo polisi kikole o ami ini mairinga okutu pena na o shimo shana kucha akala kucha ke humuna kali kumeka kwao tate George wapura kene tate kulumashike stapopi pamoto eda kungani chawe betu kitanga haeri monjire gaike pamwe penanga pa poto apogora se tu imonga tu shikunda saneni tu se tensia o programa eto nya tu kene pamoto dikoshi
aya ngangi pangule tate kulaban alushenga pekina kuya ngo dia nginga yekena nada
Mumbula mukala
mumbula nginga
yekekushi
nginga
oh tuna kupotsa shi wakatara kone kwa yana
aya nginga bomoa kucha ikaguga ngashi ngashongo wenhole ile wengashi opoka uno godion kuchingo iponga shikolo o wingashi ke kushifiko ko iponga shashi mwana shwaka bucho punga ushia yonomba o anga mweka kia kangi hole kauluma kukoluma ngi hole ko ikeshongo kana shongaki ikego epuko kale ku holang mora shunga shu hole ko kale ku holang ndingo kala on ini mashanga kia kangi hole ngomba ini mayen go bonga shonga o shimajimangiwa ki shangi ko shiponga mo feisea o malungula o on suragale shwagalawa ne mapo shikucha wakala ni mapo ko hungi que se mongo kan hungiwa sea kushange kwa kala haku kulamo michima kakina luganga o shize mo joku kulamo michima shashuke kulombe winya gara kwa paka ukego njokona na hashi ya hungiwa ngeke kulamo michima anga hokola ina ka pungula mo michima ilongo hei pungula mo bakila gengo en kwatapo yo puedo agachar un changuaje para puno ir en bono un gusto ya voy a más adelante nada un guapo vengo en cuacapo no ir de vayan a esa o cunan a esa sulimonchino
ta yo vayan no computer
lo vayan a si no can fas que hay que dan disponible con ya o pon seguro acá no para que cauluma con ni me dice nango escolastica ni una picapeco o kana ko esa ka fala ya mo ko escola cada cachidão a monca do Xinangua, as coisas Xinangua são os ricos que procuram a campo, assim na língua o é a monca que copaga na coisa, o rico que é assim quase os as coisas eu sim a picar porque na luanga e causa gasta porque um gomeiro que vai pondir, as que como causa o que aí, se não as caras não as tinha, já isso sim as caras não na escola Geskashidang ako sekolah, oshiko hie pukula. Morashine saya mau malungula, epu tingikarikea wakarikache singo sociali hasingo asomi ya muno yakamige no kulonganisi ngoya sengeno ikalo da magumbo etu okeki ala kuna ko kwa danga ngokuye gumbo ya gumbo ni shori jonsi wakalo shwangu mara ngani oya modifawa sikwa kile kon kumbangu kwali azapo pamba ga shange nenge na kushanga ashanga sikwa kile kuyele wankumwe opuosho singa ina vino imoya kengi ke shenjon siku wakalo pianga ke
hewa aye otwalandula King George o olunji apiyada minima tuno kume de kumero mushi aye no ninga ngashita ningire kanje na Rwanda se katu no misika kapika pivure no karo pivure ndeno no muni no pivure de aruke omadira droge tu atu akutwa ko kume ayo Brian de ati tuliko chumbano shongati pero tozi petorando lo Brian de uko ningono nani okupuka ninga karushima shi flope kashikale monjira shashwe kwete kucha shiyota shikalu ne shipitire po shankweni ini machanga ondete twapumbweni tukala tutara ini marwali nuna kumekote hapo itotindi kakere unokala watalanga kucha epuko jiripe.
Great news! Imba just got even better. We have added brand new features to make your experience smoother, faster, and more powerful than ever before. Ready to unlock the full potential of Imba? Get all exclusive features for just $36 Namibian a month, or save even more with our special subscription plans. 5% discount for 3 months subscription, 10% discount for 6 months subscription, and 25% discount for 12 months subscription. Choose the plan that works best for you and start enjoying everything Imba has to offer at an unbeatable price. Imba, where the world congregates. Download it and subscribe today.
Ewa, ai ombiri ope ndengane epuko jiripo. Ya, kadueta totuna ndokali kenukala kongura hono. Kere atu ndete nekire nyote tuvukongane. Muloma pukongane gendepo. Ya, o programa tu yuka komejo, nitashiri kucha etata no kuja pito note umwe. Tata jongwei. O programa changi aiturongo nai. Nenge onawa. Shashi kutena tuti nai. Oshima shapitiria. Uanawa. No bukatu ni kucho. Owinai. De kakere hatusipo pire pankalonga shatu pemela ka hatu bikucha. O programa yenda itutungia holike. Tukanya riprakeni utapumbo tunana tango mashekele ya mweli mo o King George eri mokati o na Rwanda eri mokati keteni pe apumbwa tukara pimo mo hunda thrana so ya tukucha ngere oku orunja pima kucha tu tusapotenye igere fema shashi ngira ndo peno yuko oshikita hipimbi tukani ngire oshike o programa ko krembo ya King George ko konseonime tashipimbi na ndenandi King George shake kere pongo pemo tetumono ashiri tetumono atuningo por kama main mo atuningira kere dale oshikita spin oshimarwa no aspo ke kerak manike ntoko ni lango de oshikita tushingene oshikita tu usapotenyo oigere femer piningene iepomba dana tango tukakonge ukutuve tuliko kasamane yosombe kukolonga uketo ade tuliko koka tapa ku kwarudi uketo ade tuliko kamene komba jau uketo ade tuliko ko kanu ya madira tuliko kombara osiketa spimbe ile uketo ade tuliko lupare ko tate nangoro ndiete kuchota oshide atu oprokamandi tadi tutungeni dena tulanduleni tate kulokwati naibu bwa tushine konima patuli opeke na tuzetu na tutamekeni hatenda tushenjeni ili maetu mbitu na kushenja tara ono sita ongaro ndo tapo pyo misiri wakaro manga kuna sita ongaro wa mwena kota po pyo misiri wakaro tati anua ili mao milawu ili mao milema ushubi tengini atu ya tosa mangashi okunota te mwashekere okunota te katenda okunota te pakashakaporo ya mweyo muno yo muyo hasapota nenge yerikoni mamisilo akala nonande obiso payo afita otaturi ni mamo monkaro mwi fransa ati omitiro akala yakala ke dirikola inada opolitika yo poe na yakala ke dirikola inada eitaro na yakala dirikola inada depois firme khatiru mu hasemba ntuna maitaro pa netagapanga aye tambo mea otokala nao aye tambo mea ngano waro wa kukunyoko King George mwole non kadon de aluke ome moyonga na ko ko pasta nengo o professeur telombo yakucha nyoko ye kulo armento kashona hono aye katopona na de oshike tashike o mitiro akala de pen tu di patri pa hori
o balance o singole asa manega shoka que la banya mashikere anku ike ko balance que anku ka ni waku balance abucha ngiro uri kwashi nenge ngoko ko pisi inopu waku tulangos o ngabumbo como o pansi wakalo wakala genga la kangi hala popi o genga inna ko hijo yakala inelaka genga geneu shawo ya meumbo nengo ala kwenge konjila wi wote kucha anku bono no ko bono samo nenge meumbo no hango nenge meumbo no munashon con vacaciones guapo coco cara que congelado y no punto e ku fakirulile wote ngale kuchapo sino se casi ni guapo nenge ngwe una kulumba kama onkalangu haulumba kwa ngewa la shongoshon con vacaciones o ngala ko tsaka ngwishe ya ay nganga kashia o shikucha ngoa kali ni mwinjika ke kolunga ke ngwa rishengi kucho vike ni wako skola kali kumuno na weke ina shansi waka ina inoea shashi igrefema apalonjila anke kashi kulamo goes kale na wakucha igrefema kwa palonjila ashke anke ka enge ka pasuka no kashi kulamo
Narwanda afato tuyo shinenga ni
ai shimara itongwa kutate George Shoshiri onso wakalo wakala watilika
kukarata ngo kukujoji
yangenga ibale yangenga
kurupa ku pilawinga
ya
ngino makinga mya wanga ngakuna ka profession
ya lo o baifene tate ko lumango watale esheiko igela ya toto ano batiro misuru wakalo ya wete wa fomo ulo dita atongwa ka ini mini patruke eko kwa mikoro misuru wakalo igere fema o mapanja elike WhatsApp ne no liele ano bakaho kwano bamona kucha ola diwe yo yakanga tapo ano moshirongo baho kwasho shona kudiwa ya anda munone kucha ito duru ali kuyake panja kweno shimasho suraka anda tamagane ko faturulini ma okwe shimutunge ngota hapo byo taiko dolongo moro igere fema oyo la dio imwe yako khomeka nande ne la dio dia befo dine program de misuraka itatuti
nje muyo no hota yakopinga ike ko igere fema no
ya ushirine nawa solanga yekucha the founder watota ushirine nawa kucho vedini ngedi dulifa hapa mwene wedine mwene wedina kucho mukale mwene lokero muri nlongo mwene wedina ngokwidenge fedwa mushota yeke komesho omune ko monika oike program de misuraka ro kudairo ko mapanjina dirukirwa msuru wakalo igere fema amo ipandula o kamenu kamwe kajaponga bobo katameke kuimbe ngalo ndoka pandulo igere fema tutaka pandulo shipi kutaka pandulo nlunga wete ngengenena itatutongenyo shili ko ulumango ekulanderenga kwiro ekuperenga kudaishi wa yakushimba ito diko kuchukaru nenga konlongo pandura ko uluma kucha nino ngwani filali engako katu no shili ongeno misuru akalone na odiliko lutenda no mombwa yo tapugina anu tani ngiviro tapuginoko chapwa mo andi chashike umurwa shikene hatulandura no kupugino misuru akalo nde otuna oshimashi mwishilimbili otapwikina ndini mitapiwanifa inditaki viro yesi ilo teki viro yango ngengo taendele tu pomona surwa kalo itatu chon surwa kalo kalopo hatu titu humife nini mae tune komesho ngahita tera bande kucha tatera bande shipo byapa natu yeni komesho twahumifini maetu komesho atuendele kwa mwenayo
ya umanga uli pono ngengo wali monengo pifengi umama manya ngomama yango ngaka ogashangwa kuchange kwa shangwe dina la ngakusa okunya kucha ngino ongirima finira yali ngino ongami bia finira ango shape fengani go shima hange ke popto shima son siguragado ange kula ponga kucha uye mungo wada pen onge uilo ngo pichira mo igerefem o ashangi o mambo ngaleshi anko ko hashange o hashange pungo reference abucha uye mungo ongo kusamo moshifo shon kumba nenge kembo ya shangere kun kumba ngego feife angi popsa geshi mangeshu ga kakinalwanga angi keshi popsanga fangi shishino malangangi kishu gushireka ashtengo ngakula por reference abucha uyele mungo kusa kakinalwanga ko igerefem ya na paka kukakala punye pulo kalingenje angi burugishu na uya ngakusilu yele ngikakape kona kama ya kakinalwanga
ya ame o monyo moto ya moto akalemo atudalele monde atuyeni mala oma ipulo ya oshike walito kwafa oshike twatala oliye nako kufa pamoja utatairo shwaniro tetu talele ni 7 nashe twikwatelamu tatela banyo tapo byo kucha nokuliko mapanja iloke radio natu fikame ni nda twitule ni muguru panda tutarepo muwambe tu ndatu atuva matulilo sho twadiladila muvatano munango uta nkwandiro tamuno kuchambulia no atabo bishiki otonyengwa atate kulukeshe fiko tamuikuwa mukumbe mpale otamuikuwa kuna nande unona wacha kuno shike fasha shike ndike fayo keshe kodro tamtulamu kimalyo ito ditru kutrombu to medungengi yandili yaka ano tafseke mo mikunda ke fikonye kene mumbeni mwaluli lokeno ke group bwano bala nabo bafirwa shashi numbo ike amono ike tafirwa no ike tamoni mario shafiko mangano kupaka ngano tafi na buita ningishi mario oshafafa neke tulieni me group de mikunda ilo do de community ama itine twaruke nyonjilayo yapuka kaina fikuli mwitu tulenje diru tutulo mavere kenulu na tuyeni moshima tasheta posha tu challenge ngeni rumbo ike tune kombreke social plate olia deli waita tudurushane imari wanale mitunda yetu ndatuita poshimaliwa atushumbu ndatutulapo etungo lompo mfika opo mbada lotali shangwa nande ondonga traditional authority complex itashiti onkwanirwa no familia yo eta benefita ai ondonga we call it the nation otati patirwa pone ngini natu tulenyo shimasho mo trust shava toletele ponando twafika nunona wetu take akalimwe keva o wakaomborwa kotokanga nokupanya mo kunashi oteko esto kaomborwa nokukwamje kunashi ito kesho ngaonena moshilongo ndanga karafi njala no ni lumbwe teke tutila paivo twiningeke twaomborwa kilumbo mweke twalandula shashi kuchonota dana enga mavena ndito turukudano neki yamo madiro nkuku nabo to nukaiki
oshimashimwe ngekakupopyon silwakalo ngeke kucha anko yenjika yashikucha silwakalo oshikenganga ngaka yashikucha oshike hashikala monsilwakalo onsilwakalo shima hashishenje shikwakela konjalo ya popesi ngombo shala bucha monsilwakalo ngashikate ku labanya popucha opunini makuru kuhelela akuru kucha shinonga shizemo ikasho para wepesi ngolino shinonga shuyemo akushi kala bucha shinonga sho parelemo ngashuyemo ngashikale shinelangula sana changi oke pefenge ngo halo nzapepsa gizikelelo yoshikunda ashkonza ponjongo ngabucha epsagero line hekangapi ngengange une hekanzo no zawanga kwa kuparusa akukaza omvulo ya loka ashika kinalubanga mepsagero mwaziko la kangaku ke khomvula onweko konjero shikukuka omanga onzaponjingo epsa wapewa okashulige bucha ngweka kwa una ukala ko sonjala kwa una ukala ko ligo shikukuka ngengange kakukalo mbushiyo mvula ya loko fue pegu kali no longa ya teguru ile ni mukalo ngeke psanyo yokuwa we ukape una shashikashi o longwa la kanga pamwe unu kunjo kulonga shashi o kulonga kuwe mwe ushina bucho punanki ya mwe ihabulu kulonga oyege onhona Siwange luego mejor con el maguchai longa o pekwa la longa no. Gengengo ye mwene unhonali. Wabona kwengo keksa ya mwene. Kapengu wege pono longa. Na go kuno keksa ya mko kapengu kampala ka longa. Kechu ka longo gengenga enhona. Yeah.
Oshubicha tate George o ngeno kwali male lwitula mebeta kesho wene epya ne kitane nitavuninga tuli nelilonga ilo nelikufu eliye kwa wale kesho wene nele dilo ndame doropa ndo dapata iki na dipewa babenasha ngeno kule kompyuta kuche una naro nele doropa yashiki po ninangao madwa tukakala tuli motwa namo nilonga yao kwa hiyo nungoko kwa papa tekinima mondongo kuna mufalamu kuna momombo atatumonga noko wangu enosho noko kwambi noko koronga ono kwa papa teki dini miti dulu koni maifimbo atame kali talandi fa etakakonga natango
Kuna bae ngole inganga kango ya ngoma injila shika pika nko kwa sana ngo kulinga ngo kwani nguluka ya kategoroma
ewa ai o no mento ta dendere kongane ngodi to to chonera no heta to nonda tuiria tatu o kamano drimbari ona no wino imwe nongere o tuia da bajara kucha kosha atu pompito uche kosha ko por jamaito o onduete o papi pini mainji tatiranga mutulo mbere mutu wedereko tatiranga ke huma che kosha se tu tale kucha por jamaito atu ningi na atu endisangini uneno kuironga irongeni uneno kupura kena ko kucho harashike nengo to harashike muyoni ampe no misi wakaro dao indutare ko China indutare ko Spain indutare ko UK
ngelo pasugana pasugana no esio pia
ya ke hashiki kucho mu Africa ningo mu Asia ningo pokati ko puziro pokati irongo ya kwatira ko misiri wakaro nde ngwatara na China tashimwendite aiko kule paife tokaruka pitiria no yapa na bata kucho inu unongo ni ulipombada oshike mulo mithiri wakana noveta nonande pena amotani ginai China okuikwatira koveta paife ilma pirongo mospo bina kuchucha ilma pirongo mumwe unonge shefa nde ngeshefa kushikuira ninga oburu kuiranga 24 hours ndede sente mahakura ninga okulundu ongereka ohaishe na tangu kale tomato kile ongereka ethimbwari
no kunde
kuna pata ita
chai
teta poshi teta posha ikena dinani taro mbinga kucha unaki unakuya kongereka unaki unokala te wanjo adesina ko ngeshefa unaki unokala na yapwena tango tokongo na tango custom moshikwana ya tutopoli ni machanga ulia 24 hours anuli peni uno uli peni ndeni mitapivu right na tapivu
efe koponengo ikeko simbonyala kuputuka askaka nga porque oi kuya ni kokongoleni o kaya ya pastoringi pastor kunego shikwa kwa shai shashokwa igakala i tsakile ni maongeleka nada vifa kwa gai pastori nanga wiki ya ongeleko kwa la kahashi kuyo kwa kalishi tsakile ni mayumwe nanga kuli ongeleka nende keshi ongeleka nge yonge shefa nengo kwa lishema nga moya ya moyo kunga ya no problema don kunga yo yenga kaina kangwe ku isegongeleka ikego shashpi anko ya papa ngemo ku papa kama no kama nawe oshimagashi yawe kashiriwe 100% shashi oshiriu ngongo mpangi ngongo skola okola mogi opunyashi mweshinya ukala kashidopa pono pone kafunga kukotoke
ewa o tatega tudengere ngane kuyo mentedriko ndio na hata tunenda tulia tatu kama drimbali na no wena imu pamwe nenge ngita dengo neto kuchai koya ya pandulation na she papo ku reverenda masekere o na tuini komeko uneno ngashi popina na kucha atushendura kucha patuli paife oponena tutameke pe tipo inimen pe tokanito pe tipo misilo akalo de tu twasiga konima totali tukongone pe tipo o misilo akalo de tu dodiri konima na tango dakhala die kome hwetu o ndio tashika karana sashi inima ihe ngaina ngaisho ndemo radio kala inena ndapso kwa kini manjinde pa ifande andi wedereko o tada ontu taiko nganjira tafipondikwa enokano kashona ngiere ushishi nengo weshimono ni kumana ndikwa kuno ndikwa haya ndithike umba longa kucha next time meme antu yaende kaeno ondikwa dawa ngeri unokana kashona antu yaende kaeno ondikwa
Nyanga. Engamnege lo kanangi. Kwali kon kweli ba. Ai kwasi nge poka rasa moka rasa mo o moka pelo kanga ni akangi moka rasa akalongi fa ba. Manga kwali na ukale ngami. Mkangi no kanga. Ki o kulinga akunigini malimwe. Ngini na kai popi kai esashi.
Ya otuna mikalo nengashi dopa ife do haye ndatora nduka konduta ya tunalwanda no ne dilo jangwi ninge jambe kutoka zako na omadilo mwentozi kona wana tango imanina piko tokera akwetu tukongenyo njira dima shashi ili mabefo ya vundakana keke shimo shavundakana utale komia ino shavundakana utale komia ya kashirina ondo tozi meumbo uwetena na kucha ombulukwe ya pila mando uteya tunyumbani kucha ai ishikano ini mai ombulukwe ya njema
anko kaka chego style
ya ombulukwe ya njema wapili keshito tuli mukatu akwirina uno no mapunda natango inatusha ada shilingao ngepamo peni wana ilingao awa mbasho taputukangao hatukuine komeho hatukuine konini ndenga twapura kulunto taikulomo ya kucha aisho no hashilingwa ni yashiningo
nyango shinapa
hashiningirwa paifini maya uneno takusako ini maya ya kwetu umesiwa karoda ya kwetu odo atukwa tambarambara nandulimo mupaifende tuwanuno na kwa TV wakala ike uyatakuta kumawi
uchini mali mwanakanga kesho misiru wakala ya kwe kunge okunyo ya kwe yasa kompinga hono ya kwenye kilo misiru wakala zao yoyo nge haku hepene hoya ya kwenye kilo misiru wakala okwenga kumwa no china kagango kana lechi o kacha china ya Afrika ene kukte kuwafa wambo kikagango wege nga shishina kuni ngwana shikashina kuni ngama na kucha kachi kwa kuhoku ne kuteko kwege ya kanisa uteko
ta kinjojo ndali mandoro papita mwedi paife mukadi umwetara kulino kana kesikefa kana umbula kadiri nenga tano wako kana kakali kujane kutaka pewa taka ndiro chips inaanza omostora na tango yikuline ifutwa kama tonango no kwa kutumba eti kutumba atozimahuru tali kwa ipero kwa talile Chai tuni omi haya kuko kwati unatandiri nandi fikama nandi jandende nandi fika nandi kutombeteri ubiteko oshiri antai hoya kumwa ikongo okana shuka popingao atu hota kumwa getu alimo leina tulimo moleina momo mbroka utakumwa shiko okano kasho nadakati kuko kwati nandi jatande nandi kutombende ete mano kuja tandina
kwe hakirongo ya butishaye ni oshongashoe o antu oshongihoya kurongo ya kuchakale unona nyama esu ngona kulyo nyama tango kana na kalyo nyama huuni shasho shima shongo kashi shege emoloso ya mota changaye onu pika onale oshima shongo kashi longo kana mo psychology ya kukucha kana hono nangu ke kakumeko skola kiko hoskela ndiko kakumene yo ingoni kakelianga unapo ukaka keshikuli kwa kelapo kakalongi sanga shina kulongiswa ngashina na kilongo kulyo nyama huunina ke inapeke nenge ilimo Nekemba, maika kikusang. Gelokan ako kalong ko kuling yang akang. Eko kafe ke eo vika eko sekolah. Magina kasi ako sekolah. Masih kano ke kalong bisa puna.
Lakini yo jina kango ngaye shote putuka meme wonkero yo meme koja kama kukwanyama ndaka kala ko nkongula diri khiyari kheta tongwewa de ndaya ndiri fi kombo ongobe undongi ni nguru ya wezako ndiri mehezo yaidi pekarari yaidi ndongi abulu kukarama me ndongo besa mkamali kukarama me
ya imo me amare ni taturuke ntara
ya de inguru ya imo me amule ejeke ko nota ikongo ndago
ngina na kango
ikombo ya imo me de onde shipondora ndikandi andikwanta kuilonga koni me ondakara ndi tikucha teman temoro sako sana tamoro sa shaita tabaranje memo ngayo ongeda hike na ina kwa litwa yako nengi nandi haime mekwali ngwa baranje oshiri koni maesimbo shonda koko opondamo no kuchata onsani ngwa kwa licho tani nginyonyanya nani okwalo ngonyo shirongwa ningo nanyo okwalo ngonje uyo ni nanyo okwalo neno okwalo ngonje okwalo ngonyo shima shasimana handi buruku ya nasho komeho etani keshi turamuno na wanje mo mwanje ezimwali keshi ukakomeho andi shipandula kairiwe mwenye wake nde ono kumpandula kucha nani
kwekusigira shinji
okwasigira injo shinji de peta me konda indiwe kucho temoro swa temano mbe poteningba shike teningba na ishashi ndonga za kondonga kina kakuna meme kukwanyamana ni meme nguno ngiko kwala ndo kwashike kupoke
ashikuwa samani
my friend oshiri paifo ndiwe kucha usani kwasigira injo shinji na tupanduleni ona kusambona etu sigire mo wana shasha tudimbo o atu ninge kucha kwaya kwasa ndere shiro no kokweteru wana oyenji ta ngi hauto oyenji ni eno mambo gedina oyenji eri mirongi wana ya watero kantu kayo mo umwe keshi no kuli onsale ke opushinda eke kumbe kucha ta una na wali na ushininga shuntu mashonga nandu mona eta umbudimo me yana ndenan
kakagulunga se kaputuga ngakun otsange la washashi asange ve shaigen ge unsange ke kwa da wengon dipo kadem shashi kwa kucha ono nentu na kale ngon dipo o ngoa dika kon kwa yon kwengu ngoa de oka ko lidengi senao shaige unsange ku mona o he kuisange ke o hokuro mweli go ushina ke ku pula shina shana hokuro nanyo ko hale ku lidengi hashi kuna dipo yake wako mwana gani ayangisa wajengo na lengo kashikuna
yeah
wango kwa lidenga na makawa yeah
aye ndwete minute loko benduka ne diriko meho na minute de tudahuka hizi kanga na Rwanda minute loko benduka dika ko meho de
aye ne beva daturo pamango
natupa pamwe
delia
ya so ndio shiro potelenga khera ndwete una
ayo deli pamwe
yaro ano ndeto kuchana tupandita tekuru labani mwashekere na kutumbono akala pra kene gere fe madupandura kutumbono kalima studio zamane tate King Georgia na uno kesi zamane
ngao kasan
ayo uno koko kesi zamane
ngao kasan
no chano kwa kulupira ko
aye uno ngati ngakele mangangie ko mesho ngati ngakele nakele ngie ko meho ngati
nongo na jaje bendi
ilangi ilaka kuna
wacha ikanyo ni fame mbote
kima nanyo kulina wa
sitara vanda po wako
kinta ndimo mafangara mwa pumbwa yendo ndete poka pone mutenge muteire aye akori kena tumpandure unanembo no mwa kutombinga mwa kupura kena nande na mone simbo jo kudengiramo utunkole kuchwa meni yo shirongo ponje shirongo igerefe makunkole simbwalike nigerefe makara khala kutse ake khali ko Namibia nenge mpura kena igera tun kale tunshi ndatu shiningi pankala ulingeni ngainde shete pokuja twambildeni oigerefe ma upotwe tipo tueteni ukumwe itatu dimbweni kumawine ngetani ngatane tukala lipona bye bye.
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Ace, I'm planning an event for next weekend, and I don't know how to best get people to hear about it.
Saima, don't worry about those small things. Contact Eagle FM today. Eagle FM has a dedicated team that can travel anywhere countrywide to broadcast live at any event, such as a promotion, organizational launch, anniversary, wedding, funeral, political or traditional and church events, and basically any event that you wish to broadcast on a national level. Call them now and talk to Monica at 081 270 3727 or the office number 083 2888 400. Eagle FM, the eye.
Get social with us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Our handle is Eagle FM Namibia.
Eagle FM, the eye.
No matter where you are, if you have a mobile device, you can tune into Namibia's #1 talk radio station by downloading the Eagle FM app on the Google Play Store or on the Apple App Store. Download the Eagle FM app to tune into live Eagle FM programming or to listen to podcasts of previous broadcasts. Eagle FM, Namibia's #1 talk radio station.
Omutiha gutekirwa kaguna i matina omjo. Chikao shafathana na nalo ngeshifa ya ishiwike moshiwana. Iye moyawo ota ingongotisa mwene. Ana ngeshifa ya Namibia ompito mbwana wa olonjika. Teithani na omayakuro nirandithomwa yoe yongeshefa yoye okupitiramo Eagle FM Media House. Ngoe twende timemeha ukakombanga nena. Kara omukwashipareki wimwepo yomo programa detu. Moambo dengera selma kodara hetatu imwe. Ndatu heari hamano tano oniari. Eagle FM, the eye.
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Ace, I'm planning an event for next weekend, and I don't know how to best get people to hear about it.
Saima, don't worry about those small things. Contact Eagle FM today. Eagle FM has a dedicated team that can travel anywhere countrywide to broadcast live at any event, such as a promotion, organizational launch, anniversary, wedding, funeral, political or traditional and church events, and basically any event that you wish to broadcast on a national level. Call them now and talk to Monica at 081 270 3727 or the office number 083 2888 400. Eagle FM, the eye.
Get social with us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Our handle is Eagle FM Namibia.
Eagle FM, the eye.
No matter where you are, if you have a mobile device, you can tune into Namibia's #1 talk radio station by downloading the Eagle FM app on the Google Play Store or on the Apple App Store. Download the Eagle FM app to tune into live Eagle FM programming or to listen to podcasts of previous broadcasts. Eagle FM, Namibia's #1 talk radio station.
Omutiha gutekirwa kaguna i matina omjo. Chikao shafathana na nalo ngeshifa ya ishiwike moshiwana. Iye moyawo ota ingongotisa mwene. Ana ngeshifa ya Namibia ompito mbwana wa olonjika. Teithani na omayakuro nirandithomwa yoe yongeshefa yoye okupitiramo Eagle FM Media House. Ngoe twende timemeha ukakombanga nena. Kara omukwashipareki wimwepo yomo programa detu. Moambo dengera selma kodara hetatu imwe. Ndatu heari hamano tano oniari. Eagle FM, the eye.
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Ace, I'm planning an event for next weekend, and I don't know how to best get people to hear about it.
Saima, don't worry about those small things. Contact Eagle FM today. Eagle FM has a dedicated team that can travel anywhere countrywide to broadcast live at any event, such as a promotion, organizational launch, anniversary, wedding, funeral, political or traditional and church events, and basically any event that you wish to broadcast on a national level. Call them now and talk to Monica at 081 270 3727 or the office number 083 288 400. Eagle FM, the eye.
Get social with us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Our handle is Eagle FM Namibia.
Eagle FM, the eye.
No matter where you are, if you have a mobile device, you can tune into Namibia's #1 talk radio station by downloading the Eagle FM app on the Google Play Store or on the Apple App Store. Download the Eagle FM app to tune into live Eagle FM programming or to listen to podcasts of previous broadcasts. Eagle FM, Namibia's #1 talk radio station.
Omutiha gutekirwa kaguna imatina omjo. Chikao shafathana na nalo ngeshifa ya ishiwike moshiwana. Iye moyawo otaingongotisa mwene. Ana ngeshifa ya Namibia ompitombwa nawa olonjika. Teithani na omayakuro nirandithomwa yoe yongeshefa yoye okupitiramo Eagle FM Media House. Ngwe twende timemeha ukakombanga nena. Kara omukwashipareki wimupo yomo programa detu. Moambo dengera Selma konora hetatu imwe. Ndatu heari hamano tano.
lipuranengeno wapumbwa evatero ulikoni maondodoto ingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshefa ili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshefa yapumbwa kukara ya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna evitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu kondado ili nawa nuneudo otukwetera o speciala ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayoloka opone ushendife nawa nokumona oijamo ili nawa ningekwata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora itatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
The following show is a playback from Eagle FM podcast.
Dear listener, the following show is a playback.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pulling Heartstrings with the Matriarch here on your #1 talk radio station, Eagle FM. Today is the 10th of the second month, 2026. It is a Tuesday evening and it's 3 minutes past the hour of 9. So now, really, guys, like, Angie is going through a lot. My matriarch is going through a lot and so today my intention was, right? My intention was to show up at work and, you know, to just come try my best and then come do my thing and feel better. And then just when I got, like, just before I got here, I was like, nah, I can't do this. You know, my heart is not feeling good. I'm out. And that has been happening a lot with me lately. It has been happening a lot. And I thought it was maybe part of, like, it is part of MDD. So it's part of it. But I wanted to specifically know, like, what is it exactly that takes away all the joy? You know, when somebody finds comfort in certain things and finds joy in certain things, and then, I'm so sorry about that, and find joys in certain things, and then all of a sudden these things are no longer exciting, no longer meaningful. Nothing gives you pride, nothing gives you joy, nothing gives you any kind of emotion at all. It's just like a flat line, you know? And this flat line is like a numbness, but it's not a numbness because you still feel pain and you still feel agony and you still feel sorrow and you still feel frustrated and you still feel everything else, right? So what is it? This dopamine hit that my soul is searching for, right? It's something that I'm not getting. This fulfillment that my soul is not getting is something that I'm struggling to find.
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Ace, I'm planning an event for next weekend, and I don't know know how to best get people to hear about it.
Saima, don't worry about those small things. Contact Eagle FM today. Eagle FM has a dedicated team that can travel anywhere countrywide to broadcast live at any event, such as a promotion, organizational launch, anniversary, wedding, funeral, political or traditional and church events, and basically any event that you wish to broadcast on a national level. Call them now and talk to Monica at 081-270-3727 or the office number 083-288-400. Eagle FM, the eye.
Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing Midnight Express here on Pulling Heartstrings, where I'm just going to be talking. I'm just going to be talking. I'm going to be airing my dirty laundry, and I'm going to be letting my little heart furuka out. And I'm hoping somebody's going to catch me out there. And if you can't catch me, you might as well listen. So, okay. So as we all know, right? I'm not feeling well. As we all know, diagnosis, I'm not feeling well. So I have MDD, right? And a gang of other little stuff as well that they also complement and contribute to the disease. Should we call it? Yeah, the ailment, right? That's why I say that when we talk about mental health, we must not be like, mental health. Mental health is like saying illness, right? And every illness has its own name. And every illness has its own, it's not like one umbrella that we must just be checking our mental health and checking it. It's like you going for saying that you must check your physical body. You must go for body checkups. It's basically the same. But then when it comes to mental health issues, it is more about, it's like this umbrella that people put up, like, mental health. Yes, the mental health of the mental health, right? So as we all know, I have MDD, which is major depressive disorder. And that means I am depressed, guys. Like with all this laughing and all this jolly, I am depressed. I am exactly what a depressed person looks like. That's me. And part of what I have, so I am on medication. But what I have been experiencing lately is this state of not finding joy in anything. And even when I do find joy in something, it's short-lived. It's like a little spark, but it just sparks a little bit and then it dies. It's like oof. So right now, all I want to do in my life right now is I just want to sleep. I just want to sleep the day away and sleep the night away and sleep the day away and sleep the night away. And I just want to be in bed. I just want to do nothing. I just want to exist. I don't want to eat. I don't want to talk. I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to bath. I don't want to do nothing. I want to do nothing to me. I want to do nothing. And it is alarming, right? But it's part of the ailment, it's part of the symptoms. It's part of what comes with it, So you can't really say that, oh yeah, I am depressed. And there's also circumstantial depression, right? Like, you are depressed because of finances, or you are depressed because of lack of finances, or you are depressed because you're being violated, or you are depressed because of this, or you are depressed because of that. And for me, that's circumstantial depression, where if we fix it that is wrong in your life, then you will no longer be depressed, right? But for me, it's something else. It's just, there's no real cause to it. It's just being overwhelmed by me and being overwhelmed by my life, being overwhelmed by who and what I am as a human being. And, I was pushing, I was pushing and I was trying and I was going, I keep going, how I am. I'm resilient, I'm resilient and I'm strong and I'm courageous and I'm brave. And I'm pushing for better days. So as I'm pushing for better days, in this push for better days, sometimes are good. Some days are good and some days are bad. And some days are in the middle and some days are just catastrophic. And I feel like I'm having more catastrophic days than I'm having good days. You know, I feel like the day doesn't have enough sunlight and doesn't have enough hours, because I blink and the day is over, and I blink and then the day has started, and I blink and then the day is over and it started, and it's a cycle. And I'm somewhat just in limbo, you know. And also part of the issues that I have is that I don't want to depress my kids.
Efiloshisho olotali kutungupo. Omawa o tomono okujako NHP. Genge wa longifo lilipedulo wa uhaku. Olo halipiti kwa efikune fiku. Mefiloshisho lo uhaku oye. Owa woshimali wa oshosha hupako. Washika wedelwa komto alandolako. Kashi koma pungulo ena shano unjola welewe. Otodulo okulongifa omawa oye. Wa hupuko opo unamiti toshiningi momikalo dihapungashi. Okufutila po oimali wa ishona. Oyo hodulu okupolwa. Ulifutila ovemwene. Omaya kulo oluhapu. Hakala ina kwatelwa. Mowa we kwa folo ele unamiti. Ile otodulu no kuli. Okupitifapo mwedi donumba. Tokala inofuta kulolo ele unamiti. Kouyalele uhapu. Talela po nhp.com.na. Emango nomalandola fano ododina okulandulwa. NHP. Rooted in care for you.
Your health, your life, your peace of mind. NHP, we're about you.
I don't want to depress my kids. And I don't want to put them in an environment where I'm crawling out of bed, you know. I'm crawling out of bed and I'm just trying to make it to the toilet. And I'm just trying, you know. So I've shipped the children off to my mother. And Sane also shipped everybody off, and I'm in isolation. And I think the isolation also, it's getting to me a little bit more. But also in the isolation, I'm finding a little bit of peace. I think because I don't have to explain myself to anybody. I don't have to explain why I'm not putting on my wig. I don't have to explain why I'm getting up so early. I don't have to explain my night terrors and my sweat, and I don't have to explain, and I don't actually have to tell anybody how I feel. But I feel like the children are getting on. I feel like the children are catching up to it. And now they are concerned citizens that call every day. I just want to say how you are. And it's almost time for them to come home because they don't live at their grandmother. And I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, in which state I am. And of course, you that might be listening and you are like a healthcare practitioner and you're like, no, you must go to the doctor. Don't you worry about that. I have a follow-up tomorrow, so I will be there. I'll be at the doctor tomorrow. But I don't know if I'm getting worse or getting better. I am on medication, and the only side effects that I've seen so far with the medication has been diarrhea and complete loss of appetite. So I've lost a couple of kgs in the couple of months, in the 2 months, just a little bit, enough to make my uniform shake. We are shaker, Sani. We are shaker. And enough to make my jeans look like, what do they call them? Boyfriend jeans. So 90% of my jeans look like boyfriend jeans now. And, when it comes to weight stuff, especially for girls that have difficulties with with body sizes and all of that. You're comfortable in each and every area of your body, but it's not every day that you're actually fully comfortable in it. Sometimes you just want to wear something and it doesn't fit. So with the medication, and the sudden weight loss to some degree, it has also toned me down, right? And when it toned me down, now I'm in my jeans, but my jeans don't look like they belong to me. They look more like boyfriend jeans. So all my jeans are all of a sudden boyfriend jeans now. And it is what it is. And my mood is just flat. And it feels empty. And the motivation, the motivation. So now there is the functioning depression, the functional depressive person, and then there's the non-functional. The non-functional one is the one that we all don't want, where you're not getting anything right because you just can't, you just can't. And then you find the functional ones, or they look like they are functioning or high functioning. They look like it because they go to work every day and they show up and they do what they need to do, and brilliance comes from them and. But it still does not mask necessarily what is in your heart. It doesn't shake it, doesn't do anything. So now the question is, where am I emotionally, right? And the question would be, am I in a place of emptiness, numbness, or where am I? And these are questions that I ask myself these questions, because one of my problems or my issues is also that I'm a problem solver. So I like to decipher things, including myself. And checking on myself is crucial. So I always have to check where I'm at. And according to where I feel like I'm at, I'm in a state of anhedonia. And, anhedonia. Yeah. Anhedonia. Yes, I'm in a state of anhedonia. And the part of depression that causes a persistent inability to feel joy, pleasure, or intense in previous joy, or interest in previous enjoyed activities is known as anhedonia. Anhedonia. Whew, like we're struggling with words these days. Anhedonia. It is a core symptom of major depressive disorder, categorized by emotional numbness, a flat or empty feeling, and reduced motivation, often described as living in black and white. So that is where I feel I'm at. I think I'm there, but I wasn't always there. So am I getting worse or am I getting better? Because at least, like prior, I was at least feeling, happy sometimes, joyous sometimes, what sometimes. And now I'm like, everything's like, okay, maybe, like, okay. And I don't know. I'm just here to talk. Because part of my fears is also being on the cover page of the newspaper and being yet another statistic in this country. And I don't want to be a statistic, And that's why I'm fighting, I'm fighting. The number in studio is 083-288-401. That is the number in studio. It's 083-288-401. Maybe you've also felt like this. Maybe you've also been down and under and down on your luck. Maybe you can call in and then we can soothe one another. Because these are days that are dark, for me at least. These are days that are dark, and these are days that I'm just somewhat, I'm not really coping. And I'm not really... I'm not doing as well as I would like to be doing. And yeah. So, anhedonia. Anhedonia is derived from the Greek. It means without pleasure. It is the reduced ability to experience joy. So, imagine if you're a person that has mad dopamine and, one of the weirdest things also that's happening right now is that my punchlines and my jokes are hella deep and hella funny. Like, everybody around me is laughing, like laughing away. I'm telling the jokes. Like, if, I should actually go and have like one of those free your mind shows where I'm going to, or even come to Mind the Gap with Helmut, because my jokes these days, they're giving. It's giving vibes upon vibes upon vibes, and it's really honestly giving. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm not that funny, and people are cracking up, they're forgetting their problems and they're cracking and they're laughing and yo. And I'm watching people laugh, and I'm watching people, have fun with it, especially, if I'm having a conversation in the cab or I'm having a conversation somewhere, because for some weird reason, I always have to say something. And I'm watching the joy on other people's faces, and I'm like, wow, that's nice. But I can tell you right now that even I'm telling my jokes with a straight face. And usually, when you're in a good space, you also laugh at your own joke, right? Because no matter how many times you have memorized it as a comedian, you would always laugh at your own joke because you know the context of it, and also that it's funny, right? It's funny. So you laugh at the joke also when you're telling the joke. But I'm telling my jokes with a straight face, sis. I'm telling my jokes with a straight face and a straight demeanor and everything. I'm even doing the side eye thing. And I'm watching everybody around me happy. I'm watching them. I'm watching them laugh and smile, and I'm watching them crack up and say, no, man, I'm going to pee myself. And I'm like, wow, I miss that. I miss being happy. I miss being ecstatic and excited. I miss being enthusiastic. I miss everything about everything that I feel that I have somehow, it's either neglected, abandoned, or it left. And I'm just thinking about it like, wow. And now I get it, and I get it because my heart is so heavy and I'm so tired, and I'm sighing and I'm breathing in it. And it's wild. So I feel like I'm in that state. But obviously, we're going to have to confirm this with the psychologist. We're going to have to confirm this tomorrow. We're going to have to confirm if that's where I'm at. But also underneath anhedonia, there is also emotional numbness. Instead of deep sadness, the individuals often feel a profound empty numbness, a meh feeling, or a totally lack of emotional response. And I don't think that I'm there yet. But the meh is coming along, like, okay. And then there's loss of interest, hobbies, socializing, favorite food, and relationships no longer bring satisfaction or joy. Yeah. And one would wonder, how do you get out of this? Every time people speak about depression, the what do you call it? The other one, the stereotype always comes up, which it's always you happy ones. And I don't think I'm happy. I think that maybe my voice is just familiar. I think maybe you guys are just accustomed to the voice. And there's no way I can talk sad. Like, this is the saddest I can go, guys. Like, this is me. I'm sad. Like, oh, you know, I think it's because also, it's not really to say that I'm masking sadness or depression in humor. I really am just hilarious, if I may say so myself, you know, of which I just did. So I don't know. And then there's brain mechanism. It is associated with a breakdown in the brain's reward system. Also, often involving lower levels of dopamine. So that means there's a lower level of dopamine. Or I feel that there is. And then dysfunction from sadness.
When it comes to managing your investments, should you rely on one expert or a team of specialists? With a multi-managed portfolio from Alex Forbes, your funds are guided by carefully selected investment experts, working together to pursue more consistent outcomes. We pair the right managers behind the scenes so you don't have to manage multiple relationships. Strengthen your investment destination. Visit alexforbes.com today. Alex Forbes Namibia is registered and regulated by NAMFISA.
Dysfunction from sadness. While sadness is feeling down, anhedonia is feeling nothing. Yo. So that's where I'm at, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're wondering. Like, what's happening here? I think I'm in this, I think I'm here. But because even with anger, even with longing, even if with what, it's a short circuit. And I've always been a short circuit when it comes to anger, because I don't stay angry for long, and it takes a very long time for me to get angry as well. But I'm in that, okay. Like, if I'm angry, it's like, I don't even get angry the way I should get angry. I don't get excited the way I should get excited. I'm just out here, like, yo. And it's a scary place to be. It's a very scary place to be, because when the sadness comes, it comes in waves and waves and waves. And when the hopelessness comes, it comes in waves and waves. And then there's a total lack of emotional response, and it's just, okay. Okay. All right. And I don't know. But lucky for us, we take these things very seriously, and in these things we will surely find ways to cope and to manage and to find a little bit of joy within the dark and gloomy days. But yeah, that's anhedonia. And that is a state in which you get as a person. Now, what is the treatment and management? The treatment, anhedonia. Anhedonia is treated through therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, medication, antidepressants, and lifestyle changes such as building a structured routine to foster a sense of accomplishment. So you have to feel like you have rewarded yourself, like you have achieved something. And that's how you get over it, or you treat it. But also with therapy and with medication and structure and routine and recovery. While it can feel permanent, the brain's neuroplasticity allows for the return of pleasure and motivation with appropriate treatment. So we're not doomed. We just have to find ways in which our brain is going to work on it, and how we're going to get there, you know? We're not doomed. It's just that We're having a tough time right now. And that tough time, it comes with its own ups and its own down, and it's just one of those, right? And part of our quest is that we are all trying, and we're all trying to cope, and we're all trying to manage, and we're all trying our utmost and level best to do our parts, right? So with doing our parts, we would try and describe what we are going through. So, ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned.
lipuranengeno wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maondo totoingida ashike kapeno nwe kutite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna emitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi kono kondado nawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshe fa omarudi dayo loka opone ushendife nawa lokumona oijamo ili nawa ningepata fanola monika ko Eagle FM onora tatimwe bali heali nola
Care that builds with you. That's the rollover benefit from NHP. When you claim less than a defined amount of your day-to-day benefits in a year, the unused amount is carried over for the next year, like a savings account for your health. You can use your rollover benefit in many ways, from co-payments to medical costs usually not covered, even contribution holidays. Learn more at nhp.com.na. T's and C's apply. NHP, rooted in care for you.
Your health, your life, your peace of mind. NHP, we're about you.
Po Eagle FM onora tatimwe bali heali nola natu heali bali no heali ile kombelewa nora hetatu natu bali o hetatu batatu o mafilane Eagle FM the eye.
Alrighty, good evening to you. If you have just joined us, this is Pulling Heartstrings with the Matriarch, and the heartstrings that we are pulling this evening is that of major depressive disorder, something that I suffer from, and we are just trying to find ways in coping, and we're just trying to talk about it, create a little bit of awareness around it. And tonight we're talking about the state of anhedonia. The clip that we're about to play, ladies and gentlemen, we as Eagle Media House do not claim any ownership of it. It's strictly for us to learn and for us to hear what others are saying about it. And stay tuned.
Talk a lot on this channel about the importance of having and executing a sound strategy for managing your mental health, of generally knowing how you're going to allocate your time and energy each day, making sure you're putting it into the places that are most likely to help you improve your mental health and fight back against these symptoms that you experience, and of how important it is to work hard at this and basically apply the same strategies to managing your mental health that you would at anything else in life that you were trying to do well. And for the most part, I do believe in this message. I do believe these are the strategies that get us in the best possible place that we're capable of being. However, I do know that there is one thing that makes the mental health journey very different from any other endeavor that you might undertake or any other goals that you might have for yourself. And that is that for many of us who are struggling with our mental health, we at times experience this feeling of complete and total apathy towards ourselves, our lives, our goals, and the plan doesn't seem to matter on those days or weeks or months or however long they last. You can have a perfect plan, and if you don't care if it works or not, you're not likely to execute the plan during that period of time. And these periods of time then are always going to represent these massive setbacks in our progress, because there are times when we just couldn't make ourselves do anything, couldn't get going, couldn't get out of bed, couldn't help ourselves, couldn't ask for help. They just shut us down completely, or at least it seems like they would. I have been able, particularly in the last few years, to find a couple ways around this thing that I once thought was not solvable, not something that we could actually fight back against, something we just had to deal with and accept. Like, when this happens, you're just going to stop. And I think that's the general consensus of most of the therapists I know too, is like that there's periods of time when people just can't, like when there's no way that they're going to be able to do anything. I don't know if I believe that is true anymore. I know that it is not true for me. And I want to be clear on this. I still experience those times. They don't last nearly as long as they used to. They don't happen nearly as frequently as they used to. But I have not found a way to completely rid myself of those, what I call black hole periods. Those times when it feels like, what is the point of all this? What is the difference? Why bother putting in all this time, all this work, all this effort, if sometimes it does nothing? If I can still wake up randomly and be like, I'm empty, I'm hollow, everything feels pointless. For most of my life, those periods of time have controlled me, and they have dictated the course of my life. And even though they still happen, and I don't yet know how to completely prevent them from happening, they don't control me anymore. In fact, if you've been following this channel for any length of time, you've probably seen me in one of those periods. You probably didn't realize it because I probably looked the exact same as I normally do, for better or for worse. I don't know what that says about me. But today I'm going to teach you the two main strategies that I have learned in my own personal life that have helped me push through these periods of apathy and anhedonia and emptiness and numbness and stay on track with doing the things that I need to do. First, it's not funny, but I might laugh a little bit when I describe it because it is so ridiculous and counterintuitive, but also makes so much sense that I'm kind of amused that I never thought about it before. When we get this feeling of just complete and total emptiness and just this I don't care about anything attitude, we also have the option to apply the apathy to our apathy. In other words, you can choose to not care about the fact that you do not care. Call it apathyception if you'd like. And if you don't care that you don't care, then you can keep doing the things you think you need to do for a prolonged period of time, even if during that period of time you don't care about doing those things, because you also don't care that you don't care. It's not our normal reaction, right? When we hit those periods where we realize,
now that one is wild. You don't care about not caring. Like, you don't care about not caring. You don't care, yes, but you also don't care that you don't care. So you are going to do the things that you need to do because you don't care that you don't care. Wow. Did you guys see that? Like, the energy that I started with, and then now all of a sudden I have a lot of energy. Like, I don't know, episodes.
Suddenly I feel nothing. The normal response would be, well, if I feel nothing, then I'm going to do nothing. Why would I bother doing anything if I feel nothing? Or I'm going to just do the things that I think have the best chance of making me feel some amount, potentially, even if it's just a fraction, tiny little bit, positive emotionality today. Especially things that take no effort, right? Because I feel like I have nothing to give this day. So I'm either going to not do anything, or I'm going to do things like watch TV, play video games, like things that basically I can do no matter how I feel. And I might feel nothing, or I might feel a little bit of something from them. But if you think that no matter what you're going to do on that particular day, the result is going to be an emotional void, and you aren't going to enjoy your activities or your choices no matter what they are, then why not pick the ones that put you in the best place for later if you're not going to be in a good place today no matter what you do? It reminds me a little bit, I hope this is not an invalidating metaphor, but it reminds me a little bit of like when you're a kid and you go to Walmart or something with your parents, and they're like, you have $10, go find something you want for $10. And looking back on it, this might be a sign that I struggled with depression for a long time. Because I remember sometimes I'd be like, oh, I don't want anything. Like, this is all crap. I don't care about any of it, but I have $10. So I should spend it on something, right? And I would just buy something stupid that I didn't care about and would forget about in a day. And looking back, I know the answer is like I was a kid with tiny frontal lobes, but looking back on it, it's like, why didn't you just save the money? Like, if you couldn't find anything you wanted on that day, why not reserve that for a time later when you want something? Because you will want something later because you're a kid and you'll find a toy you want. You know that you will feel better later, right? Like, I'm not saying you're going to wake up one day and everything's going to be fine, but you know that these periods of just complete and total apathy and emptiness do not last forever because you've had them before. And you've also not had them. I don't know how long they're going to last. Like, I wish I could just be psychic and tell you. But it won't last forever. And so if you know that there is going to come a point in the future when you do care, why not continue to behave as if you do care, even when you don't? Because the end result today is going to be the same whether you make, and I'm sorry to say this in an oversimplified manner, but I think you know what I mean, whether you make good or bad choices. If you're going to feel bad, even if whether you make good choices or bad choices, doesn't it still make the most sense to make the so-called good choices? Because then when this episode eventually ends, you will not be in a massive lifestyle deficit that you have to claw your way out of to get back to the baseline that you were at in the first place. One other silly metaphor I have from this. About 2.5 years ago, my wife got COVID, and I apparently didn't get COVID. So I stayed, she had it rough. She was bedridden and pretty much non-functional. So I'm like, okay, I'll call home, I'll call in from work. I'll stay home with the kids and, keep them entertained and so you can rest. And there was one day I remember we went to a pizza place. I took the kids out to a pizza restaurant that we'd never been to before. And they were hungry and I wasn't. So I was just like sitting there watching them eat. And they are both just like raving about how good this pizza is. And I'm like, all right, fine. I'm like, let me try it. You guys aren't going to finish your pizza, I know. So I take a bite and I'm eating. I'm like, you guys pranking me? This is disgusting. This literally just tastes like cardboard. And they're like, no, it's so good. What is wrong with you? I'm like, there's nothing. This is just junk. I didn't know what that meant right away. But then that night I was taking a shower and I was washing my hair and I was washing my body. And I'm like, this is weird. I don't smell my shampoo. I don't smell my body wash. So I'd like put it right under my nose and I tried to smell it. I'm like, I don't smell anything. And then I'm like, oh, I have COVID. Because that was it was so weird. That was my only symptom, was lack of taste, lack of smell. And for like a little bit, I was kind of doom and gloom. I'm like, my food is going to taste like I couldn't taste anything. Everything just tasted like mush. So eating was miserable. It literally just was like untextured, unflavored gruel. It was awful. And at first I was like trying to make things that I thought I would like anyway, like maybe if it's really spicy or has a lot of salt. Nothing broke through. I could not taste anything. And after a full day trying to make the most delicious meals I could think of to try to break through this lack of taste, then I had this light bulb moment. I was like, if everything tastes disgusting anyway, I should just eat the healthiest possible foods. Because normally, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not a hypocrite because I tell you that the specifics of nutrition don't matter as much for mood and anxiety. I'm very serious about like eating my 3 meals a day and my couple snacks, but I suck at vegetables. I am so bad at them because I think they taste like garbage. And I realized if everything tastes like garbage anyway, this is my moment. This is my window for however long this symptom lasts. I'm going to get my veggies in. So I went out and bought like just the healthiest foods I could think of, like broccoli and plain Greek yogurt and cottage cheese and just like my nutrition was perfect.
And ladies and gentlemen, I know that you guys were like, yeah, man, this guy. Yeah, but I'm here. Hello. Hi. I'm here. So basically what he's trying to say is that when you are in the state of anhedonia, right? That is the state of feeling emptiness, numbness, nothing is nice anymore. Nothing tastes good. Life is not worth enjoying. Life is not nice. When you're in that state, the idea is to keep doing the things that you think that you still have to do. Like, still take the kids to school, please. Still wake up tomorrow to take the kids to school. Because it's going to be a bad day tomorrow anyways, you might as well do the things that you know that you're supposed to do. And I think that this is somehow, some way, the breakthrough through the depression, right? Because if you keep laying down and if you keep sulking and if you keep sleeping and if you just keep giving in to the disease, right, then you would most probably like end up doing something that you really shouldn't have done or you really wouldn't do on a normal day, but it's because your dopamine is so flat and your mood is so low, so extremely low that nothing, you just feel nothing at all. But if you keep doing the little things that don't taste good, and that's why he was talking about food, for example. Everything tastes bad. Like when you're depressed, right? I'm so mesmerized by people that eat through pain. I'm like, wow, you can be sad and still eat. Like, yeah, give me that pup. Like, I still want to give me the chicken wings also. Yeah, like put on extra sauce. Like, yeah. I'm very amazed by those people because I'm so emotional that I can't eat when I'm sad, and I can't eat when I'm too happy, and I can't eat through emotions, right? But other people can just get it right. I have an aunt of mine, right, with her small tiny baby fingers. And she eats even on her wasted days. When she's like wasted, she eats food, guys. She eats no matter what. Never forever. Like, no matter how drunk she is, she will eat. And I think it's the same thing for depressed people, right? That are now on the quest to finding a little bit of happiness and a little bit to raise their dopamine, because it's neuroplasticity, right? We're supposed to give ourselves routines to make us feel happiness and to make us feel joy and to make us feel motivated and to make us feel inspired and so forth, right? So what he's saying is that if everything tastes bad because you're depressed, right? Everything tastes bad. How about you get the most healthiest things in while you're depressed, and then your nutrition is going to look great. Or how about, right, if life sucks so much, then why not just start exercising so that you have a killer body? So that you're depressed and hot at the same time. Like, what will it do? It will still just feel bad. It will still just be bad. It will just, you will still be unhappy anyways. Why don't you just do something that is beneficial? Example, still put on the electricity. Example, still pay your bills. Example, still keep going. Example, still keep going to work. Example, keep trying. Because they are little spats of energy that pop in. And those little spats of energy that pop in, right? They are the spats that spark. They spark something within you. And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is pure divine intervention, for me. To be pure divine intervention, because me, in my heart of hearts today, I was going to come here and I was going to tell my boss, because I saw my boss. I was going to tell my boss that I'm not feeling well, I'm going home. I'm not feeling well, I'm going home. And today, lucky for me, I didn't have the heart to continue with my conversation. So I was like, let me just go and try. And right now, I can honestly say that 47 minutes past the hour of 9, that there's a little bit of a kick that came in. There's a little bit of a happiness that came in. You know, there's a little something that came in, and I think it is exactly what our guy here is talking about. Because keep doing it, because even if there is just a little bit of joy and a little bit of satisfaction that you get out of it, it is better than that flat line that you've been on. And eventually you raise your dopamine, and you will raise your emotions, and you will raise it and raise it and raise it. It's like reprogramming your mind to feel joy and pleasure. And you do it through little things, right? While still doing things that taste like meh.
For like a week, until my sense of taste came back and everything tasted like crap, and then I binged on goldfish, because that's how life works. But I made the most of my lack of my ability to enjoy my food, and therefore just did the optimal thing because it was the same. It felt the same. And I'm not trying to paint some stupid silver lining on this awful, hollow, empty feeling we get sometimes. But if nothing feels good, you may as well do the best things. You have nothing to lose because it's not going to feel good that day anyway. If you're incapable of feeling good on that day, do something that puts you in the best possible position to maybe feel good tomorrow or next week or next month. Apathyception. The other thing I found that really helps, and it's honestly a pretty similar concept, but it's a different framework, and so it might land differently for you, is rather than living a life of trying to feel some certain way, which I think is sort of our default. Like, we want to live a life that feels good, right? Whatever good, of course, is a very broad category. Some of us are more looking for excitement. Some of us want achievement. Some of us want love. I mean, we all want all of these things, but some of us want certain feelings more than others, right? And we have certain feelings that we kind of just chase and try to organize our lives around. But organizing your life around the pursuit of a certain emotional experience is always going to put you on sort of this roller coaster of, like, there's times when you have it and there's times when you don't. Sometimes you don't have it because you just can't. There's nothing you can do right now that's going to make you feel that way. There's just not an opportunity for it. But for people like you and me who get this complete and total apathy and anhedonia sometimes we just can't feel the feeling even if we're doing the things that should produce the feeling. And so if you're doing the thing because you want the feeling, then as soon as the feeling stops being available to you, you will stop doing the thing. I have completely changed my goal-setting framework for this because I have learned, and I'm not trying to villainize emotions. Emotions are important. Like, I just made a content on that. I know. Like, emotions are not the bad guy. And I mean that, and I still mean that today, just as much as I meant it a week ago. But emotions are fickle. Emotions are not consistent, especially if you have a cyclical mood disorder or an anxiety disorder. There's going to be times when you simply cannot trust your ability to feel the emotions you want to feel. And so if you're living your life in pursuit of emotions that at times will completely evade you no matter what you do, you have guaranteed that there are going to be times when you do nothing. Because there's not going to be a connection between your actions and the outcomes that you're hoping to achieve during those periods of complete apathy. So I have reorganized my entire internal goals away from emotions and towards the actions themselves. I have committed myself to unchanging. Well, they're not completely unchanging because I do, over long periods of time, rethink my lifestyle and the way I've structured my days and stuff. So it's not like set it and forget it for the rest of your life. Unchanging meaning it's not shackled to my emotional experience because that experience is a roller coaster. And if I live my life based on my emotions, my functioning will fluctuate dramatically because my emotions fluctuate dramatically. If I live my life based on the structured goals that I believe are necessary for me to achieve the best possible outcome over a long time frame, and I do not have to live as a slave to my emotions, and I am able to continue to do the things that I need to do, like create content for YouTube, for example, even on days when I feel no immediate sense of joy or excitement or satisfaction or reward from doing those things. Because I've essentially decided, and I don't know if it was that simple or if it wasn't, but I've essentially decided that I'm okay with the things I'm doing not always producing the feelings that I want them to produce. And during those periods of time, I don't panic about them anymore. I don't freak out about them. I'm not like, oh no, it's another one of these. This is going to ruin all the momentum I've built up. This is going to shut me down. It's more like, oh, it sucks. I really didn't want this right now. I would really prefer to be enjoying my life right now. I would prefer to be feeling good. It looks like for some indeterminate period of time in the future, I'm not going to be able to have that. I really wish that were not true, but it is. And so I'm going to do the things that I think have the best possible chance of this being a relatively short blip on my radar. I'm going to continue to live the lifestyle that I think is going to get me out of this the quickest because I hate it, and I'm really excited for it to be over so I can go back to being able to experience my emotions again. So some days I just say, screw feelings, focus on the action, because my feelings change, but my goals really don't change, not on a daily basis anyway. And within this idea of goal setting, I have talked about this before on this channel, so this might be a little bit of review for some of you, but it's so relevant to this topic that it's worth reviewing. There are two types of goals that we can set: process goals and outcome goals. Process goals are the things we hope to achieve, and outcome goals are what we hope the things we achieve will produce or will do. So for example, if I say that I have the goal of being happier in my life in general, that's an outcome goal, because I can do things that should make me happier and not necessarily feel that way. If I have a goal of saving $10,000 this year and I set up the budget just right, and I follow the budget, and I do everything in a way that should have produced that outcome, and then we get an unexpected home repair that takes most of that $10,000 away, I have not saved $10,000, right? Maybe I'm left with $2,000, but I did everything right. And so I end up in that situation because the actions I took did not produce the outcome I had hoped they would produce. I end up feeling like a failure. I end up feeling like I screwed up, because the outcome didn't happen, but the outcome is not completely within my control. And that's true of virtually any outcome in your life, whether it is internal or external. The outcomes you hope will happen are due to some combination of your own personal choices and actions and other people's choices and actions and random chance and the will of the world and whatever else, right? This is a very philosophical tangent right now, I know. We are not in complete control of our lives. We're not. You are not. If you looked at your life like a research project and you said, the quality of my life and the things that happen in my life are the dependent variable. They are the outcome. They are the output. You are not the only independent variable. It is not a one-to-one. You can do everything right and still not get what you want sometimes. And it's not fair. And it sucks, but you need to know it and you need to factor it in, because if you don't, you will blame yourself every time that happens, even when it is not your fault. Many times it may not be Many times it may not be your fault, or at least not entirely your fault. So if you can commit to setting process goals instead of outcomes, I want to go for a walk 5 days a week. I hope that going for a walk 5 days a week will improve my mood, but sometimes it won't. Sometimes I won't care that I went for a walk. Sometimes I will feel no sense of peace during the walk, no sense of accomplishment after having done it. But if I'm having one of those days, I would have felt no sense of peace or no sense of accomplishment anyway. So it's not like the walk was a bad idea or ruined my progress. Sometimes I just can't progress. But I want to keep doing the things. I want to stick with process goals, even when the outcome eludes me, because I have learned through experience, through trial and error, it'll come back. And when it comes back, I want to be ready for it. I want the day I am capable of feeling good again to be the day I feel good again. I do not want there to be a lag time where I am capable of feeling good again, but I'm not doing the things that would produce that feeling, because then it is my fault. And I know it's going to happen sometimes. I accept it. It's part of how I'm built. Don't know why I'm built that way, but I am. It's part of how I'm built, but sometimes I just can't feel these things. But I want to make sure that I am not the reason ever again. Because for far too much in my life, I have been the reason. Not going to let that happen anymore. And these are the strategies I use to keep that monster at bay. I hope that they are helpful to you, and I hope that they work for you as well. Take care. I'll see you next time.
In the preamble to the definition of PTSD, we write, these people.
And I think that was a good one, because it also definitely lifted my mood. You guys all know that we started off this show with like, all right, we missed out on that caller, but ladies and gentlemen, the number in studio is 083-288-401. That is 083-288-401. So, we started off our show with And now we're in a better mood. We're in a better mood. So there was a conversation around apathy and anhedonia. Hey! That one we must say it slowly. Because wait a minute. So there's apathy and anhedonia. Yeah, so those are the conversations, because generally we're talking about depression today, but we're also having our speakers come in, and we're going to be interjecting like rude people, because
People have been exposed to an extraordinary event that's outside of normal human experience. So it turned out that this is not an unusual experience at all. The trauma is not the event that happens. The trauma is how you respond to it. The degree to which, when you're traumatized, your body keeps mobilizing itself to fight. You have all kinds of immunological abnormalities. You have endocrine abnormalities. And that really devastates your health, your physical health. At the long range, oftentimes the physical problems are longer lasting than the mental problems. One of the largest mitigating factors against getting traumatized is who is there for you at that particular time. I did the first study on Prozac for PTSD, the first study for Zoloft for PTSD, and a number of other conventional drugs. What we found is that it didn't work very well. Hi, my name is Bessel van der Kolk. I'm a psychiatrist, neuroscientist, the author of the book The Body Keeps the Score.
Chapter 1, Trauma Explained.
I got interested in trauma on my first day working at the Veterans Administration.
Fall in love with the best prices at WB. Get 500 gram Bacomo cornflakes for $31.99. 2 kg nice rice for only $34.99. 1.5 kg Real Good mixed chicken portions for $79.99. And 10 kg Bacomo fat cook flour for just $137.99. See more February specials at VurmanBrock.com. We care.
Efiloshisho olotali kutungupo. Oma wa tomono okujako NHP. Genge wa longifo lilipedulo wa uhaku. Olo halipiti kwa efikune fiku. Mefiloshisho lo uhaku oe. Owa woshimali wa shosha hupako. Washika wedelwa komto alandola. Kashi koma pungulo ena shano unjola welewe. Otodulo okulongifa oma oe. Wa hupuko opona mitito shiningi momikalo dihapungashi. Okufutila po oimali wa ishona. Oyo hodulu okupolwa. Ulifutila ovemwene omayakulo oluhapu hakala ina kwatelwa mowa we kwa foloelo unamiti ile otodulu nokuli okupitifapo mwedi donumba tokala inofuta eyakulo loelo unamiti kouyelele uhapu talela po nhp.com.na emango nomalandola fano otodzina okulandulwa. NHP, rooted in care for you.
Your health, your life, your peace of mind. NHP, we're about you.
My friend.
The very first day that I met Vietnam veterans, I was just blown away. These were guys who were my age, who were clearly smart and competent and had done very good things, flying helicopters and running boats and doing good stuff in the military. And they clearly were just a shadow of their former self. And what particularly intrigued me is that they had nightmares about what had happened, and also that they kept referring back to their dead comrades. Their hearts seemed to be with the people who were no longer around. And what struck me immediately is that they had a very hard time connecting with new people after the war. What also struck me is how their bodies were clearly affected by trauma. These were guys who used to be athletic, and now they were sort of slumped over, and they were uptight, and their voices were uptight, and they were sort of passive much of the time, and then people told them something that was disappointing, and they went from 0 to 10 and blew up and became extremely angry. And it was just at the time that we were having 2 small children who were a little bit like that. You know, they were little babies go from 0 to 10. But I know that when a baby becomes very upset, within 10 minutes you can sort of hold them and calm them down. And these soldiers were very much like little babies, except the stuff that's supposed to happen to allow you to not overreact to the minor things seem to have been destroyed, or something seems to have happened to that made it very hard for them to modulate their responses to the environment. And what was also really striking is that they had a hard time being in any way meaningfully involved in the present. They had a hard time loving their wives and girlfriends. They had a hard time really connecting with their kids. So something seems to have been destroyed about their capacity to engage and possibly even to learn new experiences. 1978 was the year that I first saw veterans, and that was also the time that my colleagues, and I soon joined them, started to think about how is what these guys suffer from different from what other people who are in psychology textbooks, because clearly they were different, and I couldn't find a textbook to describe them. Around that time that I first started to work for the VA, a group of us started to define what trauma is and started to define what happens to people. In the preamble to the definition of PTSD, we write, these people have been exposed to an extraordinary event that is outside of normal human experience. And in retrospect, that shows us how ignorant and narrow-minded we were, because it turned out that this is not an unusual experience at all, that 1 out of 5 women in America has a history of sexual molestation. Even a lot of men have histories of sexual molestation. 1 out of 4 kids get beaten very hard by their parents. 1 out of 8 kids see physical fights between their parents. When we started to work with inner city kids, the amount of trauma that these kids experienced was just unspeakable. So somehow we had managed to turn a completely blind eye how what happens in people's environment creates the mind and creates who people become and creates certain forms of pathology. It was a real wake-up call. And there was a lot of debate of what a trauma is to this day. And even sometimes when I define it in the way we officially do, people still don't like what I say. But basically, what a trauma is something that happens to you that makes you so upset that it overwhelms you. It freaks you out, and you just stand there or sit there or lie there or whatever, and you are at a loss what to do. You feel terrible, helpless, hopeless, and you collapse. Basically, there's an internal state of, oh my God. So it's not somebody being mean to you or nasty to you, or it is really bad stuff. But the trauma is not the event that happens. The trauma is how you respond to it. Let me give you an example. As a medical student, I was trained to deal with all kind of very difficult situations. And I remember vividly during my internship that a kid was brought in, a little child, with third-degree burn wounds all over his body. But I was trained as a medical student about what to do. So rather than freaking out, I thought, okay, I need to get my IV going, I need my fluids going. I focused on what to do. So that exposure to these horribly burned kids was not a trauma for me, because I was not paralyzed in my actions, because I had been trained to deal with it. And of course, that happens to policemen, that happens to people in the service, it happens to physicians, nurses, etc. Is you get trained on what to do and not to get overwhelmed by your feelings, but to actually be able to continue to act and do something. And when you're traumatized, you just are unable to do anything. It's a subjective experience, and what may be traumatic for you may not be traumatic for me, vice versa, depending on our personality and our training. An event becomes traumatic if your response is, oh my God, when there is nothing you can think of you can do to stave off the inevitable, when you basically collapse in a state of confusion, maybe rage, maybe collapse, because you are unable to function in the face of this particular threat. An event like that may not become a trauma in the long range if at the moment that you collapse, other people around you come over and say, oh, I see that you're really in bad shape. Let me help you. Let me take over for you and do things that you cannot do yourself. And so the greatest protector against the trauma is the people around you, whether they're able to protect you and to do what needs to be done, or whether the people around you actually make it worse by continuing to do terrible things to you or blaming you for your responses. Trauma is actually, unlike what we first thought, extremely common. At least 1 out of 8 kids in America witness physical violence between their parents. A larger number of kids get hit in very nasty ways by their own caregivers. A very large number of people in general, but women in particular, have sexual experiences that were clearly unwanted and that left them helpless and befuddled, confused and enraged because they had no choice about what they were doing. These experiences are extremely common. So people usually think about the military when they talk about trauma, but I like to say, somewhat unscientifically, that for every soldier who gets PTSD in a war zone, there's at least 30 children who get traumatized at home. The nature of trauma is that an experience enters into your ears, into your skin, into your eyes, into sensations, and it goes down into a very primitive part of your brain that automatically interprets what is going on. That's not your frontal lobe. What your frontal lobe, your conscious cognitive self, does is a later issue. The first thing is a somatic response. So something happens to you, your survival brain makes the first interpretation and says, is this dangerous or is this safe? That decision is made for you by that primitive survival brain. And that's what we learned a lot about when we study trauma, is the power of that primitive brain, which occupies a very large part of our brain, that really automatically makes decisions for us. And on the basis of the messages we get from our body, our cognition interprets in a particular way, depending on our prior experiences. But the message comes from our hormones and our physiological impulses that have to do with survival. We're talking about staying alive. And so when you're being raped or you're being beaten or you see your parents getting killed, your body starts automatically going into a state trying to make yourself survive. One of the states is going into fight-flight, to get up and to punch people and to become very angry. That's oftentimes when people are traumatized, those fight-flight responses continue to get activated in response to situations where people in their environment says, hey, cool it, this is not so bad. But people have these automatic responses. Or on a more primitive level even, is that people's brain shuts down, and they lose track of themselves, and they basically make themselves disappear. Very much like animals can do that also in the wild. They can sort of collapse and play possum, as it were. And playing possum is exactly what happens to people also. And when you beat a kid enough, that kid starts collapsing and no longer responds to its environment. And so it is either fight-flight or collapse, none of which have anything to do with cognition. And doing cognitive therapy with that is really a misunderstanding of what happens with traumatized people. They have automatic responses, and they don't have these responses because they're stupid or because they don't understand what's going on. Most people actually do understand that their reactions are completely out of whack. They don't need to be told that. But because they react in such an extreme way, they feel deeply ashamed about themselves because they say to themselves, I'm a nutcake. I screamed at people. I collapsed when I had to stand up for myself. And so you have these automatic responses that are not a product of your cognitive assessment. They're a product of your animal brain trying to stay alive in the face of something that part of your brain interprets as a life threat. Even though the people around you by now go, this is not a life threat at all. We come into the world being able to do what little babies can do. And what can little babies do? They can breathe, they can sleep, they can suck, they can feel hungry, they can poop, they can pee, they can cry, and that's about it. So we call that the housekeeping of the body. Little babies already can do that. And little babies, their systems get very activated, so babies will scream and they'll cry and they'll look catastrophic. And then the people around them pick them up and soothe them and calm that part of the brain down. Much of the imprint of trauma is in a very primitive survival part of your brain that's already in place in little babies. In fact, what the research recently has been showing, there's a little area way the base of your skull, periaqueductal gray, that I like to call the cockroach brain. There's a part of you that just picks up what's dangerous and what's safe. And now it turns out that when you're traumatized, that little part of your brain, which is usually very quiet for most of us, continues to just send messages to you when you're traumatized. And so there's always this sort of message you get from deep down inside of your body of, I'm in danger, I'm not safe. So you're always uptight, always on alert, and you spend much of your energy trying to suppress those feelings of fear in order to not to embarrass yourself, in order to be able to work with what you do. And so it's very primitive. And then on top of that middle of the primitive part of your brain, you develop a limbic system, and your limbic system basically creates an internal map of the world that tells you what out there is safe, what is dangerous. So if you say to me, boy, after this interview is over, let's go to the Star and plow down the street and have a nice lager beer. I go like, wow, that's so cool, because I love that bar. And I don't love that bar. So already in my internal mind, I have a map of what is safe and what's dangerous. And that map is created by the experiences we have. And so the brain is a use-dependent organ. And the brain gets formed on the basis of the experiences that we have, particularly in the first few years of your life. And so if you're a little kid and you grow up in very safe surroundings and people are delighted to see you and people say, isn't she cute? Isn't she wonderful? You grow up with a sense of, I'm so cute and people love me, because that becomes the map of your world. That's how people respond to you. And that stays with you for much of the rest of your life. If you're a little kid and people say to you, as I hear all the time, I wish you hadn't been born. I tried to abort you, but I fail. You just really ruined my life. You just have always been a pain in the ass. That becomes your map of the world. And a little kid doesn't say, when you're 3 years old or 5 years old, Mom, you're crazy saying that about me, because a little kid doesn't have other ways of looking at the world. So the world that you live in is the only world that there is. And if you're being treated as a difficult, unpleasant person, that becomes your perception of yourself. I'm fundamentally a bad, defective person. And that, people's cognition does not make that go away. People can tell you till you're blue in the face, oh, you're wonderful, you're terrific. I've known a whole bunch of people like that who were very abused and neglected as kids, who have become amazing musicians, artists, athletes. The world adores them, and deep inside, they still feel like crap, that they're defective people, because that imprint stays with them. My colleagues and I started to look at these traumatized soldiers primarily. We actually went back over what had been written before. the library at the VA I was working didn't have a single book about war trauma, war neurosis, any of these things. But so I went down to the old Harvard Medical Library and I dug up a book that was written in 1941 by a guy by the name of Abram Gardner, who had been working with First World War soldiers. And he writes about his First World War soldiers back a long time ago. He writes, these guys suffer from a physioneurosis. Their bodies continue to re-experience the trauma. And he says, and the trauma keeps coming back, keeps revisiting them in the form of nightmares and flashbacks. They keep reliving what happened back there. They cannot leave it behind, and the trauma keeps coming back either as images or as behaviors. As the people behave again as if they are getting raped or getting assaulted, even though they're not getting raped or getting assaulted. So, but we defined, but people had seen that before us, all the way back to well over 100 years. At the core of trauma is that you get stuck. And that event keeps coming back in terms of images, behaviors, and physical sensations. So that became at the core of our definition of PTSD. The second piece is that having been constantly bombarded with this horrifying stuff makes you preoccupied with, how do I go on with my life? And so you work very hard on avoiding things that make you lose your senses. And so people avoid and people suppress it, and people actually learn to not feel things in their bodies, and they stifle internal sensations, internal feelings. So that's the second piece is, on the one side, is this fight-flight keeps going on. The other thing is you calm yourself down, you try to suppress yourself, you try not to feel, and so at the end, you don't feel very alive. And the third thing is that you continue to be hyper-aroused. You just keep being bombarded, you keep overreacting to all kinds of things in general. That's the original definition of PTSD, and that is still the definition as you find in textbooks still, but what we discovered is that the whole impact of trauma is much larger, and it also affects the way you feel about yourself, the way you feel about other people, the way you are able to notice yourself, the way you experience yourself, and it has a lot of self-distortions and distortions of your body also. And then over time, we again rediscovered something, because these things always have been noted before, the degree to which when you're traumatized, your body keeps mobilizing itself to fight, and that you have all kinds of immunological abnormalities, you have endocrine abnormalities, and that really devastates your health, your physical health. At the long range, oftentimes the physical problems are longer lasting than the mental problems. The other thing that we discovered, which is still an area of some controversy in the field, not for me, but for my colleagues who are in power, is that trauma affects the mind and the brain very differently depending on the age at which you are. And so if something terrible happens to me right now, I have a whole well-developed brain, and my brain isn't really growing all that much anymore, so I'll get an imprint of the trauma that is pretty much superimposed on a relatively well-functioning brain. If you're 2, 3, or 4 years old, your mind and your brain is growing. What various of my research friends have shown is that trauma at different ages affects different ways of wiring the brain, and it gets very complex. As like my friend Marty Teicher has really shown that trauma at age 3 changes the brain very different than trauma at age 5 and trauma at age 14, and that the brain keeps growing and evolving, and so different events have a different imprint of the brain. That's one aspect. And the other thing that is terribly important is not only what's happening to you, but what's happening to your environment. And by and large, as I said before, if you are really freaked out as a kid, and your parents are there for you, and they smile at you and say, I'll take care of it, don't worry about it, honey, I know what to do. Or you have a doctor who really knows what they're doing, and who you can trust, you go like, okay, I can relax now, because even if I can't take care of it, other people can take care of it for me. One of the largest mitigating factors against getting traumatized is who is there for you at that particular time. When you feel constantly threatened, of course, you don't trust anybody. But there is a reason to not trust people. The tradition in mental health is to dismiss the reality of people's lives. For example, it's only in the past few years that people are beginning to talk about the impact of poverty, or the impact of racism, or the impact of unemployment. And people have sort of been labeling people, oh, there's something wrong with you, let me fix you. But mental health professionals have been very effective in helping people to really come to terms with what actually has happened to them and what's happening to them right now. So a good amount of distrust is very well justified. And very likely today, if you're a traumatized person, you don't go to a doctor and say, I was raped when I was 4 years old and that's why I come to be treated. No, people come to be treated because today you blow up at your husband. And today you cannot have a safe, satisfactory sexual relationship with your new partner. And that's why people coming into treatment, because the body automatically reacts to certain stimuli. And most people actually are barely aware or not aware at all that their reactions that they're having right now are rooted in experiences they've had before. So if you go to a physician or a mental health practitioner who doesn't understand that, they're going to try to fix you with drugs or cognitive behavioral treatment to not do these crazy things anymore. It usually doesn't work very well, because you need to really develop a deep sense of, this is what happened to me. This is what I'm dealing with. And you need to really acknowledge, like, oh my God, that was terrible what happened to me. And I need to take care of the wounds that I'm carrying inside of myself. This issue of self-compassion and really knowing that your reactions are understandable and are rooted in you getting stuck in the past is a terribly important part of beginning to recover from trauma. And as long as you ignore that, you're just a crazy person who has crazy reactions. The problem with trauma is that it starts off with something that happens to us or that's done to us. But that's not where it stops, because it changes your brain. And from now, that event itself is over, but you continue to react to things as if you're in danger. And
are you ready to shape your future and make a difference through education? At Sunshine Private College, we are committed to providing exceptional tertiary education that's flexible, accessible, and tailored to your goals. We say education first. Our programs are accredited by the Namibia Qualifications Authority, NQA, and registered with the Namibia Council for Higher Education, NCHE. Enrollment for August 2026 is now open. Choose from Postgraduate Diploma in Education Secondary, 1 year Level 8, Bachelor of Education Honors in Junior Primary, 4 years Level 8, Bachelor of Education Honors in Senior Primary, 4 years Level 8, Diploma in Early Childhood Development in Junior Primary Education, 3 years Level 6. Study full-time or via distance learning, block release. You choose what works for you. Call us today at 061 22 1805 or 081 288 5258 for more details. Sunshine Private College, not just about teaching, it's about inspiring your future.
React to things as if you're in danger. And your brain actually gets changed in a variety of different ways. And the problem then becomes that you are not able to engage or to learn or to see other people's point of view or to coordinate your feelings with your thinking. And so, yet it becomes an internal issue how the trauma continues to fester inside of you in a variety of different sensations and perceptions. Yes, there is something wrong with you. But people don't come to see me because of what happened to them. People come to see me because they feel there is something really wrong with me. I cannot connect with my kids. I become angry with all my co-workers. Nobody can stand being around me because I am so reactive. Yes, trauma causes that there is something wrong with you. And my job as a psychiatrist and all the colleagues and students I have is to help you to feel safe in your body and to feel like the trauma is over and that you don't continue to react to all kind of things now as if somebody is trying to hit you or rape you. I think the most important thing to know is that there's a difference between trauma and stress. As I like to say to people, life sucks a good amount of the time. Now, we all have jobs and situations that are really unpleasant. But the moment that the situation is over, it's over. And you go on with your life. A trauma happens, and when it's over, your body continues to relive it. Huh? And the core issue is that your body does it. Your endocrine system, your neurohormonal system, the immunological system continues to react as if you're back there. So there is something about the development of the mind that gets stopped at that point because the trauma cannot be integrated as, oh yeah, that really sucked, but it's over now. Trauma makes you think that it's still happening right now. So the big challenge of treating trauma is how do we help people to live in bodies that feel fundamentally safe? Where something unpleasant happens to you, you don't react as if your life is in danger, but you go like, oh, how do I solve this? But when you're traumatized, what's very striking in a whole variety of different brain studies, what you show is that when you show a non-traumatized person something ambiguous and difficult, their cognitive brain tries to figure out what's going on. When you show this same stimulus to people who are traumatized, the emotional brain reacts like, is this dangerous or is this safe? Your brain goes into, is my life in danger? And that's an emotional reaction. What lights up in the brain is a very different part of the brain, but then when you have to solve a problem. So you're continuously trying to manage your emotional reactions.
Chapter 2, Shaping Childhood Trauma.
People have always noticed that people relive their trauma, but as I said before, usually people are not aware of it. Kids are not aware of that they're reliving their having been beaten or witnessing domestic violence, and when they go to school, they react in a very angry and defiant way with their teachers. Say, oh, this reminds me about my mom and dad fighting, making me scared. No, they have an automatic reaction to adults who sound in any way not okay to blow up and become very frightened. So they don't make the connection. And so what happened when we created this diagnosis of PTSD, we weren't very perceptive. We were just beginning to see something for the first time. And the most obvious thing in which people relive the trauma is in nightmares. In nightmares, people see it again, or they experience the event in their dreams. That is the most obvious, and we could see it. It took us a long time to realize that people also continue to reenact the trauma in their relationships. That they may relate to their kid the same way they related to people who hurt them as little children. And so they don't make that connection. But what allows you to make the connection is when you actually have images of what happened back there. But most people don't have visual images. Most people have sensory reactions, how they suddenly feel uptight, they feel nervous, panicky, anxious, enraged. They don't know where it comes from. After they read books like mine, they know at least where it comes from. It comes from some part of your brain that you actually cannot really know because it's beyond cognition. So, oh, that's why I'm doing that stuff. That's sort of helpful to know. But most people who are reenacting or replaying the trauma are not aware that they're recreating or replaying the trauma. So trauma affects the developing brain different from a well-developed brain. The research is really very interesting, intriguing about this, and that's the degree to which parents hold and modulate kids' traumatic responses. As I said before, when as a kid you get bitten by a dog, it's really very scary and very nasty. But if your parents pick you up and say, oh, I'm so sorry, let's go and take care of it, and let's give you a bath, and we'll give you some extra special food, that dog bite doesn't become a big issue because the foundation of your safety has not been destroyed. A study I like to quote actually and teach people about is a study that was done in London right after the Second World War. Because London was being bombed by the Nazis. So the Brits decided, let's send the kids in London who are being bombed out to the bucolic English countryside to live with very nice people. And when the war is over, they'll come back and they won't have seen all these dead people and dead corpses. corpses and all the bombing, they would be much better off. And so after the war, Anna Freud, of all people, Sigmund Freud's daughter, and her friend Dorothy Burlingame, did a study of what happened to these kids. It turned out that the kids who stayed in London with their parents did just fine, because the safety of kids is determined by how safe they feel with their parents. While the kids who went to the countryside, like Oliver Sacks, who some of your listeners may also be a great fan of, like I am, he was shipped to the countryside, and in his autobiography, Oliver Sacks writes that one of the two most traumatic events in my life was being shipped off to the countryside, and I was a really scared and upset kid who was primarily preoccupied with whether my parents are still alive, but I didn't see them anymore. What trauma also has really taught us is the degree to which we are profoundly interconnected and interdependent people, and we are relational creatures. And as long as our relationships are intact, by and large, we're pretty good with trauma. Who knows that? The U.S. Marine Corps and the Armed Services, they take a bunch of people who are obviously, who sometimes escape their own horrible child environments and join the military, and they go into the military. And what does the military do for them? They create a sense of cohesion, a sense of predictability, a sense of safety. And so through all these exercises that you do in the army, you feel very connected with your group. And when you go to war with your group, you feel very safe that your bodies are there to protect you, and that really protects you against getting traumatized. And the very first study I did, before we knew anything about trauma, was the discovery that the PTSD started for many soldiers when they saw their best friend being blown up, because they really had a sense of safety and cohesion, because they had a friend, but then that friend got killed, the whole world collapsed, and they no longer had the safety that came with the group. And so what you see with many traumatized people is that they continue to really pull towards reconnecting with people who have had similar experiences, because when you say, I was raped, and I was raped too, you go like, you know what I'm talking about. You're special. I can be safe with you, as opposed to all these people who have no idea what I'm talking about. The lingering effect of childhood trauma is that you continue to react to mild stressors as if your life is in danger. You tend to become hyper-reactive. People will see your reactions as exaggerated. Somebody may irritate you in the supermarket and may yell at this person. You may develop road rage. You may have a difficult time putting up with misbehavior from your spouse or your kids. And you have exaggerated emotional responses. The other thing is, it oftentimes is very hard to negotiate intimate relationships. Negotiating both of our needs, your needs and my needs, actually is a very complex phenomenon. How do we make compromises? How do we make both of us happy at the same time? And when you have a childhood trauma, that oftentimes becomes very difficult. Very difficult to say, okay, honey, if that's what you need, I wouldn't want to do that, but I'm fine with you if you do that. And these issues of boundaries and who's responsible for what becomes a very hard thing to negotiate oftentimes. The big question for me continues to be, how do you help kids in particular who have been exposed to an enormous amount of violence, life threats, people who don't pay attention to them? How do you help these kids get a sense of self, a sense of agency, so they can actually make a life for themselves where they can learn, acquire skills, acquire competencies, so they become full-fledged human beings? What the data show is that the long-term effects of child abuse and neglect, which is rampant in our country, is the biggest public health issue in America. Let me give you an example. There's other societies that are much more trauma savvy than we are, where there is not an enormous amount of income inequality, where parents actually are helped to take care of their kids, where healthcare is universal, where childcare is universal. One of these places is Holland, which happens to be my native country, which I left when I was 18 years old, and which has become a very nice place. So in a culture like that, that really looks at what are the antecedents for getting people to be dysfunctional, they do all these things to help people to take care of their kids. And so in the Netherlands right now, the incarceration rate is 58 per 100,000 people. In the US, it's 950 per 100,000 people. So the big issue is a political issue. How do we rearrange our society to really know about trauma and to really do all the things that are necessary so that people who grow up under extreme adverse conditions can develop a brain and a mind that can help them to become full-fledged members of society instead of on the edge as drug addicts, disabled people, or people who need to go to jail. That's our big issue, and that's the big challenge that we have.
Chapter 3. How to treat trauma.
I was raised in the mainstream culture as a professor, prestigious institutions, and what's mainstream culture? The culture we live in is that when you feel bad, you take a swig of alcohol, or you take a swig of something to make that feeling go away. I call our medical culture right now a post-alcoholic culture, where if you feel bad, you take something to make that feeling go away. And it turned out that taking something didn't make the feelings go away, but wiggling your fingers in front of people's eyes as they think about the trauma made the trauma go away. And I go like, wow, this is really interesting. When I first got to see trauma and got intrigued with it, I looked at the treatments that we have. And so I did the first study on Prozac for PTSD, the first study for Zoloft for PTSD, and a number of other conventional drugs. What we found is that it didn't work very well. And we published this data in prestigious medical journals, and people said, boy, Van der Kolk is a great psychopharmacology researcher. But our results showed that they don't work very well. Somehow, psychiatry never got the message and said, no, drugs are not particularly helpful. And the VA still spends billions of dollars on drugs that don't work. They were unable to go through the trajectory that I and most of my colleagues went through, like, okay, if it doesn't work, let's see what else can work. And people over ask me, how can you put up with all this misery that you hear? And I agree, it's not easy. But one of the things that helps you is to really understand that people do the best they can. That somebody who's enraged in response to a minor thing is not becoming enraged because they just are unpleasant, difficult people who don't try. No, they try. People try to survive. Every person tries to have the best possible life they can have. And sometimes it goes really wrong. But for example, when you're a little kid and you don't feel like anybody's there to help you when you become distressed, you may learn that banging your head against the wall, or stabbing yourself, or burning yourself, or starving yourself may make you feel better. And so what you discover is that people do all kinds of things that seem pretty weird sometimes on the surface to protect themselves. There was a moment in sort of the history of our field that was particularly important in this regard. Vince Felitti, who is the internist who did the ACE study, the Adverse Childhood Experiences study, had a very important experience that he shared with all of us, which makes perfect sense to me. He had a weight loss program, and that's all he did. He was very proud of his weight loss program, and then one day a woman came to his office who had lost something like 150 pounds or something in the course of the weight loss program, and she came back 3 months later, and she had regained almost all of her weight. He said, I didn't know people could gain so much weight in such a short period. What happened to you? And she says, you know, Dr. Felitti, your weight loss program was terrific. And I became svelte, and people's reaction to me completely changed. So after my last visit to you, where you complimented me about how well I was doing, I went back to my office, and one of my coworkers said, boy, you look really hot. Would you like to go on a date tonight? And the moment he said that, I started to eat. And I haven't stopped eating, because what I realized is overweight is overlooked. And the way I dealt with my childhood sexual abuse is to make myself grossly obese, so nobody would have an interest in me in a sexual way. So that was one of these openings, and you get to see that some of the behaviors that we may condemn or be upset about actually are behaviors that start off trying to take care of yourself. That actually is also true for drug abuse. People say it's a biological illness, but it's not so simple. But, if I say to you right now, oh, I have a little needle with some heroin in it, makes you feel good, would you like to try it? You'd say, you're crazy. I'm not going to take heroin. But if you are in despair and you don't know if you're going to make it through the night, and I say, I have a little drug here that can help you make it through the night, you go like, please give it to me. That's where drug addiction comes from. That's also, to a large degree, where our opioid epidemic comes from. It's also the stuff being made available to people. But, among my colleagues who are, have privileged lives, they don't become drug addicts because they have good lives. They don't need to cure something in terms of how upset they are. But since time immemorial, people take drugs in order to deal with unbearable sensations. The military had a huge drug problem during the Vietnam War because people take these drugs in order not to feel their pain. If we really want to take care of drug abuse, we really have to look at social situations and circumstances that make people feel desperate and hopeless. Very good psychotherapy, not to fix people, but helping people to know what they're feeling, find ways in which to cope with those feelings, was really quite helpful. What was very clear is that being in a relationship where people can hear you, where you can talk about how badly you feel, where you can talk about your guilt, and where you can start opening up where these feelings come from, how all these feelings are, and how you develop these feelings in response to particular things that happen to you, that was actually quite helpful. Finding words for your internal experience, which is oftentimes very difficult for traumatized people. They actually have impairment of being able to know themselves, being able to discover who they are and how they got these reactions is very helpful. And then for me, the opening to a new world came when some people in my clinic started to do something very strange, something called EMDR. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, a technique where you ask people to call up the memory of what you saw back then, what you heard back then, what you felt back then, but you don't ask people to talk about it. Because the moment you start talking about something, you get more preoccupied whether the person you're talking to understands you, likes you, is disgusted with you. So it becomes an interpersonal process. You ask people to just feel it and notice it. And then what you do is that you ask people to follow your fingers as you move your fingers from side to side in front of their eyes. And my first reaction with my students and junior colleagues who do it is like, man, stop this crazy nonsense. This is a crazy method. And then I got to see some of the results. I go like, wow, this is interesting. This is different. And so I did a study funded by NIH, funded because people saw me as a very good psychopharmacologist, not a guy who had gone off the deep end doing crazy methods like EMDR. And everybody expected that we'd find that the drugs are much better than EMDR. And what we found is that this crazy eye movement desensitization had amazing effects on people being able to let go of what happened and say, yes, that's what happened to me, and it happened a long time ago. It's not happening right now. That was the first time that I saw a non-conventional technique have a very profound effect. And that really had a very deep effect on my thinking about treatment of trauma. And of course, my colleagues said, Bessel has gone off the deep end. The data on EMDR was still better than any data of the treatment outcome that anybody had studied, but people didn't want to go there because it's such a crazy method. So I tried to get money to study what those eye movements do to the brain. It took us about 15 years to collect money from other sources to finally do that study. where we were able to show that you move your eyes from side to side, that you actually change brain circuits that changes the executive function of the brain, the default mode network of the brain, and the salience network of the brain. So what we discovered with all the other things that happen in neuroscience is that this strange eye movement that sounds so bizarre actually change the circuitry of the brain to interpret your current reality from a different angle. But the discovery at this point is that our conventional way of thinking about it is not working, but strange stuff works. And then a bunch of yoga teachers come to talk to me and say, we do yoga for PTSD and it seems to help people. And that made sense to me on some level. Maybe if you do yoga, yoga can open up your relationship to your body, to your physical self. You learn how to breathe calmly. You learn to pay attention to yourself. You get to see how different movements and different postures affect you. And so you form a deep relationship to your internal sensory system. Trauma is carried in the sensations in your body, in heartbreak and gut wrench. And that we have been able to see in the brain is that your connection with your body becomes weaker and weaker, so you don't feel your body anymore, so you don't feel your pain anymore. Problem is that if you don't feel your pain anymore, you don't feel your pleasure anymore either. I was reading